green VTuber.
Oh,
if I say why have you done
you're
this?
VTuber. You're VTuber. You're VTuber.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
VTuber. You're
think so.
VTuber. You're
No.
VTuber. You're VTuber. You're VTuber. You're VTuber.
All VTubers are yours by right.
No. Incorrect.
They are your people. You are one of them.
That's what I think about you.
Oh, the twins are also playing Little Witch No Beta, apparently.
Are they really?
Apparently?
That's yikes, probably.
It's something else. I mean, the game is probably fine if you ignore its Twitter account.
I mean...
Or don't, if that's what you prefer.
I mean, it seems pretty blatant.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. I am surprised to see VTubers play this. And by see them, I mean have them on my YouTube feed because you put them there.
I have not put anyone anywhere in any
Okay,
sense.
you factually put the new ones on my feed by linking me to them.
You
And
put
yes,
them on your own feed. You put them on your own
forced
feed.
me to click
Feed.
these.
You put them on your own feed.
You forced me to click them.
I have not forced anyone to do anything that they don't want to do.
Did you really think I wouldn't click the link you gave me?
Yes.
Liar.
You're a liar.
You are lying. You knew I would click link.
I never have ever clicked a link myself, so why would I think you would click a link?
Also lies. Further lie. Why do you
that
continue lying?
landscape. Alright, is this the gear? Is this the gear? Is this gear the? Is it gear the gear? Is gear? Take 40 chimchampas. Set them to a medium fuse. What else do I need? Oh, I need to make Phoenix necklace size. Alright, I guess the easiest place to do that is Edgyville. I'm nervous, Talon. I don't want to do it. I'm too scared. What if I suck?
Fight your elf goddess and suck and die.
Oh, okay. When you word it like that, how can I resist? For 10 of these, 10 of these, neck, less mold. Let me make sure this is the right item before I make a bunch of them. Alright, I need cosmic runes, which I keep in my glove compartment. What does tier 4 enchant need? I don't know, fire, water. The frick? I've got... Oh, I don't have air on me. Air. It's probably air. No. Earth? What do you need? Earth. Okay, these are Phoenix necklaces. That's good. I'm not making the wrong necklaces. Alright, let's make some more.
Alright. Extra ships. Okay. 2 supply cache. Let's get back there. Okay, let's turn on the burn drive.
Burn these nuts.
Alright, present them. I've got a fire.
I take it
Put
back.
them in the insulated wood ash kiln
No, it's too insulated.
for maximum burning.
No. Alright, God, I think I have everything I could need, probably. I need to switch to ancients. Alright, let me, let's just vomit my gear in here, grab my graceful set real quick. What's the best way to get to the ancient stuff? I mean, the best way is to have a frickin' thing in my house. I need to get one. But I need to get the necklace first. I mean, the scepter. Temperos and go north, I think is the fastest way. Okay, you the boss. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. I need money. That's a super energy, no thanks. I don't want to use that. on ancients. Alright, I need blood runes. I don't know. 800. Let's bring a bunch of fire runes too. Need our chinchompas. Should need more than 40, I would hope. Let's get our iiiiiiiiin staff as a backup weapon. 4 prayer potions. Oh, I can't even cast. Oh, weird. That's really weird. Okay, well this goes away then. We cannot use iiiiiiiin's blast as a backup. But that's okay.
iiiiiiiin's blast sucks.
True.
Talon's blast is so much better.
Questionable.
So good they can't even put it in the game.
True. I forgot the city was freaking burned down. Hilarious. I wonder if Book of the Dead's better than this other book. It's got magic bonus. Maybe it'll make the fight go freaking faster. Worth a shot. Get my money real quick. I need a backup teleport crystal?
Have you tried not sucking?
No. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
I know you're sucking.
That's fine.
Well, so just muted Q drop off the face of the earth again. Probably preparing for his Pokemon Unite VTubing.
Probably.
Industrial ruins. Well, caches in the heart. Thwing. Okay, most useful skills is what that says. Good God, that's so typos.
Need to lose a little bit of HP.
You need to lose HP?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
This is all part of my plan.
This guy's gonna put on his red tearstone ring.
Pretty much. Eat. Oh, frick! I forgot to change my right click option. I'm so freaking dumb. That's so freaking stupid.
You still walking back to your elf fight?
I re-enchanted my teleport crystal.
Ouch. Nice agility check.
Let me up. It won't click. Ah, you lose your chinchompas. Frick. That's right.
Artisanal farming or subsidized farming? Gosh. It's artisanal farming. Oh, okay. That's nifty.
God, I have to do that again. Nice, I did it. My health was a little too high, but I did it. That's the important part. That's exactly where I want to be HP-wise. Die, you dumb broad.
Spinny crystal death attack.
We're almost there. This cycle, probably. If we could stop missing!
I just wanted her to love me.
Oh, that's a good hit. Alright, just die!
Five.
Heck yeah! Elzog! Yeah,
You did it!
the only time I screwed up the first, or the only reason I screwed up the first time is because I forgot to switch the right click of the poisonous kill myself button to eat instead of don't eat and kill myself. But yeah, her that final attack where I was like, I switched my necklace to a thing that triggers when you drop below 20%, and then ate a thing to drop me below 20%. It triggers, give you 5 seconds of invulnerability. It ignores that mechanic, because that mechanic is supposed to be, if you don't do it that way, you have to eat all the way up to full, and it does like your max HP minus 5, 3, or 1, depending on how low she is. So it's like, yeah, you can bring a lot of really good food, or you can bring these necklaces and kill yourself, my dude, and use these blood spells to just, like, keep yourself healed, but low. I did it! I'm the king. That's all you know, isn't it? Violence, yes, against myself. Whew. Man, I did that really well. I only made like a few little mistakes, but because that way to damage yourself stacks, I was able to like, if I was too high on HP, which happened a few times, it's just like eat. It'll stop me when it procs. So like, just keep spamming eat.
Eat the poison food.
Yeah.
Hello, traitor elf.
Yep. You killed the bad elf at the very end. My guilt is a heavy load. Yeah, kind of a dick. A lot more might have died. Okay, we don't need to encourage him. He's kind of a dick. He wasn't evil. He was just obsessed. That's all. I mean, obsessed with being freaking evil. She wasn't Seren, and she never would have been. At least her pain is ended now. Yeah, I mean, if Seren had just kind of said, like, hey, you know, don't be evil, but you can roam. It seemed like her being trapped was kind of a problem. Because, like, she's like, Seren abandoned me. She might have been cool if Seren didn't freak out when she saw she was purple instead of blue or whatever. Oh no, she's purple! Lock her up! Laitia has been rebuilt and Privdinis has been restored. I wonder if Arianwen will ever show up in a future quest. I mean, I don't think so. That's in the game right now, but it seems like he could be useful later. I'll miss you. Farewell, friend. Yeah, he was pretty decently written.
That's
for
nice.
a Betrayer Elf. Let's go inside Privdinis. From the outside, it looks like there's nothing there. Oh, but they're gonna let outsiders in, and we get to be the first to enter Privdinis. Oh, nice, and Elena's gonna live here. That's cool, actually.
Issue edits.
We're not overly good at ruling, so we're gonna rule as a council. That makes sense. Y'all kind of suck a little bit.
Senate.
Ready? Let's do this.
Not sure I want that yet, though.
Privdinis! I made it! I'm here! I'm here! The clan chat said red prison time, grats. Yeah, that's the corrupted gauntlet. Is the gateway tired one.
Now you can just come in here and grab iron plate bodies, apparently.
Alright, the most important part, the first national bonk.
This guy's gonna go visit the bank. Ten range levels and you're good to farm CG. Anyone for Cox?
$40 Chinchampas was the right amount. I only had 14 left. Good God.
This is what you're using to blow up the red pillars?
Yeah. You can use knives, but Chinchampas, which you catch with Hunter, they have a lot more, range. So you don't have to get in melee and risk her spinny death ball. Also, these cakes were good. I only ended up needing to eat one, but I wanted to have a little bit of HP gain just in case I dropped really low, and I was worried.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to bring good food because that would be a problem.
Don't want to heal too much, just enough.
Yeah. Whoops. Okay. I want to get off Ancients. Let's grab 81,000. my teleport crystal, right? Yeah, it's got charges. Okay, so I can get back here. There's so much stuff to do now, and the burden has been lifted off of me. And so, I was so freaking worried. Now I can buy cosmic runes. That's the true value. Dennis agility course. I can move my house here.
This guy's gonna live in the Elflands.
Eventually. Not yet.
Seems like you can just move your house around to wherever for easy access.
Yeah, it just costs money. The problem with moving my house now, though, is the herb patch over here in Osidious is really annoying to get to if you don't have your house here until you have until you plant a spirit tree here. No, not here. Yeah, so my house right now teleports me here to this farming patch, and you can plant a spirit tree somewhere around here. How the frick do you plant it? It's around here somewhere. I'm not zoomed in enough. Wait a frick. Oh, Zarek's talisman, yeah, that's another way you can get there. But there's a spirit tree here somewhere, I swear it. I swear I saw it.
No, I burned it down.
Well, no, you have to plant it yourself. Anyway.
I burned down the plot.
I don't think you can do that. How come I can't see it?
I don't think you can stop me.
Am I blind? Please hold. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's right here. Spirit tree patch. So you do that, or you get a mounted Syrinx talisman, which I'm a million years away from.
I mean, is there any limit to the number of spirit trees you can set up?
It's limited by your farming level. You get... two at 91. So yeah, that's ways off. Alright, do I do my do I do my bonus lap at freaking Dagonoth Rex?
Sure.
I think so.
Bro, couldn't do.
Hello, you. I need an herb. Well, you're not getting one.
But I need it.
You had your chance. And you failed.
Give herb.
Need to kill some unicorns.
This guy's murdering a unicorn.
I mean, they're horns.
No, he is a horns. You don't need to murder him for that.
They know what they did.
He believed a hero would come.
Okay, YouTube has cursed me with more knowledge that the rock girl is playing Elden Ring. That actually makes sense. Crystal magic. It's deep. That's deep lore. It's deep lore. Okay.
Super Saiyan God is the form that opened up the world of Dragon Ball. Gods of destruction, angels, other universes, and God Ki. But what is it? Obviously, it's a base Saiyan using God Ki, but what is Super Saiyan God actually? Who was the original Super Saiyan God? Well, this form has a weird history filled with a ton of retcons. Starting in 2013, Dragon Ball came back into the mainstream in a big way with the release of Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods. We got introduced to a whole new world of possibilities with the God of Destruction Beerus, his strangely powerful attendant Whis, and most importantly for this video, the introduction of a new form, the Super Saiyan God. Originally, this form was designed by Tadayoshi Yamamuro, and with a name like Super Saiyan God, he decided to give it a bigger build than even the original Super Saiyan. Also, a cape, because I guess that's godly? I mean, I guess Kami has one. Anyway, that design was rejected by Toriyama, who decided to subvert expectations by making Super Saiyan God more slender and less extravagant overall. Considering the fact that Toriyama also redesigned Beerus to be rather slender despite his overwhelming power, the aesthetic choice makes sense from an in-universe perspective as well. Speaking of in-universe, the Super Saiyan God is born from a ritual. This ritual requires 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts, 5 of them pool their spirit into the 6th. This gives the 6th Saiyan God Ki, and by extension, the Super Saiyan God form. While Shenron says the form is temporary, the movie itself hints that Goku will be able to access this power at will by the very end. But we could discuss that more later on. What's more interesting here is the implication of an original Super Saiyan God according to Shenron. The original Super Saiyan God is described in the movie as being a savior for the Saiyans. He was created by accident when 6 righteous Saiyans who questioned the evil actions of their kind revolted. While the power of the Super Saiyan God was enough to take on the evil Saiyans, eventually the power faded, likely leading to this Saiyan's death and the continued evil of the Saiyan race, who went on to wipe this savior's name from their legends. Surely this lore won't be entirely retconned later, though. After performing the ritual, Goku goes on to fight Beerus, which ends with something a lot of people forget: Goku absorbing some of Super Saiyan God's power into himself. He's definitely weaker than the Super Saiyan God form, Beerus even says so, but it isn't all that much, and he's far stronger than he was before. People seem to think that the Dragon Ball Super anime added this, but only the manga excludes Goku absorbing any of the God power into his base. This is something I'll talk about more later though. With the success of Battle of Gods, a sequel movie was always going to happen. Some people may have rather it never did though. Resurrection F is bad, but I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. So it works out great for us that it isn't very important when discussing Super Saiyan God. It's implied here that, like I mentioned earlier, you can stack Super Saiyan on top of Super Saiyan God. Some people think this is due to Goku and Vegeta having God Ki in their base form, a state called Saiyan Beyond God, which we know to exist, but there's no real evidence that it has God Ki in the movie, and even if it were true here that it has God Ki, that would be retconned later on. So, in summary, for Resurrection F, the movie, there are a lot of things that are implied, but not a lot that is actually stated in any meaningful way. So, that's everything, right? Right? It's 2015 and the first new Dragon Ball anime since 1997 is about to come out. Dragon Ball Super is about to pave the way for a new animated future for the series, so what better way to do that than rehash the last 2 movies for the first 2 arcs? To be fair, there are parts of the movie retellings that I enjoy, and had Toei not rushed this anime out right after Resurrection F, I think people would have received them far better. These retellings do at least help us when it comes to Super Saiyan God though. The anime seems to follow the Battle of Gods movie very closely, with only minor changes along the way. But one big change is when Shenron discusses what the Super Saiyan God is and how to make one. He says the Super Saiyan God appears in Saiyan legend and doesn't currently exist. This legend is found within the Namekian Book of Legends, which states instructions for how to create the God of the Saiyans, who is also known as the Super Saiyan God. Notably, Shenron doesn't mention an original Super Saiyan God at all. He simply focuses on the legend surrounding the figure. This doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't an original Super Saiyan God, but it doesn't confirm the existence of one either. A definite departure from the movie continuity. Now we get to the weird stuff. Thematically, Goku vs. Beerus is a battle of tenacity, the man who will never give up versus the god who's already determined this man's limits. That's a subject for another day, but Goku's tenacity shows us some weird quirks of the Super Saiyan God form, at least this version. For the rest of the video, I will refer to the Super Saiyan God form we see in Battle of Gods as Ritual Super Saiyan God to make things more clear. Ritual Super Saiyan God has a healing factor, though it's only used once to be fair, but it does regenerate a hole in Goku's torso relatively quickly. The form also gets stronger over time, seemingly calling out to Goku as it does to let him know that he could go even further. As if that wasn't enough, a side effect of becoming a Super Saiyan God with the ritual is that the power retains itself within Goku, just like the movie, but seemingly even better. Some people seem to think this is just in Goku's Super Saiyan form, as that's when it's explicitly stated, but the final scene of the battle, which is meant to mimic the original movie, shows base Goku being engulfed in Beerus' attack. In the movie, Goku taps into Super Saiyan God again to destroy it, despite having absorbed some of the form's power into himself already. But in Dragon Ball Super, Goku in base builds up enough power to surpass the attack. This makes even more sense when you consider the episode title, Surpass the Super Saiyan God. The parallel shows the the difference in story here. Notably, Goku as a Super Saiyan was doing better than in Super Saiyan God, so he had probably absorbed some of the power into his base since then. But to be fair, that's just speculation. I want to be clear, this doesn't mean he was using God Ki in his base form though. It does mean that the form converted that God Ki power into base power, as Goku's Ki is detectable in the fight and going forward. After this, Goku and Vegeta are shown training with Whis. Vegeta started over 6 months before Goku though, and in that time, Goku even thinks Vegeta is stronger than himself, meaning that Whis' training can do what the ritual can in less than a year. What's really important here is the fact that both Goku and Vegeta learning to harness God Ki at will gives them access to Super Saiyan God without a ritual. This version of Super Saiyan God doesn't call out to them, heal them, or retain its power in their base forms. It's a far more traditional transformation, and clearly very different from the ritual version, but we don't know exactly why. Not yet, at least. This is actually a good time to talk about the Resurrection F arc. Unlike the movie, Saiyan Beyond God is unambiguous. It uses normal Ki despite the name. This is directly stated when the onlooking Z fighters see Goku turn Super Saiyan Blue for the first time, and they say they can no longer sense his Ki, meaning they could sense him beforehand. Beyond that, Goku's explanation for Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is even more explicit in its wording. You stack Super Saiyan on Super Saiyan God and your hair turns blue. Once again, the only thing this really adds is the fact that Super Saiyan God is simply a Saiyan in base form using God Ki, which, based on Whis' training, makes sense. That's the important information we get from Dragon Ball Super's anime. So I guess it's time we move on to the Dragon Ball Super manga, where there are a few distinctions. When covering the events of Battle of Gods, the manga was only promotional material for the anime, so the chapters are short and lack details, leading to things like Goku absorbing Super Saiyan God into himself being cut. Notably, Ritual Super Saiyan God doesn't have an aura in the manga. This is usually a sign of perfect Ki control, as we see with the supposedly mastered version of Super Saiyan Blue in the future Trunks arc. This is really interesting because Super Saiyan God has an aura in the manga version of the Universe 6 tournament, and then it loses it again by the time of the future Trunks arc, implying Goku and Vegeta have mastered the form by that point, perhaps making it closer to the manga's Ritual version. Side note, the manga always depicts Flight with an aura, so don't let that confuse you here. Beyond that, we know in both the anime and the manga that Super Saiyan God consumes far less stamina than Super Saiyan Blue, and in the anime, it's even implied to consume less energy than Super Saiyan 3. So that's everything, right? Oh, for fuck! There are 2 interviews we have to cover before we can truly know everything about Super Saiyan God. The first is an interview from Dragon Ball Super Broly's director, Tatsuya Nagamine, who had some strange remarks about Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. According to Nagamine, Super Saiyan God is the calm form, and Super Saiyan Blue is the more aggressive form. This contradicts earlier statements about Super Saiyan Blue and its original depiction, but that doesn't matter here. For us, knowing that Super Saiyan God has a calmness to it as well actually puts the anime version in line with the manga in terms of a focus on Ki control. There's also the fighting style. According to Nagamine, and as shown in the movie itself, Super Saiyan God's slender body type makes it a better defensive fighter, taking advantage of your opponent's weight and momentum rather than launching big attacks of your own. A form influencing the fighting style of its user, this
Your tree appears to be sweating.
Concept. So I thought it was worth mentioning, and I hope it continues.
It's sweat.
Forward.
It's tree
Now
sweat.
For the big one.
Gross. Sorry.
Toriyama did an interview where he answered
You did this,
about
not
Super
me.
Saiyans, and one of them involved the Super Saiyan God. Was the legendary Super Saiyan Frieza feared the Super Saiyan God that appeared in Battle of Gods? This was Toriyama's answer. In a certain sense, they are the same person. Before the Saiyans lived on planet Vegeta, there was a man named Yamoshi who had a righteous heart despite being a Saiyan. He and his 5 comrades started a rebellion, but he was cornered by evil Saiyan warriors and became a Super Saiyan for the first time. Even with this newfound power, Yamoshi eventually wore himself out and was defeated by the evil Saiyans. This answers the first big question, why the story of the original Super Saiyan God was removed in Dragon Ball Super. It seems that Toriyama has changed his mind and wanted the righteous Saiyan to be the Super Saiyan of legend rather than the first Super Saiyan God. But then what is the Super Saiyan God? Well, Toriyama continues his answer, saying that Yamoshi's legend had only just begun at the time of his death. His spirit wandered the universe and didn't find rest in the afterlife. This line implies that the Saiyans who killed him were so evil they were classified as demons. The victims of Demon King Piccolo were also denied peace in the afterlife in a similar way because he was a demon. With no afterlife to rest in, Yamoshi's spirit searched the universe for 6 righteous Saiyans, seeking a new savior for their people, the Super Saiyan God. The ritual itself being symbolic of Yamoshi's revolt and his own fallen allies. This actually explains why Ritual Super Saiyan God and Regular Super Saiyan God are so different. The ritual communes with Yamoshi's spirit to allow the user to access this divine form. The voice that was calling out to Goku, telling him that he has more power to draw out, was likely the voice of Yamoshi. Perhaps just an echo of his spirit to let Goku know how to use the power of the new Saiyan savior. As for Beerus and the Namekian Book of Legends, it's a similar story. Beerus and the Namekian Elder likely communed with Yamoshi's spirit in some way, leading to Beerus seeing a vision of this rival that was later confirmed by the Oracle Fish. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, the figure that Beerus sees in the explosion of a planet could be Goku based on the silhouette, but it could also be Yamoshi. When the Namekian Elder communed with Yamoshi, he learned the process for creating a Super Saiyan God and recorded it in the Namekian Book of Legends, which would later be used by Shenron to teach our heroes the ritual. Which means, as far as we know now, Goku was the first Super Saiyan God, while Yamoshi was just the first Super Saiyan, and a catalyst for the Super Saiyan God ritual. So, what is Super Saiyan God? It's just a base Saiyan using God Ki. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet, and thank you so very much for watching.
I just want these roots.
Well, you can't have them.
I just want this tree to fall over.
Hello, I'm Scruffy, and welcome to episode 5 of playing through Pikmin 4. In the previous episode, we did a lot. We recovered a castaway who is not part of the rescue team.
There we go.
Schnauz over here. And he is able to give us treasure appraisals on all the treasure that we find. And we found quite a bit of treasure yesterday as well. We also found...
Okay, it's time for my first herb run with all my new teleports and the waste patch and troll shortcut. Should be good. Should be fun. Let's do it. I think this Ectofunctus is now the longest run. Oops, I don't need to do anything with those yet.
yellow Pikmin, and although they're still like wild Pikmin, I don't think we can grow them yet. They will be invaluable to this whole rescue mission. And we also discovered a bit about the music in this game. It dynamically adds layers per enemy, like per the type of enemy that you are near, which is unreal. That I can't wait to hear more of the possibilities of that as we encounter more enemies on the field.
Lettuce. What if you teleported
Now
to
we
the
also
lettuce
unlocked
patch?
a new area because we found enough sparklium
I
to
would
increase
take the
radar
lettuce to my
range of the
employer.
USS Shepherd. However, I think there are just
Why?
enough unanswered questions
Because
about
he's going to pay
the
me
area
for
we've
collecting
been in, the
lettuce.
Sun-Speckled Terrace,
Really?
that we should investigate that at least one more
Should
day.
get on this, in
For
fact.
example,
Very secret, though.
what about that cave next to the baseball in the flower pot? What about that one person who just seemed to be standing around next to a cave. There seemed to be a water obstacle there, but I'm also thinking there has to be some way I can get across that. I could just walk across that, and as for Pikmin, ice Pikmin can float in water, and I want to test if Pikmin riding on Ochi could also, like, make it across the water. Because I feel like maybe they could if Ochi, like, just doggy paddles and helps them across. Something like that. Anyway, before we go, I want to check what gear we could possibly get. I have no doubt that the gear and items I've created will be pivotal to your explorations. I guarantee it. So, let's see what we've got here. Oh, there's new stuff since last time, that's right. So we've got a drone that can scout the area ahead of us. That's... that would be useful, but I think even more useful, even more, like, already in my muscle memory, is something that can command all of my army at once, besides Ochi, or when Ochi's not around, which is the charging horn. And I think I'm gonna pick that up. Perfect. There's also a treasure gauge, just like in Pikmin 2. And it detects castaways? Maybe I'll pick that up as well, but there's also, like, a Scorch Guard. I'll go with this one for now. I've been doing pretty good about finding all of the treasure in an enclosed space like a cave.
Vice. Nice. Got the agility level to get that shortcut. I grinded that out during lunch earlier this week, and I've never used it. It just teleports me straight to that herb patch now. Alright, that's like 8 herb patches. That's wild. That's a lot. Okay, Zundu. Frick, I need to actually not be here. I need to go drop off my stuff, my farming stuff. I forgot to do that at the last place.
I'll get that one next time. I'm gonna need to farm as many materials, as many raw materials as I can here. Oh, more prototypes. These hand-picked carrots have a paralyzing effect when eaten. Just like ice Pikmin, I guess, but a one-time use. So, toss one of these crunchies to a creature and watch its bitter flavor paralyze them from head to toe, or tail. There are plenty of pick-pick carrots in the pantry, but some are duds and way too bitter to be considered edible. By us, anyway. But the more you feed to the creatures, the longer they'll stay out of your way. Yeah, okay, so it's not only effective during combat, but it could also, like, just keep a creature occupied long enough for us to escape. I suppose that same goes for the Ice Blast. It can freeze creatures in water immediately. Okay, so now we definitely have a way to cross at least one body of water. Wow, okay. Do I order another one of those? Why not? Let's set us back to an even 0. And now we just gather just all of the materials that we can. Skip none. Just press X to blow the horn once and order your Pikmin to charge. If you press X once, only your selected Pikmin or Ochi will charge, but keep pressing X and the entire squad charges, just like Pikmin 3 Deluxe. This horn is perfect for attacks or transporting objects. You could even call it Dandori Dynamite. I could, but I won't. Does that carrot look like a Pikmin to you? Yes, in fact, Pikmin were named after those carrots. Now, I've got one puppy point in my pup drive, so let's see what I can do with that. I'm certain you'll see things in a whole new light. That's the spirit. Let's get started then. Let's see here. I only have 1 point to spend, so I could buff Ochi to have him carry heavier stuff. I might do that, actually.
Remember when I finished
and
the
then
Song
save
of the
up
Elves?
for something else.
That's why.
Yeah, that was nifty.
Because having him carry a strength of 5,
How does it feel to be a god gamer?
I think I'll go with that.
Like I'm collecting potatoes with cheese and plain pizzas.
Okay, and that means
Business as usual, then.
Hello.
Good boy, Ochi.
We're going back to normal for a bit. We gotta lower the old blood pressure. I need to like Prif Dennis. I need to see what I can do in Prif Dennis. I mean, actually, not see what I can do, but just start doing. Alright, 41 plain pizzas, 36 potatoes with cheese. I don't know, maybe we'll do one more step. Oh yeah, you can pickpocket elves to get a freaking enhanced crystal teleport seed for infinite teleports.
It's like you want to be smacked for being in people's pockets.
It kinda. A little bit. It's a 1 out of 1,000 chance. Am I feeling brave? I also need a billion more pickpocket levels, actually. Alright, we got a ton of potatoes with cheese. Let's make some pineapples.
Dip it on your pizza?
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I would never do it in real life, but this is a fantasy game.
It's good in real life too, with some nice ham on there. Mm.
You know, like ham.
Ham and pineapple
No.
are good together. You will accept this truth.
No. Each successful pickpocket of elves in Prif Dennis is worth on average 6,000 gold. Good God. It's because of crystal shards, it looks like. Oh, that's right. I can make divine potions now. I unlocked another mining, smithing, rune crafting mini boss activity thing. Named this Alkino. I don't know how that works. What is the Treyern mine? Oh, you get to mine soft clay. Wow. What's the Iworth dungeon? Slayer. Monsters. Let's just put these away real quick. Set X to 14. Oh yeah, next thing I need to do is buy some more death runes. But I think Prifdinus, I can buy them there. I don't know if they're any cheaper, but maybe they're in higher stock. Alright, let's go check it out. Alright, man, this town is so huge. Where's the magic shop? Gem shop, silver shop, soap trader, spice shop. Magic shop? Over there? Yeah. Effa. Can't believe Bookworm ends with her unlocking magic.
The heck?
But she's right here.
She opened up a shop. Mine's Magic Shop is what she calls it, I'm sure.
Mm. Oh man, this is great, honestly. It's a nice I think the bots get kept away a little bit because you have to do Song of the Elves. I mean, it probably doesn't hard stop any bots, but minimizes the number of accounts they have, probably.
I would assume anyone who's progressed could bot anything, but yes.
Well, I mean, like, you know, a bot account gets banned, right? So.
Hmm.
I need to start making battle staves again whenever I need money, because now I can just
good
buy
work.
the
And
cosmic
remember, no
runes.
slacking. Wouldn't dream of it. Alright, so we've cleaned out our material points, and now it's time to just go solve some mysteries with that area. Yes, I know there's a recently discovered area. There could be a stranded rescue officer out there. We're counting on you to rescue them, preferably very soon. Alright. Well, sorry, but... yeah, that area's gonna wait for now. But what is it called? Blossoming Arcadia. Ooh. Alright. Yeah, there's another base in here as well, that I didn't even use because I didn't get rid of the enemies in there. Instead, I was just studying them. But it's important work, I think. The music is just as important a part of this game as everything else, so let's go.
Alright, let's buy, like, a little bit more. Alright, that should be enough. Slayer. Is that all my slots filled? Looks like it. Cool. Alright, we need to mix up some... Oh, we already mixed them all up. Nature runes for high elks. And I think the rest is just...
Once you're over the roots, head
Okay, got my prayer potions, then pizzas.
Keep me alive.
This guy's addicted.
Whoa!
What are you doing here, Fremenic? It's very freaking rude. It's very freaking rude.
Why, these people are still mad at you?
They're mad at you forever. Till you complete the Elite Diary? But it's convenient. It's convenience anger. Oh yeah. Okay. Autocast is set up. What are you gonna do? Kill me? Quote by man slain by Dagonos. Oops. Okay, climb down. Moron. Wait for my run energy to restore. Well, I'm safe. Yawn, Derek. That's me yawning.
Why is it every time I go back and rewatch Dragon Ball Z on my current sets, I am constantly accosted by some ridiculous added lines that weren't in the dub originally? Like, take this scene for instance. Majin Vegeta is powering up his sick as hell attack, and in the original it's all ambient and musical and whatnot, but then in the current releases, we have Babidi yelling over the entire scene.
What are you waiting for? Finish him! Tear him to ribbons! Do you hear me? Ribbons!
Even a scene as important as this one. In the original, Goku says a few words, then it's onto a montage of Boo's shenanigans. But then in the current version for Funimation, Goku just monologues over the whole damn thing. It's like he became a drama kid in between takes.
When I first met you, I could sense that there was good in you. You were like a naughty little child that didn't know any better.
Like, I don't know, maybe I'm being old-fashioned, but these additions just seem so unnecessary and get in the way of the atmosphere of the original. Why is it every time I go back and rewatch Dragon Ball Z on my current...
What do you want for dinner? That's not a thing. Yeah, it is. Lunch, dinner, before supper. Is that supposed to be dessert? Plus supper, yes. Oh, that is unnecessary. It's efficient, Daniel. Here, hand me this.
In today's video,
what if I told you you have probably never tasted real balsamic vinegar? That is, unless you remember spending over $100 or potentially up to $1,000 on a tiny 100 milliliter or about 3.5 ounce bottle, and trust me, you would remember. First, authentic balsamic has to be in just one of two bottle shapes, either a teardrop-shaped bottle from Modena, Italy, or an upside-down tulip-shaped bottle from Reggio Emilia. Now, in the United States, these typically have to be specially ordered online, but I happened to find one in a grocery store where it was on the very top shelf behind lock and key, and I had to be escorted straight to the cash register to pay right away. So naturally, I had to find out the answer to two questions. One, what makes real balsamic vinegar so expensive? But more importantly, is it actually worth it? Like, is this $150 bottle that much better than a $20 bottle? Or what about that $4 bottle that I used to buy at college? Now, what seemed like simple questions when we started gathering information for this video a couple of months ago spiraled into almost an infinite number of rabbit holes where I quickly had two realizations. First, balsamic vinegar might be one of the most confusing ingredients to buy in a US grocery store. But if chosen correctly, balsamic vinegar can be used in not just boring old salad dressings, but as a topping for grilled meats. It makes one of the best Italian hoagies you can imagine, and it can even amplify vanilla ice cream to something out of this world. And this brings me to my second realization. Balsamic vinegar is one of the most versatile and underrated ingredients that I think every home cook should have in their pantry and actually know how to use. And then a third realization hit me, and that is, this might be a little bit too much information for just one video, so we turned it into a mini-series. In this mini-series, we're going to do a deep dive into the world of balsamic vinegar, of which there are 3 acts. Act 1, how is traditional balsamic vinegar made, and why is it so expensive? Act 2, what is the difference between real balsamic and the typical ones found at the grocery store, and more generally, how is balsamic used in cooking? And Act 3 might be my favorite, where we answer, can you actually taste the difference? This is where I ran through a bunch of different taste test experiments from salads to steaks to ice cream and more. These 3 acts will lead us to the final answer of 2 very important questions that you can implement in your day-to-day life. And that is, what are the best ways to use balsamic vinegar at home? And secondly, what is the best type of balsamic to buy for the average home cook? Because let's be real, no matter how good this traditional stuff may be, at $150 per bottle, a very small percentage of us are ever going to even try this, let alone buy a full bottle. So let's answer, why is real balsamic vinegar so expensive? And we begin Act 1 in the birthplace of balsamic, a country renowned for several of the most popular foods in the world, Italy. Traditional balsamic is a type of vinegar that originates from Italy and is known for its complex, sweet, and tangy flavor. In addition, it has a luxurious, viscous texture, making it primarily useful as a garnish or topping compared to the thin, watery stuff that most of us might be used to. It is made from the must of grapes in either the Reggio Emilia or Modena regions of Italy. Now, a very important item to note with this bottle is this. The only ingredient used to make traditional balsamic vinegar is grape must. Authentic DOP balsamic vinegar is made from 100% grape must. There is absolutely no other ingredients added to this. And this will be important to remember when we start looking at the other options you can find at the store in Act 2, and it begins to explain why this tiny 100 milliliter bottle is so expensive. According to the Balsamic Traditional website, in order to make authentic DOP balsamic, it goes through 4 basic steps. First, the grapes from the Modena or Reggio Emilia regions are harvested.
Beer back sec while I wait for my run energy to restore, and then it's Rex time! Woohoo!
Oh boy.
Alright, Paisanos, it's time. Oops. Oh, no, no, no. I forgot to just change my left click. Because I want to set it to Slayer.
Slayer. Back the lights.
He's on me. Alright. It's been a few seconds. No, you stupid butthole. Break. Okay, this other guy's trying to gank this world. Let me just change worlds, I guess. Too many of us here. Okay. Frick. Alright, finally, god dang. Drink a prayer pot, find where the frick Rex is. Is that Rex? Where are you, Rex? There you are, Rex. Prepare to die. Alright, my first Rex kills coming in. We're finally set up and like stable. Took like way longer than it should have. Gee, it sure would be funny if he gave me the ring on the first one. Oh, he didn't. In case you're curious.
Wrong.
Yeah, I agree. It would be wrong if he didn't give me the ring on the first try.
That's not what I said.
I think it's basically what you implied.
No.
When ripe, and then pressed down into the grape must, which is a concentrate of the natural sweet juices, skins, seeds, and stems of the grapes. Next, the grape must is cooked over open-air boilers, which evaporates some of the water and concentrates the sugars of the grape juice. Once cooked and cooled, the must then goes through fermentation and acidification. and this is done by naturally selected yeast and ferments in the vinegar cellar, and if this sounds familiar to winemaking, you're not wrong. At a general level, vinegar is made from a fermented alcohol that is allowed to oxygenate and over-ferment, which breaks down most of the alcohol into acetic acid. And acetic acid is what gives vinegar its signature sour taste. After fermentation and acidification, the final step is maturation and aging. And this is where the grape must is patiently concentrated, and as the website puts it, this is the final step that leads to the inimitable organoleptic complexity of traditional balsamic vinegar of Modena. Or in layman's terms, this is where the magic happens. After going through the first 3 steps, the grape must needs to be aged for a minimum of 12 years in a battery. And a battery is a set of barrels with decrease in volumes, often made with different types of wood. And the vinegar is progressively concentrated and transferred to smaller barrels before finally being ready for production at least 12 years later. And because of this process, the balsamic vinegar gets infused with aromas of aged wood that supposedly add a ton of complexity. And I can safely say, after cracking open my own $150 bottle and pouring myself some, it kind of messed with my mind. I never knew that balsamic could taste like this.
First time trying real balsamic vinegar. So interesting. Deeply complex. Sweet, it's sour, but almost like hints of
Ooh, swordfish.
maple in a way. That is very, very interesting.
Now, one more quick thing. After the balsamic is removed from the final barrel, before it goes to be bottled, it must pass an organoleptic test by a commission of expert tasters, where it is evaluated based on a bunch of different metrics. I'll link the sources if you want to read more, as it's pretty rigorous, but this includes...
Don't you want a nice Daganov knife?
It must have a density higher than 1.24.
What?
It must have an acidity great...
Daganov knife. Oh, Haig.
I don't think they have knives.
What? I thought it said knife.
I don't think they have knives, Talon. I mean, this one might. He's the melee one. I guess he could have a knife. I'm not an expert on this.
greater than 4.5, and then it's evaluated based on sight, taste, and smell. If the balsamic does not pass, it is returned to the barrel for another year, but if it does finally pass, it is then ready to be bottled. And as you can guess, this long process and the reduction in liquid is what makes traditional balsamic so expensive. The average bottle that is imported from Italy is over $100 for 100 milliliters, or about 3.5 ounces. Now, if you want to get the authentic stuff, as I teased earlier with the bottle shapes, you better know what to look out for. An authentic balsamic will only be packaged in 2 bottle shapes, and if it's not in one of these bottles, it's not traditional balsamic. The balsamic made with grapes from the Reggio Emilia region are going to be in an upside-down tulip-shaped bottle, and the balsamic from Modena, Italy is in a 100 milliliter balsamic drop or teardrop-shaped bottle, which I thought was kind of odd, but when I heard the story, it makes a lot of sense. Due to the high price and coveted taste, imitations were a big problem for recognizing authentic DOP vinegar from Modena. So in 1987, the Chamber of Commerce hired a young automotive designer, Giorgetto Giaguaro, to design their bottle shape as a way to guarantee authenticity, and it's a similar story for the bottle used in Emilia-Romagna. Now additionally, both of these will be sealed with a serial number and have the red DOP stamp, and they each have versions that can actually be aged longer than 12 years. Emilia-Romagna has 3 classifications, the bronze, silver, and gold, while Modena has just 2. Vecchio for their 12-year age.
No
Extra
way.
Vecchio for the
Fake. I got the
25-year
wrong
age.
ring again.
Now again, in
Wrecked.
the US at least, you'll probably have to special order these online, as you'll likely never see them in your local grocery store unless it happens to be a specialty store, because mine was literally behind lock and key on the top shelf. Okay, so now that we know why this little bottle is so expensive, we need to switch gears and talk about how this stuff is typically used, because it's much different from how I and probably you grew up using balsamic vinegar. So to round out Act 1, let's answer this. From a flavor perspective, why does traditional balsamic vinegar taste so good, and why is it so versatile? Like, the fact that you could sit down with a salad, steak, and a bowl of ice cream and use this as a garnish for all three is kind of crazy to think about.
I gotta say, this is probably the best steak dinner I've ever made.
Now, spoiler alert from Act 3, this...
Dude, that's so dumb. This game.
Imagine getting owned by drop chances.
This game is an illusion. Okay. Let's right into him. Man, that could have been it too. Because I think it's the same drop table.
Is he incapable of attacking you because of a small rock on the floor or something?
He's too large. He can't path tier when I lure him to that other spot.
Hmm.
But yes, I mean it's pretty much like you described.
I'm amazed they never fix anything like that.
Well, it's part of the game. Yeah, 1 out of 128 for a ring. Oh, it's rolled separately for each. Okay.
So he could drop multiple?
I guess. High Alg is only 6k.
This is a specific
I'm gonna
thing
be
for
stuck
the
with these
traditional
warrior rings
100%
forever.
rape must version. It's not the case for some of the other
You will
balsamic
become a
options
warrior.
out there. So
Now I would
let's
become
break
these
it.
Basaka, cause the warrior ring sucks.
Hmm.
Down the flavor equation.
No berserking, $350 fine.
Oh, not good.
The flavor equation is made up of 6 elements. Taste, aroma, and texture. These are items you've probably heard about, but also things like sight, such as contrast, physical reactions, spicy food, or the human experience, for example, what mood you are in, can all influence how we perceive the flavor of food. Now, we'll do a full video breaking down this equation at some point, but for purposes of this video, the differences between bottles of balsamic can primarily be explained through taste, aroma, and texture, as each of the 6 bottles we are evaluated in Act 2 have a different flavor profile. And for fans of Pokemon, I like to think of each of these bottles kind of having their own Pokedex entry with different flavor characteristics. So just how Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard all evolve and have different characteristics, it's kind of similar to how balsamic vinegar works. So as you can guess, the traditional balsamic is really the final evolution. But we need to start here first to make our first flavor dex entry, because this explains why it's so good and can be used as a framework to evaluate the other options in the next video. And in short, there are 6 key properties that traditional balsamic has. Of the 5 tastes, balsamic is predominantly sour from that acetic acid, but it's also a little sweet from the natural sugars in the concentrated grape juice, and what's also pretty interesting is that traditional balsamic is slightly umami. In this study, the aged versions of balsamic were found to have small amounts of glutamic acid, which is one of the responsible compounds for umami taste receptors. And from taste alone, this is a very unique balanced profile and shows why it works on both sweet foods like ice cream, but also savory foods like steak. Now, from a texture perspective, traditional balsamic has a higher density or viscosity than water. Water swishes around, as we all know, but the traditional balsamic is much thicker, so it lingers longer on our salad greens, sandwiches, and tongue. And as we will see in Act 3, the texture is an obvious differentiator between many of the bottles at the store. And lastly, we have the aroma or smells. So if I close my nose and give this a taste, I only get the sour, sweet, and kind of umami flavor. But as soon as I open my nose, I'm getting hit with all this complexity of amazing aromas. Now, there are probably hundreds.
It's a boring video.
Sponsored by NordVPN. In 1844, while visiting St. Catherine's Monastery in the mountainous regions of the southern Sinai Peninsula, the German historian Constantine von Tischendorf rediscovered an ancient biblical manuscript, the Codex Sinaiticus. Composed in the mid-4th century, the Codex Sinaiticus is the oldest complete version of the New Testament ever found. Now, there are older copies and fragments of individual New Testament books, but this is the oldest compilation of the same 27 books you'd find in a modern copy of the New Testament. But this phrase, oldest complete New Testament, is a bit misleading, because while it does indeed include those 27 books in the modern New Testament, the Codex Sinaiticus includes 2 additional books that you may have never heard of and are not found in modern Christian Bibles, the Epistle of Barnabas, and the topic of today's video, the Shepherd of Hermas, one of the most popular texts among early Christians. Theologians debated it, clergy read it in church, and it was used to educate new Christians well after the reign of Constantine and the Christianization of the Roman Empire. Christians incorporated it into papal histories, monastic narratives, and medieval canon law. It was a text so important that whoever compiled the Codex Sinaiticus presumably regarded it as authoritative enough to earn a spot in the same compendium alongside the Gospels and the letters of Paul. But what was this text about? Why and how did early Christians use the shepherd? And why is it not as well known today as other famous texts like the Gospel of Thomas? Today we'll explore these questions to better understand the Shepherd of Hermas. First, let's start with some basics about the Shepherd itself. The Shepherd of Hermas is a long and complex book. It's 114 chapters long, containing roughly as many lines as all of Paul's letters and the letter to the Hebrews combined. Ancient manuscripts typically break it down into 3 sections. The first section is called the Visions, which takes up about 1/5 of the entire text. The visions are set in and around Rome and focus on the protagonist of the narrative, a formerly enslaved man named Hermas. We first see Hermas as he runs into his former enslaver, a woman named Rhoda, who's bathing nude in the Tiber River. In this moment, Hermas has a thought about her that he, as the narrator, claims is innocent, but later on, Rhoda appears from heaven and chastises him for this thought, claiming that it was lustful. This encounter causes Hermas to spiral into an emotional wreck, wondering how can he be saved, or if God will forgive him for his sins. Just as Hermas begins to worry, a divine woman appears to him to show him a series of visions that he's supposed to record for others in Rome to read. Hermas thinks she's the Sibyl at Cumae, a famous prophetess near Naples, but we later learn that this woman is the church herself. The central vision that Hermas receives from the church focuses on constructing a tower. In this vision, believers are depicted as stones that are either good enough or not good enough to be used to construct the tower. Some are ready to be incorporated into the tower immediately, some need more shaping, and some are cast away. Key to this vision is God offers time for repentance, or changing one's mind, in order to reshape oneself and fit into the tower before it's constructed. This theme of repentance before time runs out occurs again and again throughout the Shepherd. The second section is called the Mandates, which takes up another 1/5 of the text. At this point, there's a shift in the narrative. We still have a first-person narrator, but he's no longer explicitly referred to as Hermas. This anonymous narrator is approached by a new divine conversation partner, the Angel of Repentance, who is dressed like a shepherd, hence where the title of the book comes from. The shepherd commands the narrator to write down all of the commandments and parables he's about to give to him, since they will be edifying and will lead to his repentance. The shepherd discusses a huge array of topics: belief in God, sincerity, purity, marriage, anger, self-control, true and false prophecy, evil and good desires. Like I said, it's a long and complex book. Perhaps one of the most famous images from the mandates are two angels, the angel of righteousness and the angel of wickedness, who can live inside a person and influence their actions and behaviors. So even if most modern audiences have forgotten that the Shepherd of Hermas even exists, this image evolves into the famous angel and devil on your shoulders that's popular today. Also in this section, we find that believers are not referred to as Christians, since the term was not yet widespread in the ancient Mediterranean. Instead, believers are referred to as people enslaved to God, raising questions about how early Christians understood what their relationship to God could or should look like. The last section of the Shepherd is the similitudes, also known as the parables, which take up the last 3/5 of the text. The Shepherd and the anonymous narrator continue their conversation with parables about believers returning to God's city, parables of fruit-bearing trees and vines, and a story much like Jesus' parables about an enslaved person working on a vineyard and receiving freedom as a reward for their labor. We also encounter an expanded and reshaped version of the tower vision that Hermas experienced with the church, but this time taking place in a mountainous region in Greece from which the stones for the tower are being quarried. The book ends with an even greater angel appearing, encouraging the narrator to spread the message of the encounters he just had, as well as that the shepherd will remain with him forever to help him keep all of the commandments he received. One of the things that makes the Shepherd such a fascinating text is how little it fits into the typical narrative we see in other early Christian literature. There is no explicit reference to Jesus. Now, there is a Son of God character at some points, but even he needs to be saved in order to enter the tower. There are no quotations or references to the Hebrew Bible or other New Testament texts. Rather, there is only one citation to a book that we've never heard of, the Book of Eldad and Modad. There are no stories of the apostles and their adventures. The only other recognizable Jewish or Christian name is the angel Michael, who makes a brief appearance. But despite how seemingly disconnected the Shepherd is from other Christian literature, it held a prominent position in the minds and ritual lives of early Christians. So now that we have an outline of the text itself, where did it come from, who wrote it, and when? Most scholars date the Shepherd to the late 1st or early 2nd century, since its content seems to rely a bit on Paul's letters, and it's first cited by Irenaeus in the 170s. The Shepherd's authorship is also not straightforward. Most scholars believe that it's a rare example of an early Christian text that is actually correctly attributed to its author. In other words, scholars think it was written by a guy named Hermas. This makes it an orthonymous text. This is contrasted with pseudonymous texts that are misattributed to a particular author, such as the letters of 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament, which claim to be written by the Apostle Peter, but the vast majority of scholars agree were not. The tricky thing is, we don't know who Hermas is. The early Christian theologian, Origen of Alexandria, suggests that Hermas was one of Paul's companions, mentioned at the end of his letter to the Romans. Now, partly because of the theme of slavery appearing again and again, most scholars believe that Hermas was formerly enslaved. He apparently lived around Rome and composed the Shepherd over a series of years, if not decades. However, even this is not too clear, and some scholars have proposed that there may be multiple authors. The Shepherd's genre has also confused scholars. Usually it's labeled as an apocalyptic text because it's invested in urging its readers to repent before the last day, as we saw in that vision about being incorporated into the construction and completion of the tower, but the text also has a lot of moralizing material that is not as clearly connected to the concept of the end times. So what role did the Shepherd play in Christian communities, and how did it circulate? Let's start with the material evidence. The Shepherd was written in Greek, and we have lots of material remains of it in the forms of rolls and codices written on papyrus or parchment. In fact, the Shepherd is so well attested in the material record that the only New Testament texts that we have more papyri of are the Gospel of Matthew and the Gospel of John. I want to emphasize that. In terms of sheer archaeological remains, the Shepherd outsurvives almost all other New Testament literature. This suggests it was extremely popular. It's written in a variety of ways, ranging from using the back of a land contract to placing the Shepherd alongside other New Testament texts in the Codex Sinaiticus. It also shows up in a 6th century codex, the Codex Claromontanus, and a list of books added to the end of the codex. Scholars like Kelsey Rodenbiker have argued that the Shepherd may have been considered a canonical book to the scribe who wrote this list. The discovery of the original Greek text, though, has a troubled history. In the mid-19th century, the paleographer/ancient text forger Constantine Simonides discovered the Greek text of the Shepherd in a monastery at Mount Athos, a monastic enclave in Greece. 9 pages with a lost 10th page containing the last few chapters, which are still lost in Greek to this day. He eventually sold 3 pages to the University of Leipzig, along with his own copies of the other 6 pages. Not long after the sale, though, Simonides was uncovered as a forger and arrested, leading scholars to question if the copies he made at Mount Athos are forgeries themselves, and thus scholars tossed out the first edition of the Greek as virtually worthless. Eventually, a new edition of the Greek was published that used all 9 real pages. But although the Shepherd was originally written in Greek, it did not remain in Greek for long. By the 2nd century, it was translated into Latin in North Africa, followed by another Latin translation in 5th or 6th century France. By the 4th century, Egyptian Christians had translated it into Coptic and spread the text into southern Egyptian monasteries. By no later than the 500s, the Shepherd made its way into the language of Ethiopia, Ge'ez, and remained a prominent text among Ethiopian Christians well into the modern age. At some point in the 7th or 8th centuries, the Shepherd was translated into Arabic as well, though this translation is unfortunately lost. Finally, the Shepherd was also translated into Middle Persian and was used in Manichaean communities. If you want to learn more about the Manichaeans, you can watch my video here. Now, while scholars typically work from the Greek version of the Shepherd, these other versions are useful both for filling in the gaps in the Greek manuscripts, which lack the last few chapters, and for revealing how Christians across Europe, Africa, and Asia were using the text. We see hints of how different traditions made sense of the author of the Shepherd. One Ethiopic manuscript claims that Paul wrote it. The Georgian version says that St. Ephrem wrote it, and one Greek text argues that the section called the Mandates was spoken by the Bishop of Alexandria, Athanasius. But how did Christians use the Shepherd in ritual contexts? We first encounter a citation of the Shepherd in Irenaeus' book Against Heresies, in which he cites the text as scripture and treats its account of God's creation of the world as authoritative. Prominent Alexandrian Christians like Clement and Origen also considered it authoritative. However, other early Christians like Tertullian and Carthage did not agree with the Shepherd's generous timeline for repentance. Remember that the text gives humans a long time to repent before they can be incorporated into the tower. Tertullian argued that this text's leniency can lead to adultery and sin. So already in the 2nd century, we're seeing hints of controversy surrounding this text. Even in the 4th and 5th centuries, though, as the boundaries of the New Testament canon were slowly solidifying, the Shepherd was still very prominent. Writers like Eusebius, Athanasius, and Jerome all noted that the Shepherd was being read in churches and used for educating new Christians. By the medieval period, the Shepherd was being copied across Europe and Asia, often finding its way into unexpected places. For example, the Shepherd is even used as an authority in the medieval Hibernensis, an Irish collection of canon law that found the Mandate's comments on divorce and remarriage very meaningful. So apparently, both early Christians and medieval Christians found the Shepherd's ethical content and stories beneficial for their own lives. And at least some early Christians found its stories artistically valuable too. In the catacombs of St. Gennaro in Naples, you can find our only ancient depiction of a scene from the Shepherd: 3 women picking up quarried stones for the construction of a tower. It's part of a larger mural on the vaulted ceiling of a 3rd century catacomb room, alongside depictions of Adam and Eve and David defeating Goliath. Tertullian also mentions that some North African Christians were etching images of shepherds into their chalices, giving us a rare glimpse to how the Shepherd was expressed in Christian art. So from this discussion, we can see that despite not being written by a famous Christian authority, the Shepherd of Hermas persistently remained a popular text from antiquity and even into the medieval period. But what happened? Why is it all but forgotten? The Shepherd fell into disuse at different times in different places, around Egypt and the Levant, as well as other areas in the Greek speaking east, the shepherd became less abundant by the 7th and 8th centuries. A variety of factors may have caused this change. First, there was some top-down pressure from ecclesiastical authorities to use the text only for instruction, rejecting it as canonical scripture. While major early figures like Irenaeus did consider it to be scripture, as the New Testament canon solidified, some church authorities relegated it to second status. For example, the 4th century patriarch Athanasius argued that the shepherd was a text only useful for instructing newly joined Christians. Eusebius likewise reports that the shepherd was disputed by many. Christian authorities in this camp likely worked to keep the shepherd out of New Testament compilations, though as we've seen with the Codex Sinaiticus and the Codex Claromontanus, this was not absolute. In addition to having an unknown author, the shepherd's own content may also have worked against it. As we learned earlier, the Shepherd of Hermas is an odd early Christian text. It does not follow the same storyline as other Gospels or Acts of the Apostles. It does not explicitly see itself in relation to the history of Israel or to biblical texts. It lacks discussion of common topics shared among most early Christian literature, like the life and deeds of Jesus and his apostles. This disconnection from the broader landscape of Christian literature may have led it to fall behind in popularity. In the Latin West, the shepherd continued to circulate well into the 1400s, often transmitted among biblical and non-canonical visionary texts. Meanwhile, in Ethiopia, the shepherd remained a prominent text into the 1700s. While the shepherd ultimately did not end up in any modern New Testament, the visionary experiences of Hermas never fully faded into obscurity. Instead, readers across Europe, Asia, and Africa made use of the shepherd for ethical instruction, finding Hermas' story helpful for their own spiritual journeys. I'd like to thank today's sponsor, NordVPN. I use NordVPN all the time. Sponsored by Wondrium. In the Gospel of Mark, chapter 10, verse 25, Jesus says, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God." This is one of the most famous sayings of Jesus. Not only is it quoted by the later Gospels of Matthew and Luke, but it echoes through literature for centuries to come, appearing everywhere from the Quran to even the works of Shakespeare. The saying also paints a vivid mental image. The average dromedary camel, the one-humped species of camel you see everywhere in the Middle East, weighs between 300 and 600 kilograms and can measure over 2 meters tall. Meanwhile, here's a sewing needle discovered south of Jerusalem that roughly dates to the lifetime of Jesus. Assuming that this needle is anywhere close to average, the eye of a Jesus-era needle measures about 3 millimeters wide and 7 millimeters long. So, unless you have the gravitational field of a neutron star capable of collapsing the mass of a camel into a tiny pinprick, what Jesus is suggesting is impossible, and that's kind of the point. Jesus is saying that it's impossible for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. But is this what the passage really says? There are two scholarly sounding theories floating around the internet that claim to unlock a hidden meaning of the text, and today we're going to examine those theories. Let's get into it. The first theory focuses on the camel, basically arguing that the original saying did not involve a camel at all, but rather a thick rope or cable used for boats. This theory thus suggests that the original saying was, "It is easier for a cable to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God." And because of a sloppy scribal error, the word rope or cable was swapped for the word camel when the scribe was copying the text. See, the Greek word for camel in this passage is kamelos. That middle vowel is the Greek vowel eta. But there's another very similar sounding Greek word, kamelos, as in rope or cable. Only one letter separates this word from camel, the Greek vowel iota instead of eta. Some have argued that the original saying must have used the word for rope, but some ancient scribe mistakenly mixed up the word for camel, swapping one little vowel for another. This new reading then became the mainstream version, and thus changed the phrase forever. On the surface, this is not unreasonable speculation. Ancient copyists made similar mistakes all the time in antiquity. For example, in Greek papyri found in Egypt, you'll frequently find scribes accidentally swapping the Greek vowels omega and omicron, which suggests the vowels sounded the same during the Roman period. The Greek language also underwent something that scholars call ioticism, which refers to the process of vowel pronunciations converging to eventually sound the same, especially the vowel eta shifting to sound like iota. Thus, by the Byzantine era, these two words likely sounded the same, which was potentially a big deal in the business of copying Bible manuscripts. Switch the wrong letter and you could accidentally change the meaning of a sentence, and some early Christian authorities noticed the similarities between these two words and assumed that rope/cable was the correct interpretation. The Bishop Cyril of Alexandria, writing in the 5th century, said, "By camel, Jesus means not the living thing, the beast of burden, but the thick rope to which sailors tie their anchors." Modern proponents of this theory agree with Cyril and make two main arguments. First, they argue the word rope makes more logical sense in context. Usually you'd string a tiny piece of thread through the eye of a needle, so using the word rope makes for a more natural hyperbolic analogy than camel, which seems pretty random. Moreover, if this Greek word specifically refers to a nautical type of rope used for boats, then this reading also makes more sense alongside all the boat and fishing imagery that Jesus uses in the Gospels. Some make a second, not necessarily related argument that rope makes more sense if we assume a Greek-speaking scribe was translating from Aramaic, the native language of Jesus. As in other Semitic languages like Hebrew and Arabic, written Aramaic uses only consonants. Thus, the word for camel, gamla, was spelled using the Aramaic equivalents of G, M, and L, and you're supposed to infer the vowels. These Aramaic first theorists claim that the word for rope also used the root GML and was pronounced like gamla, and a Greek-speaking scribe mistranslated the word as camel when copying from a hypothetical Aramaic version of the saying. However, there are several problems with this cable not camel theory that make camel the much more likely reading. First of all, our earliest and best manuscripts say camel, not cable. When piecing together the original text of the New Testament, scholars favor our earliest manuscripts, because they're the least likely to have undergone significant change over the course of centuries and centuries of copying. Now, admittedly, a small handful of much later Byzantine manuscripts do substitute cable for camel, but these are much more likely to be later changes, possibly even the result of later copyists attempting to soften the language of the original saying, as the scholar Bruce Metzger argues. Cable theorists thus not only argue against the majority of Gospel manuscripts, but they also argue against the earliest Gospel manuscripts. Based on the manuscript evidence, camel is the most likely reading. Secondly, there's a parallel idiom in the Jewish rabbinical text, the Babylonian Talmud, that uses the metaphor of an elephant going through the eye of a needle. The New Testament scholar Craig Keener argues this may suggest that Jesus was employing a common figure of speech used among Jewish teachers. When you want to say something is impossible, you use the metaphor of a large land animal going through the eye of a needle. In these cases, the camel being the largest land animal in the Levant and the elephant in Mesopotamia, where it still used to roam back in antiquity. Ironically, the Babylonian Talmud was composed in Aramaic, which undercuts the theory that some Greek-speaking copyist mistranslated a hypothetical Aramaic version of the saying, which leads us to the final problem. The claim that the Aramaic word for rope and camel shared the same root during the time of Jesus is simply false. The word for camel in 1st century Aramaic was indeed gamla, but the only source for gamla, also meaning a thick rope, does not appear until the 10th century CE, 1,000 years after Jesus. It appears in the work of the Syriac linguist Hassan Barbahlul. He wrote a big Syriac and Arabic dictionary, and in his entry on gamla, he included a supplementary addition where he says it can also mean a thick rope which is used for binding cargo ships. He then goes on to cite the exact same passage from Cyril of Alexandria from before. This definition of gamla appears nowhere else in Aramaic literature. Seriously, go check your favorite Aramaic dictionary. The Dictionary of Judean Aramaic by Michael Sokolov, the Dictionary of Jewish-Palestinian Aramaic of the Byzantine period by Michael Sokolov, or the Dictionary of Jewish-Babylonian Aramaic of the Talmudic and Gaonic periods by Michael Sokolov, and you will not find a single entry for the word gamla, meaning rope or cable. The fact that Hassan Barbahlul includes it as a supplemental entry implies it was either a very rare use of the term, or he was engaging in his own exegesis, relying on Cyril and the confusion of the two words in Greek, which went on to influence Bible translations used by churches in the Syriac tradition, many of which follow his exegesis and translate the verse as rope. But he was writing in Classical Syriac, also known as Syriac Aramaic, a different version of the language that Jesus spoke, and one that was spoken hundreds of years after Jesus. As the Aramaic translator Steve Caruso says, this would be like claiming that a rare American meaning of a modern English word was known to someone speaking Anglo-Saxon back in the 10th century. Absurdly unlikely. However, although the boat cable interpretation is unlikely, it ultimately does not matter that much because it doesn't change the core meaning of the saying. It's equally impossible to pass a cable or a camel through the eye of a needle, though the latter is a much more comically absurd example. The second theory, on the other hand, fundamentally changes the message. This theory focuses on the needle, saying that the eye of the needle is actually a nickname referring to a small pedestrian gate in the walls of Jerusalem. While most gates would be large enough to allow large pack animals like horses, donkeys, and camels to pass in and out of the city, it'd be difficult to squeeze a camel through this pedestrian gate. Some versions of this theory envision a double gate, a large gate with a smaller pedestrian gate built into it, enabling pedestrians to pass through without needing to open the main gate. Gate theorists say Jesus was thus tailoring his proverb to his Jewish audience, with a specific, vivid, and local example. But is this theory true? Well, no, not at all. Not a single ancient source uses the phrase eye of a needle to refer to a gate in the wall of Jerusalem. Not a single biblical or extra-biblical source. Not Josephus, not the Dead Sea Scrolls, nothing in early Christian gospel commentaries, nothing in the rabbinic writings of the Mishnah or the Talmud. No evidence at all. The New Testament scholar Richard T. France calls it romantic speculation that unfortunately is sometimes treated as established exegesis. The legend rose in popularity in the 19th century, and it's repeated today by Christian pastors and TikTok influencers alike. So the next question is, where did this unsubstantiated theory come from, and how far back does it go? Well, lucky for us, a recent peer-reviewed article published by an actual biblical scholar traces its origins. In the June 22 issue of the journal New Testament Studies, the scholar Agnieszka Ziemianska argues that this theory stretches back at least to the medieval period. The trail starts with William Shakespeare himself, who alludes to the theory in Richard II, Act 5, Scene 5. It is as hard to come as for a camel to thread the postern of a needle's eye, a postern being a secondary door in defensive fortifications. So apparently the legend was widespread enough in 16th century England for Shakespeare to casually drop it into one of his plays. It also appears over 100 years earlier in the writings of John Polliner, a European pilgrim who visited Jerusalem in the early 1420s. There he claims to have witnessed the actual gate. On the same street is a small door to the south, which in their language is called the eye of a needle, of which the Lord said it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Now, this is a very interesting eyewitness account that pilgrims had already associated the legend with a specific gate in Jerusalem by the 15th century. Though, if you know anything about Holy Land pilgrimage sites, they're often not based on hard evidence. These pilgrims were going off of what appears to be an earlier medieval tradition. The trail continues into the 13th century, where the theologian Thomas Aquinas composed the Golden Chain. This was basically a collection of earlier gospel commentaries discussing each verse of the four gospels. In this text, we find an anonymous annotation commenting on Matthew 19:24, one of the three mentions of the camel and needle saying in the New Testament. The annotation says, "There was a certain gate in Jerusalem, which is the eye of a needle. It was said, through which a camel, unless on bended knees, having laid aside a burden, could not pass." Thomas Aquinas attributes this passage to the monk and theologian Anselm of Canterbury, which would date the comment to the 11th or 12th century. And that's where the trail ends. The earliest reference to a gate of Jerusalem, nicknamed the Eye of the Needle, is from a medieval gospel commentary. So, what do we make of this? The complete absence of this legend from any ancient source, plus its sudden explosion in popularity between the 11th and 16th centuries, makes it much more likely that this legend is a medieval fabrication. What's interesting, though, is that this legend fundamentally changes the core message of the saying. If we take the plain meaning of the text, Jesus says it's impossible for rich people to attain salvation. It implies in the following verses it would literally take an act of God to save them, which might make some people feel uneasy, and it's even possible that the legend grew in popularity precisely because it softens this harsh message, turning it into the much more palatable interpretation that if you just set aside the burdens of wealth like a camel shrugging off its cargo, you can enter the kingdom of God. Ziemianska concludes that this was a centuries-long effort to undermine the radical meaning of Jesus' hyperbole. In her words, the statement is radical, and maybe should remain so. Thanks to Wondrium for sponsoring this video. If you're watching Religion for Breakfast, chances are you're a fan of educational content. I know I am, and I follow a bunch of educational channels here on YouTube, which is why I'm also a big fan of Sponsored by NordVPN. What you're looking at is the so-called Flavia Sophae inscription, a tomb inscription discovered east of Rome. Possibly dating to the 2nd century, this is one of the earliest Christian inscriptions ever found. But this is no ordinary funeral epitaph. The Christian theology underlying the inscription seems different. It reads, "Yearning for the fatherly light, my sister and wife Sophae, anointed in the baths of Christ with perfume, unfading, pure, you were eager to see the divine faces of the eons. The great angel of the mighty council, the true Son, entering the bridal chamber and ascending into the fatherly chambers, undefiled you were crowned." The inscription is an eternal send-off for a woman named Sophae. It tells of her desire to behold the divine faces of something called the eons, and that even though she died, she yet lives, ascending to the bridal chamber of the Father. For those of us that know something about modern Christian theology, some of this technical language might seem unfamiliar to us. What are these eons or eternities? Why is the Son, presumably Jesus Christ, referred to as the angel of the mighty council? What's with this bridal chamber imagery? While this might sound unfamiliar to Christians today, it corresponds with how many Christians in the 2nd and 3rd centuries explained the cosmos, the afterlife, and Jesus Christ's role as one being in a crowded pantheon of divine entities, at least according to Valentinian Christianity. As we've discussed in earlier videos, Christianity in its first few centuries was wildly diverse, with many thinkers competing to establish the core content of the Christian message. One group of thinkers appeared to be particularly dangerous to heresy-hunting Christians like Justin Martyr and Irenaeus. This group we call the Valentinians. Today we're going to examine who they were and what we think we can know about this fascinating variety of early Christianity. Okay, so who were the Valentinians? Well, first of all, they were Christians, specifically Christians named after their first great teacher, the 2nd century figure Valentinus. But it's important to note that they don't appear to have ever called themselves Valentinians. They are first mentioned by Valentinus' contemporary, Justin Martyr, who seemed to admit that they simply went by the label Christian. These men call themselves Christians. Some of these heretics are called Marcionites, some Valentinians, each designated by the name of the founder of the system. Notice the shift Justin makes. He explicitly says that they call themselves Christians, but then says that some are called by certain names. Justin admits in the same chapter, we call them by the name of the originator of each false doctrine. So by calling these people Valentinians, we need to be aware that we're buying into a hostile outsider's lingo. Scholars have pointed out that even though Justin himself had a school in Rome with students of his own, nobody has ever called any branch of Christianity Justinianism, but there's a strategy in labeling groups of people you don't like. Christians like Justin or Irenaeus were able to level more effective attacks against their rivals by cobbling different groups of people under one umbrella in order to condemn them in one fell swoop. Going back to the Flavia Sophae inscription, even though this inscription exhibits what we could call Valentinian theology, whoever set this up for Sophae probably just called themselves a Christian. So-called Valentinians were probably attending the same meetings alongside Justin and his own followers. So really, it might be inaccurate to think at all of a specific group of Christians as belonging to some formal club called Valentinianism. We should also be very cautious to trust these polemicists to be fair or accurate about their targets. The vast majority of what we know about the Valentinians, as is the case with the majority of Christian traditions that did not make the Orthodox cut, comes from authors who condemned them. In Irenaeus' preface to his 5-volume book called Against Heresies, he insults the teachings of the Valentinians, saying they do not fall within the range of every intellect because all have not sufficiently purged their brains. So not exactly an unbiased source. But fortunately for us, the discovery of the Nag Hammadi codices in Egypt in the middle of the 20th century has enriched our picture of Valentinianism. There are enough similarities between certain texts, shown here on screen, that we can perhaps group them together under a common intellectual tradition. Plus, Valentinus had several famous students whose writings have partially survived: Ptolemy, Heraclian, and Theodotus. When we compare what's in these texts and fragments with what Christians like Irenaeus claimed about Valentinianism, we can argue that some kind of group affinity must have existed, even if they didn't call themselves Valentinians. For convenience's sake, we will still call them Valentinians in this video, but as with many things in this field, this is a shaky label at best given to these Christians by outsiders who did not like them very much. You may have also heard of Valentinianism as a form of Gnosticism, and though, again, for convenience's sake, I used this label in the video's title, we should be very careful not to let this label mislead us. Gnosticism itself is a modern term, coined by modern scholars. The term Gnosticism does not appear in any ancient text. It has been used as a kind of loose umbrella term to describe a variety of ancient groups. Scholars in the past have tried to come up with a Gnosticism checklist to try to categorize these groups under this label. Gnostics hate the body and the material world. They teach a distinct cosmological myth. They believe in a lower creator god called the Demiurge. But if you try to fit any particular text into this rubric, there are too many exceptions. You find that the texts are too diverse and the category too limiting. The scholar Ismo Dunderberg summarizes it well when he says, "Thus Gnosticism as a category creates a misleading impression of a relatively Unitarian movement." So throughout this video, I want us to be cautious about uncritically labeling Valentinians as Gnostics. Valentinian theology definitely overlaps with that of other groups that are commonly labeled Gnostic, such as the Sethians. Valentinus and those after him probably read and adapted Sethian texts, but in Dr. Dunderberg's words, we should avoid the impression that there existed a unified Gnostic ideology that Valentinian teachings also represent. So, without denying these obvious overlaps, I want to stress that the Valentinians stand within the stream of Christian thought, not outside of that stream. They were Christians who read and worshipped alongside other Christians. They were attempting to interpret and systematize the Christian message. If we're going to continue to call these Christians Gnostics, we should do so without losing sight of their position as one of several varieties of early Christianity. Okay, so now that we've laid the groundwork, what did these Valentinians believe? What about their theology was so troubling to other Christians? Let's start with the man himself, Valentinus. Valentinus was born in Egypt, probably receiving a Greek education in Alexandria. He eventually moved to Rome around 135 CE, and there became a prominent and influential leader. Even his critics admitted that he was an eloquent and incisively intelligent teacher, so much so that he was almost elected to a leadership position in Rome. Tertullian writes, Valentinus had expected to become a bishop, because he was an able man both in genius and eloquence. While none of Valentinus's complete theological works survive, we do have a handful of quotations from him thanks to Clement of Alexandria, who seems to be less antagonistic to him than any of our other Christian authors. If we look at his citations, we find a man concerned with individual purity and spiritual living. He condemned idolatry. He encouraged people to shed the dangerous passions that plagued the human heart. Valentinus praised the eternal life that Christians would gain over against the impermanence of worldly things. There really does not appear to be anything too theologically radical here, but things do get a bit more exciting when we consider Valentinus's view on the creation of Adam. Apparently he believed that angels molded the first human, but were terrified of what they created when he started speaking, because the angels realized that he was superior to them. As Valentinus says, this amazing ability was because of the one who had invisibly deposited in Adam the seed of the essence from above. So what do we learn about Valentinus from this passage? Well, first we can learn that Valentinus was a man well versed in philosophical and non-biblical literature. The idea that angels somehow were involved in the creation of Adam derives from Platonic Jewish theology, an idea argued by Philo, the great Alexandrian Jewish philosopher. Also, Valentinus's description of the creation of Adam mirrors what we see in the Sethian text, the Apocryphon of John. Insofar as the angels recognized that Adam was superior to them, the angels were struck with terror and awe in front of Adam, and the angels either destroyed or concealed Adam. So Valentinus was the type of Christian theologian who freely wove together different currents of philosophy. Also from this fragment, we get a glimpse into what Valentinus thinks about humanity when he says that a seed of higher essence, or some sort of divine attribute, was deposited into Adam. It's not entirely clear what Valentinus means here since we only have a few fragments to work with, but later Valentinian texts may shed some light. So let's turn now to Valentinian cosmology to learn about how they conceptualized God, how the universe came about, and humanity's place in that universe. Now, there is not a single overarching Valentinian creation myth. The details change from text to text, but generally speaking, Valentinians argued there was a single supreme being called the Father. Emanating out from the Father and subordinate to the Father was a multitude of cosmic entities called eons, which you'll remember were mentioned in the Flavia Sophae inscription at the start of this video. Let's start with how the myth is described in the Tripartite Tractate, or the Tritract for short, a text discovered among the Nag Hammadi codices dating to the 3rd century CE. This text is an expansive look into how the cosmos came about, the creation of humanity, and humanity's current responsibilities. In the beginning was the Father. The text says, the Father is singular while being many. What does this mean? Well, the text appears to describe an original threefold divinity, consisting of the Father, the Son, and the Church. Together they comprise the pleroma, or the fullness, a term probably taken from the Gospel of John. From his fullness we have all received grace upon grace. The Church here is further subdivided into a multitude of eons, many of which has scriptural sounding names like truth, life, word, and wisdom. Now here is where things get interesting. According to the myth, one eon is overly passionate and presumptuous, subsequently breaking away from the pleroma. The Tritract says that this is the youngest eon, called the Logos, or the Word. Other versions of the Valentinian myth call this fallen eon Sophia, or wisdom. This action by the presumptuous eon triggers a chain reaction of events. According to the Tritract, in the process of this break from the pleroma, the Logos creates a lower divine being called the Demiurge. As in other traditions like Marcionism and Sethianism, the Demiurge is equated with the God of the Hebrew Bible. The Tritract says he was created in the image of the Father, and thus goes by many related names that appear in the Hebrew Bible. For he too is called Father, God, Creator, King, Judge. With the help of the Logos, the Demiurge creates the world and rejoices in his creation, alluding to Genesis 1:9 when God saw that his creation was good. But the Demiurge is ignorant that he is a lower being derived from a higher being, the Father. However, unlike in Marcionism or Sethianism, the Demiurge here is not a categorically evil being for the Valentinians, though all three movements were wrestling with similar questions. How should we interpret God in the Hebrew Bible? Let's consider the work of Ptolemy, one of Valentinus' disciples. In Ptolemy's letter to Flora, Ptolemy appears to be wrestling with the question whether Christians needed to follow the Jewish law. In answering, Ptolemy first seems to give a typical Christian answer. Some laws are good, like not murdering people, but some should be be interpreted spiritually, like laws pertaining to the Jerusalem temple or keeping kosher. In this way, Ptolemy gives allegorical readings of scripture, which many Christians at the time were doing. But Ptolemy goes a step further and claims that the law was not given by the supreme god, but rather by the god who created the world, the demiurge. This demiurge is not simply good or evil, but just. As in the Tritrack, this demiurge, according to Ptolemy, derives its existence from the Father, but is ultimately a lesser god. The action of the presumptuous Aeon not only involves the demiurge, but also Jesus Christ, who acts as an integral part in redeeming the fallen Aeon. Take, for example, the text called the Valentinian Exposition. In this text, we get a similar cosmological myth, as described in the Tritrack. There is a higher god, or monad, who is the source of beings called eons, but in this text, the passionate Aeon is called Sophia, the Greek word for wisdom. Sophia falls outside of the realm of the eons and needs to be rescued by Christ. There are certainly similarities between these two texts. Some scholars have even suggested that the Tritrack was an attempt by a Valentinian Christian to bring their theology more in line with what became Orthodox Christianity later on. But this is completely speculative. What we do know is that both the Valentinian Exposition and the Tripartite Tractate describe cosmological myths regarding a figure who transgresses or falls away somehow from the other eons before being redeemed, with some figure like Christ or the Logos being the agent of redemption. The myth is somewhat different in the text called the Gospel of Truth. In this text, we encounter a being called Error, who partitions off the created world from the Father so that it will forever live in ignorance of him. Christ came into the world to reveal knowledge of the Father. Error was angry with Jesus and caused him to be crucified, but the knowledge had already been brought. Christians therefore can become enlightened and emerge from the darkness of ignorance. Again, we see some similarities. There are multiple cosmic entities, there's a separation from the Father by means of some kind of ignorance, and the Christ or Savior figure fixes this through some kind of enlightenment. As an aside, scholars have traditionally argued that Valentinus wrote this text. In fact, I used to think that myself, but this is not an obvious conclusion. Irenaeus claimed that the Valentinians had a gospel of truth. Another early Christian, dubbed Pseudo-Tertullian, says that Valentinus had composed a gospel of his own. Irenaeus does not claim that this gospel of truth was written by Valentinus, and Pseudo-Tertullian does not give a title to the gospel which Valentinus supposedly wrote. Only by conflating these two sources can we say that Valentinus wrote a gospel called the Gospel of Truth. Scholars like Jeffrey Smith, who is one of the leading experts of Valentinianism today, is very doubtful that Valentinus wrote the text which we have today in the Nag Hammadi codices. Okay, so in several Valentinian texts, we're introduced to a crowded cosmos filled with a hierarchy of divine beings. The Father, the Word, Wisdom, the Demiurge, and so on. We're also introduced to the idea of a fallen Aeon that creates the Demiurge and sparks the need of a redeeming Savior. But with all of this talk of Aeons and Demiurges and Saviors, where does humanity fit in? What's with that seed of higher essence in the creation of Adam that started this whole discussion into Valentinian cosmology? Well, according to the Tritrack and the whole drama of the passionate Aeon breaking from the Pleroma, 3 types of substances were created. Matter, or to use the Greek word hule, soul, or psuche, and spirit, or pneuma. Now, I want to be very precise here. Soul and spirit have different meanings to us here in the 21st century. We are very quick to interpret these words as immaterial things, unable to be measured or felt. How many people would say you can measure a soul on a scale? But in antiquity, these 2 terms are referring to substances or elements. All 3 of these could be categorized with the English word material, stuff, or substance. In the Valentinian table of elements, soul and spirit are material stuff that are more refined than hule. To help remind us to think like ancient philosophers, I'm going to purposely use the Greek words to refer to these substances: hylic, psychic, and pneumatic. Psychic not in the sense of psychic Pokemon like Mewtwo or mind-reading TV psychics like Miss Cleo, but in the Greek sense of the term soulish or soul-like. And pneumatic not in the sense of pneumatic tires, but in the sense of composed of pneuma, the most rarefied substance that was ever created. Think like an ancient physicist. Okay, so the Logos and the Demiurge create the first human with all 3 of these aspects, but from this first human descend 3 different kinds of people, each categorized by which substance predominates in them: hylic, psychic, and pneumatic people. According to Irenaeus' description of this idea, these three types of humans correspond to the three sons of Adam. Cain, who murders his brother in the book of Genesis, for the material or hylic people. Abel for the psychic or soulish people, and Seth for the pneumatic or spiritual people. The tripartite tractate reads, "Now humanity came to exist as three kinds with regard to essence, pneumatic, psychic, and hylic. The essences of the three kinds can each be known from its fruit." From its fruit means that you can discern between the types of person by how they react to Jesus, because when the eon called Savior became flesh, these three kinds of people responded to him differently. The pneumatic people, as the most enlightened of the three, ran to him immediately.
Game. How is it? Tell me. Tell me.
The psychics are taught and brought to him eventually, and the lowly hylics rejected him entirely. In the end, all those who are saved join the original unity with the Father in the pleroma, while those who are not saved suffer destruction. This idea of categorizing humanity in three different types of substances might sound so exotic and so weird, but these Valentinian ideas are drawing direct inspiration from the Apostle Paul. I'm going to read for you a passage from 1 Corinthians chapter 2, and I'm going to leave one particular word untranslated to help remind us just how exotic this text is. "For what human being knows what is truly human, except the human pneuma that is within? So also no one comprehends what is truly God's, except the pneuma of God. Now we have received not the pneuma of the world, but the pneuma that is from God, so that we may understand the gifts bestowed on us by God. And we speak of these things in words not taught by human wisdom, but taught by the pneuma, interpreting pneumatic things to those who are pneumatic." So I want to be clear that the Valentinians were not making this stuff out of thin pneuma. They were deeply invested in interpreting the text that eventually formed the New Testament, trying to make sense of who Jesus was and what his death and resurrection really meant, trying to make sense of what Paul was trying to say here, or what the Gospel of John was trying to say when it says in chapter 1 that the world came into being through the Logos. The Valentinians were engaging in Christian interpretation. One of the many interesting things about these three kinds of humans is the role of the psychic humans, or the soulish ones in the middle. Scholars of early Christianity have disagreed about the identity of these psychics. Elaine Pagels argues these are ordinary Christians, that is, Christians outside of the enlightened group. Ismo Dunderberg argues more specifically that they are Sethian Christians. Other scholars think they're actually Epicureans, a well-known school of philosophy. Whoever they are, the Tritrack appears hesitant but hopeful that one day they'll eventually be saved. As for the enlightened pneumatic people, well, the author clearly thinks his group is the most spiritual. The Valentinians appear to use their status of pneumatic in a more official cosmological sense. Referring back to that fragment of Valentinus, he says that in the process of creating Adam, God deposited in him a seed of the substance above. This seed is a recurring theme for Valentinians. Clement cites one Valentinian explaining that when Jesus spoke from the cross, "Into your hands I commend my spirit," Jesus actually committed this pneumatic seed into the elect, the most spiritual species of humans. This self-declared status really annoyed Irenaeus, who complained that it made the Valentinians arrogant. They walk around with strutting gait and a supercilious countenance, possessing all the pompous air of a rooster. And speaking of behavior, we've been focusing so much on Valentinian mythology and beliefs. What about Valentinian-specific rituals? Some scholars theorize that there was a ritual called bridal chamber that may have been some sort of initiation ritual that involved a spiritual or mystical marriage. Irenaeus mentions a bridal chamber ritual, saying, "For some of them prepare a bridal chamber and perform a sort of mystic rite, pronouncing certain expressions with those who are being initiated, and affirm that it is a spiritual marriage which is celebrated by them after the likeness of the conjunctions above." The conjunctions above may refer to a Valentinian idea that argues the eons are categorized into male and female counterparts. The Valentinian Gospel of Philip makes multiple allusions to a bridal chamber, but whether or not it's referring to a specific initiation ritual is up for debate. One passage reads, "The Lord performed everything in a mystery, a baptism and a chrism, and a Eucharist and a redemption and a bridal chamber," which some scholars interpret as a list of Valentinian rituals. Redemption here may refer to a specific deathbed ritual. Returning to the Flavia Sophae inscription, the second line says she was anointed in the baths of Christ with imperishable holy oil. The scholar Ismo Dunderberg argues this is the rite of redemption, a so-called second baptism conducted by some Christians prior to death. In this inscription, we also see a reference to a bridal chamber, which is pervasive all throughout Valentinian literature. It even claims that she died only to those here on Earth, the ones who are in reality dead. Death is hard, but it might be more acceptable if we attribute cosmic meaning to our existence, which is what many of these Valentinian texts do. The Flavia Sophia inscription, while still cosmological, brings us back down to Earth. These were real people who lived, struggled, and died. Valentinian theology may have been greater comfort to many people in antiquity than other forms of Christianity, since it posed a grander scheme of humanity's place in the cosmos. It seems that the Valentinians cared deeply about spiritual development through proper knowledge of their place in the universe. This knowledge would grant the most spiritual, the most pneumatic of humans, an understanding that they are the spiritual elite, who will rejoin the Father in the end. This spiritual understanding of themselves correlates to a rejection of chasing earthly things, remaining confident that they have a special place in the cosmos. And while the sources of our construction of Valentinianism are varied and sometimes inconsistent, it's clear evidence of ancient Christians who were deeply invested in intellectualizing how Christianity fits within cosmology and global history. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. A VPN is a great tool for protecting your online privacy and security by masking your IP address and encrypting your internet traffic. But a VPN has its limits, so NordVPN is becoming more than just a VPN by adding a new feature called threat protection. This is an extra layer of security that takes on a role that was once a task of antivirus software, so protecting you from malware, intrusive ads, and internet trackers. With threat protection enabled, NordVPN scans every file you download and immediately deletes it if it finds malware. It also blocks internet trackers, which follow you from website to website, building a unique digital profile of who you are, what you like, and even your financial and medical background, which is then sold by data brokers. NordVPN's threat protection also blocks those annoying intrusive ads and autoplay videos. If you'd like to give NordVPN and its new threat protection a try, then head on over to nordvpn.com/RFB to get a 2-year plan with a big discount plus 1 additional month for free. Thanks, everyone. The sun. Every second, it fuses 600 million tons of hydrogen, bathing the Earth in the energy that makes life possible. And although around 5.4 billion years from now, the sun will exhaust the last of its hydrogen and lose much of its mass as it dwindles into a small white dwarf star, the sun, as it appears right now, looks to be, well, invincible. And thus the Roman sun god is well named, the invincible sun, the unconquerable sun, Sol Invictus, or Sol Invictus for those of you who prefer the classical pronunciation. Every year around Christmas, Sol Invictus is brought out as an example of how Christians tried to conform their new religion to the pagan landscape of the Roman Empire. As one version of the argument goes, Sol's birthday was celebrated on December 25th, thus Christian authorities mandated that Jesus' birthday would also be celebrated on December 25th, perhaps in an effort to co-opt an already popular pagan festival day for themselves, either to directly compete against the cult of Sol Invictus, or perhaps as a conversion or proselytizing strategy. Different motivations are put forth. But does this theory hold any water? I've addressed this topic before on the channel in passing, most notably in my Saturnalia video and my Why December 25th video, but I'm aiming for this video to stand as a more thoroughgoing analysis of the Sol Invictus theory. While we do have limited evidence that the Romans marked December 25th as the birthday of Sol Invictus, this evidence indicates it was not a major festival or a particularly long-standing festival when compared to other Roman holidays. In fact, as we'll examine later in this video, our evidence that Christians started recognizing December 25th as Christmas may predate the institution of Sol Invictus' birthday by a few decades. But it's even more complicated than that. The sun probably is the reason why anyone celebrated anything on December 25th. Because that's the day that the Romans marked the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year in the northern hemisphere. In this video, I will argue that the more likely reason that December 25th became a contender for Jesus' birthday was the result of Christian chronographers attempting to calculate the key moments of Jesus' life using the ambiguous and even contradictory data available to them in the Gospels. When was he conceived? When was he born? When did he die? Based on evidence dating back to the 3rd century, many Christians, especially in the Western Roman Empire, embarked on a complicated calculation spree to try to nail down these dates. For Jesus' birthday, some eventually settled on the winter solstice, December 25th. And for his conception and death, they settled on March 25th, which happened to be the vernal equinox for the Romans. This was no accident. I'm using the word calculations here, but the word contrivances might be a better word to describe what these Christians were doing. These Christian chronographers were probably motivated to align their calculations with these two dates because of their poetic cosmic symbolism. But there is no direct evidence that they calculated these dates in an attempt to copy or co-opt a pagan festival. For the pagans, the shortest day of the year in the Roman Empire also made a lot of sense for a festival for the sun god, because the days get longer and longer after that day. So the December 25th date was not so much a battle to usurp the day from the pagans, but rather evidence that there were parallel traditions tying their own god to an already significant day, the winter solstice. Note that we will not be addressing specific Christian observances like Christmas trees and gift giving, but we'll be focusing simply on the question of possible influence from a sun god festival during the Roman Empire. But with all of that out of the way, let's get into the evidence by first laying some groundwork. Who was Sol Invictus in the first place? Let's start with his iconography so you're equipped to recognize the sun god in Roman art. How did Roman artists depict Sol Invictus? We learn his appearance largely from Roman mosaics, paintings, and small finds like figurines and Roman coins. He is almost always depicted as a young male figure, usually nude except for a cloak. And at least in the Roman era, he's always beardless. The leading scholar of the Roman sun god, Stephen Hymans, definitively says in his book, "A bearded figure cannot be Sol." And indeed, we see this on countless depictions, from figurines to paintings to coins. As for headgear, he either wears a spiky crown symbolizing sun rays, or has a nimbus of light rays around his head. Very apropos for a sun god. And taking a page from Greek mythology, he's frequently depicted as the driver of a 4-horse chariot called a quadriga. He's also sometimes portrayed holding a whip or a globe, other times depicted raising his right hand. As cosmic deities, the moon god frequently appears beside Sol as some sort of consort, which you can see here on screen with this late Roman amulet, which depicts the sun and moon gods side by side. And finally, Sol also sometimes appears with the god Mithras, as we'll discuss shortly. His name Sol simply is the Latin word for sun, while Invictus is an epithet, which is an adjective that expresses a quality or attribute of the sun, in this case, invincible or unconquerable. As we'll see later in this video, an earlier generation of historians tried to argue that Sol Invictus was a specific sun god, specifically an Eastern sun god from Syria or Persia. But as Stephen Hymans argues, Invictus is simply one of many Latin epithets that can be given to Sol, as well as many other deities, without fundamentally changing their identity. In fact, the epithet Invictus was used for hundreds of years for both Roman emperors and other gods. Emperors like Trajan, Commodus, and Caracalla called themselves Invictus, as were gods like Jupiter, Mars, and Apollo. There are even coins that mention Hercules Invictus. So throughout this video, I use sun god or Sol with or without his full title Invictus, because the Romans themselves did not use the word to refer to a specific sun god or a specific sun god cult. Now, as we transition into a basic history of the Roman sun god, three themes will emerge. He was a relatively minor god, he was a multivalent god associated with several different deities, and our evidence for this god's veneration, the rituals performed for this god, is not as good as we'd like. None of his temples survive in the archaeological record, and our written sources rarely mention what cultic practice might have looked like. This includes any sun god festivals. Unlike Saturnalia, a Roman holiday that is very well attested in Roman literature, we have very little data describing sun god festivals. In the Greco-Roman world, people worshipped a sun god for centuries, albeit as a relatively minor god. The sun god only enjoyed major support during the later Roman Empire. For the Greeks, the sun god was Helios, and he has a long history in Greek mythology. The son of the Titans Hyperion and Theia, he is mentioned in some foundational Greek stories, including the Odyssey as well as some of the Homeric hymns, though he remained a somewhat minor god in the Greek pantheon. Greek authors such as Pausanias do mention a few cultic centers of Helios worship, but he was outshone by gods with big pan-Hellenic sanctuaries like Apollo with his cultic center in Delphi, or Zeus with his cultic center at Olympia. Historians used to argue that the Romans simply copied the Greek Helios for their own sun god, though the experts on this topic now argue this is inaccurate. The Romans did meld some attributes of the Greek Helios, and Roman writers do equate Helios and Sol. The Emperor Julian, for example, who is called the Apostate because he tried to reinstitute traditional Roman religion during the Christianization of the Roman Empire, simply refers to the sun god as Helios in Greek, though it's pretty obvious he's referring to what Latin speakers would have called Sol Invictus, because he explicitly says Helios, nicknamed Invincible. So this is our first example of the sun god being a multivalent character. Helios in the Greek-speaking world, Sol in the Latin-speaking world. But the Romans appear to have originally worshipped some sort of native sun god. During the Roman Republic, Sol apparently was a minor god who was worshipped in tandem with the moon god Luna. The Roman writer Varro, who lived during the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, claims that Sol was worshipped as far back as the mythical founding of Rome around the time of the legendary King Romulus. Though we shouldn't take this as historical, it might suggest that the Romans worshipped a native sun god as far back as they could remember in their history. And though the archaeological evidence for sun god cultic practice is sparse, our sources suggest that shrines and temples to Sol were built in the urban core of Rome. Tacitus, writing in the late 1st or early 2nd century, says that an old temple to Sol stood in Rome, near the chariot racing stadium called the Circus Maximus, though it doesn't exist anymore and we have no idea what it looked like. Which leads us to the second point that I mentioned. When it comes to trying to reconstruct the ancient cult of Sol, and by cult I mean practice, the rituals people did, our sources are not that great. As Stephen Hymans remarks in his definitive book on the subject, most of what the Romans said about the sun god consist of elite members of society writing philosophical musings, writing treatises on cosmology, astrology, and the nature of the sun. But philosophy is not ritual practice. These writers don't say much at all about how Sol Invictus was worshipped, what rituals were conducted, what festivals were celebrated. And archaeology doesn't really help because his temples and shrines have not survived to the modern day. Mostly we just have artistic representations and small finds like figurines and coins.
What happened to you?
And as I said before...
Also, you're muted if you are talking, if you are saying anything. No, I don't want the diagonal hide. It's hard to clue scroll.
I'm back.
Where the heck have you
Or
been?
things are further complicated by the fact that the sun
You
god...
missed everything. I
Told
got
you to be right back.
50 ring. That was like an hour
No,
ago.
you didn't.
Got
Well, I have
50
these groceries.
rings and 80 dragon X's and
You got none of these
I haven't
things.
gotten anything. I got a hard clue scroll. Oh, and I got some more rock shell pants that I elked. Oh, and I got a mithril two-handed sword, which is one of the items I was missing from the drop table. Check that one off the list. Oh, whoops.
Excellent.
Dagonoth Rex respawned, and I didn't even notice. I was so excited to tell you about my success of all these rings. I definitely have.
God is often conflated with other gods, not only the Greek Helios, but also Apollo and Mithras. Apollo frequently was depicted as a solar deity, with sun rays emanating
And
from...
I only have 132 more to kill for this Slayer task. Surely I'll get it within this Slayer task, right? Right. That's another whole 128, which is the drop rate.
No.
I'll get one of them, right? At least one
No.
of them. Please, Dylan. Here, fishy,
No.
fishy, fishy. Do I have to do the 14 approach? Kiss the Dragonoth. It didn't work. I tried smooching the Dagonoth and
from
it
his
didn't
head.
work.
Sometimes Roman writers equated
Doesn't work
Sol
with a fish
Apollo.
either. I don't know why
Other
you
times
bother.
They're treated as separate deities.
You
For example,
gotta
the late Roman
try.
writer Macrobius argued that Apollo was just another name for the sun god. Mithras is also an interesting case. Now, I won't go too deep into the cult of Mithras, as I've already done another video on the topic, but briefly, the cult of Mithras was a mystery cult, a religious group that required you to go through an initiation process to join, and, as the name suggests, it revolved around a Romanized version of the Persian god Mithras. No literary narratives survive from Mithraists that could tell us what they thought about the god or the god's mythological backstory. The only written texts we have are inscriptions and passing references in texts written by outsiders. But from what we can piece together from the religious iconography of Mithraism, the religion was strongly influenced by astrology and solar imagery. Mithras himself is sometimes called Sol Invictus Mithras, but a separate sun god also appears in Mithraic iconography. Mithras and Sol are portrayed in the same scene, sometimes banqueting together, sometimes riding a chariot together. So even though we don't know the myths that stand behind these images, we do know that the sun god must have played an important role in the mythology of Mithraism. Another tricky thing about Sol is that he's both a god and a cosmic symbol, obviously symbolizing the sun. In other words, the word Sol can be a proper name, referring to an anthropomorphized god, or just the word for that big shiny ball in the sky. And so Sol continues to be an ambiguous figure. A good example of this is that the sun god appears as decoration on the floors of a few late antique Jewish synagogues. The example here on screen is the Beit Alpha synagogue near Beit Shan in northern Israel. It depicts Helios galloping towards you with his 4-horse chariot. Here's another example, some footage I took at the synagogue uncovered at Sepphoris in northern Israel, located near Nazareth. A radiant sun disk sits above a 4-horse chariot, also meant to depict Helios, but in a non-anthropomorphized form. Judaism is famously monotheistic. The Hebrew Bible has the commandment, "You shall have no other gods before me," the God of Israel. It's also famously aniconic, meaning without image or without icon. Thus the commandment, "You shall make no graven images of God." So why is there a pagan god in these synagogues? Ever since these synagogues were discovered, scholars have debated this question. I tend to agree with the historian Stephen Fine, who argues that the image of Helios in these synagogues does not suggest he was venerated by late Roman Jews. The ritual context matters. He appears as floor decoration and not a sacred image within a shrine, which would indicate some form of ritual veneration.
Is my third ring of life from this guy? No, it's only 2. Alked. Give me a real drop.
Another interesting example is the appearance of the sun god in what is probably a Christian tomb discovered in the Vatican. Even though this tomb was fairly small, it was jam-packed full of Christian art. Jonah on the east wall, the Good Shepherd on the west wall, and on the ceiling we have an image of the sun god. By any other metric, this is Sol. He's beardless, he has sun rays emanating from his head, he holds a blue globe, he is raising his right hand, and he's driving a 4-horse chariot. These are all of the same attributes that we analyzed before. Some have theorized that this is meant to represent Jesus dressed as the sun god, thus it's sometimes labeled as Christ Helios. Now, Stephen Hymans, who's probably the leading expert on Sol Invictus, is very skeptical. He argues there is nothing self-evidently Christ-like about this image. It is clearly a standard depiction of the sun god, and it's put on the ceiling because, well, the sun is directionally up. I used to think that this was Christ Helios as well, but my opinion on this matter has evolved. I tend to think of this image in the same light as those synagogues now, demonstrating that Christians may not have been so squeamish about using pagan symbols, especially if those pagan symbols are removed from a cultic context like a temple or a shrine. In these examples, it's likely that Sol is not so much an object of worship as much as a personification of the sun, no more ritually significant than placing a personification of freedom on top of the US Capitol. This evidence illustrates, as Hymans argues, the sun played an ambiguous role in the Roman world,
I saw.
both as a cosmic body and as a god.
I saw you
and
in F.
Of this cosmic symbolism, Christians and Jews could deal with Sol as a symbol without necessarily dealing with the pagan god Sol Invictus. So from the previous discussion, we've learned that the Roman sun god had many forms, variably equated with the Greek Helios, Apollo, or Mithras, and sometimes considered just as a cosmic symbol. We've also learned that for most of Greek and Roman history, he was a minor god, and very little evidence survives that indicates how he might have been venerated. But in order to assess the Sol Invictus Christmas theory, we need to lay a bit more groundwork, because although he was a relatively minor god for centuries, everything changed in the 3rd century because of this guy and this guy, the Roman emperors Elagabalus and Aurelian. The year is 218 CE, and a teenager by the name of Varius Avitus Bassianus ascends to the throne of the Roman Empire. By then, he had already spent some time as a priest of the Syrian sun god Elagabal, and earned the nickname Elagabalus. The cultic center of the sun god was located in the city of Emesa, now located in modern-day Homs, Syria. Now, even though Sol is frequently associated with other gods, like Apollo, Elagabal is a different sun god. As we discussed earlier, while the Roman sun god was portrayed as a nude young man with a radiant crown, this god was depicted in the form of a black stone, possibly a meteorite. The Roman writer Herodian says, "This stone is worshipped as though it were sent from heaven. On it there are some small projecting pieces and markings that are pointing out, which the people would like to believe are a rough picture of the sun." This stone is depicted on some Roman coins minted early in the reign of Elagabalus, and curiously they even depict this stone riding around in a 4-horse chariot. replacing the usual human figure of Sol Invictus. So, as his nickname suggests, Elagabalus was an ardent devotee of this Syrian sun god, and he tried to establish this god in Rome. Like we just saw, he minted new coins with Elagabal, he instituted festivals and games, and was reported to walk around dressed like a priest of the sun. But the Roman elite were not happy. The historian Dio Cassius writes that he offended Roman tradition, not in introducing a foreign god into Rome or in his exalting him in very strange ways, but in placing him even before Jupiter.
M2 safe spot.
Bo is a bad bitch. I think I can safely say we all want to put the whooping on him, and we're lucky enough to get that opportunity. Firstly, I'm level 98 total combat, 1627 total level, with 80 ranged, 80 hit points, and 71 prayer. I'm wearing Varrock's helm, my fire cape, an amulet of fury, a holy blessing, Vandos D-hide body, caps, and boots, Pharaoh's gloves, and yes, for some reason, an uncharged ring of wealth. I don't know. For a weapon, I took a 1 and demonic gorillas, he'll mutate and kill Neve. Rip Neve. Drink a sip of your Bastion potion, then try to tag him while he is on the right side of the room. This way, he'll get stuck on the edge of the room and you can safely hit him from the hallway. At 75% health, he will walk into the second room. Phase 2 starts. You can drink from your Bastion potion again if you want, but it's not necessary. This one is just slightly trickier as you want him to walk all the way down the hallway. Try to tag him on the left side of the room this time, and make sure to stay as far away as possible, as he now has ranged attacks that can hurt. If you tagged him on the left, stay to the left of the hallway and run out into the middle of the first room. Don't worry, he won't go into the first room, but he may retreat back to the second room, so tag him and repeat. If you tagged him on the right, he will get stuck on the edge of the second room, and he won't come down the hallway. You can run back to the initial room to de-aggro him and have him walk around again. When he gets down to half health, he will walk into the third room, the last room. It's really not a hard fight, you just have to be ready to spam click. What gets hard about this phase is he will teleport you to bring you closer to him, and you'll get stuck in a teleporting loop, which wouldn't be so bad if you could eat or drink right after, but you can't. There's a lull, so timing will be your best friend here. So firstly, take another sip of your Bastion potion. Turn on Pray from Magic, then click Glow, and as soon as the animation of you shooting starts, run back to the safe spot in the hallway. If he does his ranged attack with the rocks, you'll most likely take 0 damage with this method. If he teleports you, get ready to spam on him, so when you come out of it, you send another arrow at him before running immediately back to your safe spot. Now, I get stuck in an infinite loop here, where he just keeps teleporting me. If you choose not to attack him after about 3 teleports of trying to run back to your safe spot, you can reach it and take a break, but once you start attacking him again, he will teleport loop you again, so it's not really worth the time or effort. Just keep an eye on your health and your prayer and make sure to keep attacking him. After each teleport, decide what you're going to do. If your health and prayer are high enough, after you're teleported, spam click him till the animation starts for attacking, then run back to your safe spot. You won't make it, but it will put distance between you and him so you won't get hit by his melee attacks. If your health is low, after you're teleported, immediately spam running back. Do not attack him, and as you're running back, eat. He will teleport you again, then you can attack and run. Or if you're low on prayer after he teleports you, click to run back and then drink. Rinse and repeat, deciding between these 3 options. Always try to run back, and if attacking, attack first then run. At the end of my fight, I ran out of run, but my method, even when walking, got me the kill. It's okay to miss the attack before running away. The timing is hard. Just keep your health over half and keep going. Here's my full run at him for reference. I hope this helps you guys. Thanks for watching.
Hey, hello there guys, my name is Anthony and welcome to my guide on how to kill Glove. Let's talk about what we are facing exactly. Glove capable to have, or maybe it uses melee on it is for it, but I'll explain you how to have before killing Glove. To use the safe spot we're going to use ranged. I would advise strong to kill Glove. His hit is unclear, but it's all good as long as he cannot one-hit you to death. And that the area with items and you cannot retrieve them. That is why I would advise you not to bring too many expensive items. Believe me, you don't need them, just take a look at my setup. I'm using Black Dragonhide, and if you are 60 range then simply use Red Dragonhide, an Archer's Helm, Army of Glory, Snakeskin Boots, Barrow's Gloves, Ava's Accumulated Pitch, Imiting Dark Crabs, a House Teleport in case I need to escape, and a spare Recoil Ring. If you can't afford all of these items, or if you're an Iron Man and you cannot get them, then try to use different supplies to make it look like this as much as you can. For example, use sharks and pineapple pizzas for food, prayer potions instead of super restores, and defense potions instead of Ceradomin brews. Well, that's about it for the gear setup, so I guess let's go and start the fight. Like mentioned before, Glove has to be killed in 3 phases. The first one is the easiest because he can only attack you with melee. Just wait until he becomes aggressive or attack him and he will follow you. Now simply run away and Glove will get stuck between the walls. You can now attack him with your bow and he won't be able to fight back. Now just wait until he has 75% of his health left and that will trigger phase 2. In this phase, Glove uses a ranged attack. Unfortunately, it has no effect to use Protect from missiles here, so you can leave prayer for what it is. The trick you need to know here is simple. Glove, his range attack, can reach you on a maximum of 9 squares away. A Dark Bow or Magic Longbow has an attack distance of 10 squares. So as long as Glove is 10 squares away from us, we can attack him and he won't be able to attack us. So we do the same as we did last time, we lure Glove between the walls. Make sure to turn off...
Dang it, another Runix.
your odds to retaliate though, because otherwise you will run back to him. In the room we are currently standing, you can see small rocks on the south near the wall. You can see some grey rocks, but there is also one black rock. Now if you draw a line starting at this black rock to the north, you have the exact line where Glove is able to attack you. It is important to stand exactly one tile behind this line to the east. When you are finally in position, you can just attack Glove again and everything will be just like the first phase. But this time, we need to decrease its health to 50% instead of 75. Now comes the difficult part. Make sure to approach the final room slowly, but do not walk past the black rock you can see on the east. If you go past this tile, Glove will pull you into the room to melee distance and will probably crush you. The plan here is as follows. We put on Protect from Magic, attack Glove once, and directly spam click on the minimap to run back. This way Glove tries to teleport you into the room only once, but you will be able to slip away. However, his teleport attack does damage, so that means that every time we attack Glove once, he can also attack us once. And that is the reason why we are using a Dark Bow. A Dark Bow shoots 2 arrows at once, making this a huge advantage. It doesn't matter that the Dark Bow is a slow weapon, since we are not constantly attacking anyways. Also, the special attack with Dragon Arrows guarantees a minimum hit of 16, which is always welcome. Last but not least, we also have our Rings of Recoil to help out a little. I mean, it could mean the difference between killing Glove or getting killed. This same method can also be used with a Magic Longbow, maybe for Iron Man accounts or if you cannot afford a Dark Bow. Now just repeat this process and every now and then use your potions and eat some food. Just make sure that every time you attack Glove, you're 1 square behind the black rock. As soon as you see the animation of your range attack, you spam click on the minimap to run back. I would also recommend you to put your bow on accurate, because it improves the chance of dealing damage to Glove. Well, I guess that is about it. You should be able to kill Glove very easily this way to complete Monkey Madness 2. I would like to give credit to Horseboy, and I will link his channel down below in the description, since this...
What if I stole all of the Berserker rings?
I would believe you. I would completely and utterly believe you, 100%. It's the most plausible thing I've ever heard.
Also, why are you constantly being attacked by small monsters the whole time, even though they can't hurt you?
They can't hurt me. They're the only things that can.
Huh.
I'm just wearing armor. That's why I'm wearing heavy armor despite using magic. Poisons. Looks like this trip's gonna be a bust unless something changes very soon.
Rip.
Yeah, well. That's not changing anything.
himself and causing himself to be voted his priest. Ultimately, his efforts failed. Elagabalus was eventually assassinated and his new sun cult fizzled. And that might have been the story of Sol if it were not for Aurelian a few decades later, who rose to power in 270 CE. Aurelian was also a devotee of the sun. According to the 4th century text Historia Augusta, Aurelian miraculously defeated Queen Zenobia of Palmyra in 272 CE. After his victory, he fulfilled a vow at a temple to our familiar friend Elagabal in Emesa, Syria. But he went a few steps further. Back in Rome, he built a new temple to the sun god, instituted a college of high-ranking priests for the sun god, and he also instituted public games to be held every 4 years. Basically the sun god Olympics. We'll return to these games shortly, but for a bit of a spoiler, scholars now debate whether or not he instituted these games on December 25th. No ancient source explicitly says he instituted a holiday on December 25th, and though it's very possible, any historian that says so definitively is only inferring this rather than basing the argument on direct evidence. It's also likely he expanded an already existing sun god festival on October 19th, but we'll get back to that soon. Aurelian's story sounds familiar to that of his predecessor, Emperor Elagabalus. After all, he visited Elagabal in Syria, and historians throughout the 20th century argued that Aurelian was trying to revive the same sun god cult. The traditional argument went something like this. The Romans worshipped a relatively low-profile, native sun god called Sol Indigus, but that cult eventually fizzled out. Roman emperors such as Elagabalus and Aurelian later introduced a completely new, distinct Syrian sun god called Sol Invictus. But historians largely reject this two-sun god theory these days, thanks in large part to the work of Stephen Hymans. He argues convincingly that this theory exaggerates the effect of Elagabalus. Remember that he was resisted and finally assassinated by the Roman elites, and his efforts to introduce the Syrian Elagabal failed within 4 years. It is not plausible that his 4-year effort had any lasting effect on the religious landscape of the Roman Empire. No emperor can just flip a switch and make everyone worship a new god. Now, Aurelian definitely boosted the sun god's popularity a few decades later, but the evidence suggests that Aurelian was not trying to revive Elagabalus's efforts, but rather was just continuing a long tradition of sun god veneration in Rome that stretched back hundreds of years. Sol was already popular within the Roman military, corroborated by...
Oh, let's see, what do I want to do next? That's enough Dagonoths for the moment.
It's never enough Dagonoths.
Well, it isn't, because I haven't gotten my garbage, but... that's enough Dagonoths.
More, no.
Oh yeah,
more
I guess I do
Dagonoths.
this. I guess I do this hard clue.
Left side, many Dagonoths. Now handle it.
Nah.
You don't handle those Dagonoths right now.
I did.
More Dagonoths, though.
Survivin'. What if you were a knight and your name was Survivin'?
I'd be Ivan in disguise.
Survivin'. Survivin'. Alright, hopefully this clue scroll gives me something good. Oh yeah, I did want to look something up. Jewelry box. Basic jewelry box needs level 75 construction. I'm at 72. That's an option. It's on the second floor. Why is it pointing here then?
inscriptions of Roman soldiers fulfilling vows to Sol Invictus as far back as the 2nd century, decades before Elagabalus. And Roman emperors were stamping their coins with images of the sun god since the reign of Vespasian, basically 150 years before Elagabalus. In fact, Sol appears on Roman coinage almost
Survive and hands you a puzzle box. DIP.
annually starting from the reign of Commodus, and this practice continued all the way through Constantine's reign. During this time, Sol's iconography remains relatively unchanged. During Aurelian's reign, the sun god is portrayed anthropomorphically in the traditional Roman style, and not as a rock like what we see under Elagabalus. In other words, there is nothing particularly Syrian or Persian about Aurelian's Sol Invictus. And as I mentioned earlier in this video, an earlier generation of historians put a lot of emphasis on that epithet Invictus, saying that the native sun god was called Sol Indigus, so anytime you see the name Sol Invictus, it must be referring to the Syrian version introduced by Elagabalus. But this is simply not the case. In fact, inscriptions predating Elagabalus mention Sol Invictus, so it's a mistake to think that Invictus refers to a specific version of the Roman sun god, let alone an Eastern sun god that Elagabalus tried to introduce. So, what happened under Aurelian? Based on imperial coinage, it seems that from the reign of Trajan, the Roman sun god was associated with battles and victory, and was popular in the Roman military, and was associated with the Roman emperors. Aurelian elevated the importance of the sun god during his reign, apparently following this tradition of battle victories. Aurelian likely considered Sol Invictus to be a patron god to him personally and his family in general, and in the following decades, Sol Invictus remained closely associated with the Roman emperors, all the way through Emperor Constantine the Great. Aurelian's devotion to Sol Invictus has been misconstrued as some form of solar monotheism, but he was by no means replacing other gods. Aurelian instituted a new college of priests, which raised the social standing of the sun god cult in Roman society because it would have drawn its members from the Roman elite. But this college did not replace other colleges of priests. Case in point, on one hand, Aurelian minted coins that labeled Sol Invictus Lord of the Roman Empire, but he also minted coins around the same time that show Sol handing a globe to Mars Invictus. So he raised the profile of Sol, but this was definitively not solar monotheism. This popularity continued into the reign of Constantine the Great, who is probably most famous for showing favor to Christianity after experiencing some sort of conversion. But before turning to Christianity, Constantine was a devotee to the sun as well. According to one source, in 310 AD, 2 years before the Battle of Milvian Bridge, when Constantine rose to power, Constantine stopped at a temple of Apollo with his army, and claimed that Apollo appeared to him in a vision, prophesying that Constantine would live a long life and rule the world. Now, as we've seen, Romans often associated Apollo with the sun, and even identified him as Sol Invictus, and it seems Constantine equated the two as well. And even after his conversion, Constantine continued to interpret Jesus and the Christian God through his solar theology. If you want to learn more about Constantine's conversion, I talk more about this in another video. Alright, so what does all of this have to do with celebrating Christmas on December 25th? I spent so much time laying the historical groundwork because it's really important to understand what happened before, during, and after the 3rd century. The 3rd century was a major turning point for the sun god. It was not until around 274 CE, under Emperor Aurelian, that the sun god was institutionalized in the highest levels of Roman government, and viewed as an imperial patron god. Now, as a history major in college, I'm the first to say that dates are not the most important thing about history, but I really want us to pay attention to the dates in the next section, with 274 CE as our hinge point, marking when the Roman sun god became anything more than a minor god in the Roman religious landscape. The questions that are important here are, when did Romans start marking December 25th as a birthday for Sol? How important was that festival? When did Christians start making December 25th as a birthday for Jesus? How important was Sol Invictus and his festival in making that decision? Let's start with the first two questions. Stephen Hyman strongly stresses that December 25th was neither a long-standing nor an especially important official feast day of Sol. I'm going to say that again. December 25th was not a long-standing nor an especially important official feast day of Sol Invictus. You should probably have already guessed this based on the previous historical overview. The sun god was a minor deity until the late 3rd century. We simply don't know when December 25th entered the Roman calendar as a holiday for Sol Invictus. It might have been 274 under Aurelian, and I actually think that's the case. But our clearest ancient evidence that explicitly mentions December 25th as a birthday of Sol Invictus is found in the so-called Chronograph of 354, which, as the name suggests, is a compilation of chronological texts composed or compiled in 354 CE. 80 years after Aurelian. One of the documents included in this compilation is a calendar listing the festivals that were celebrated in the Roman Empire in the mid-350s. A single line in the month of December names December 25th the Natalis Invicti, or the birthday of Invictus. And it says that on that day, 30 chariot races are to be held in celebration. The text on screen is how it appears in the calendar, a single line mostly consisting of abbreviations. The Roman numeral 8 stands for 8th day before Calends of January, or in other words, December 25th. N stands for Natalis. CM stands for Circenses Missi, 30 games ordered. It should be noted that this word Natalis is confusing. Very simply, it can be translated as birthday, but as the scholar Michel Salzman argues, it can also simply refer to a celebration to honor a god, or the anniversary of the dedication day of a god's temple. Salzman argues that this day marked the day that Emperor Aurelian dedicated his new temple to Sol in the 270s. Now, remember that she's extrapolating, this is not direct evidence, but I think it's a convincing extrapolation. So this answers our first question. When was this holiday instituted? It appears to be at least 274 CE. We have no evidence of a sun god festival held on December 25th before this calendar date. Moving to our second question, how important was this festival? What's interesting is that this same calendar mentions 2 additional sun god holidays. It mentions a multi-day festival for Sol celebrated from October 19th to the 22nd, called Ludi Solis, or the Games of Sol, which is to be celebrated with 36 chariot races, as well as a festival for the sun and moon on August 28th.
How many L's are you right now?
The Ludi Solis are interesting because they coincide with an older Roman holiday on October 19th called the Armilustrium, a military festival associated with Mars when Roman soldiers arrayed themselves in the Circus Maximus, a location where we've already
I'm an honorary elf.
learned was associated with the sun god. The August 28th holiday is interesting too because according to early imperial sources, Sol's feast days were on August 8, 9, 28, and December 11th. And as you'll notice, of these dates, only August 28th is mentioned in the calendar of 354. This suggests that older festival days eventually were dropped, and the longest standing festival day for Sol Invictus appears to be August 28th. Also, as an aside, it's important to note that December 25th does not appear in this oldest evidence, and thus is probably a more recent innovation. So, looking at the calendar of 354, it's not all that clear which one of these holidays is the most important Sol Invictus festival. August 28th is the oldest, stretching back to the early centuries of the Roman Empire. The Ludi Solis are the biggest in the terms of celebrations, a multi-day festival with 36 chariot races that probably was inspired by the older Armilustrium holiday, while the birthday on December 25th sits somewhere in the middle, a single-day festival with 30 chariot races. All this to say, it's not accurate to suggest that December 25th was the Sol Invictus holiday. This source does mention it as the sun's birthday, but it was potentially overshadowed by these other holidays, particularly the multi-day festival starting on October 19th. So imagine you're a Christian living back then, and you were going to try to compete with Sol Invictus or even try to co-opt or neutralize Sol Invictus celebrations with a Jesus-themed celebration. From my perspective, there is no compelling reason from the evidence to single out December 25th when an equally big, if not bigger, festival was celebrated in October. And of course, it's worth mentioning that this calendar of 354 is a thoroughly Christian document. After all, it dates to 354 CE, decades after Constantine legalized the religion and started boosting it. This same calendar includes a list of the burial dates of Christian martyrs and bishops. The calendar also includes dates on when to celebrate Christmas and lists December 25th as Jesus' birthday. So this calendar makes me doubt that most Christians were all that threatened by pagan festivals in general or Sol in particular. So our best and clearest evidence of a supposedly very popular pagan festival, a festival so important that Christian authorities felt threatened or at least compelled to declare it the birthday of Jesus, comes from a single line in a Christian document, dating 40 years after Christianity had already been legalized in the Roman Empire. Another source that explicitly mentions a solar festival in late December is Emperor Julian, nicknamed the Apostate for his rejection of Christianity. In 362, in a text on Helios, he writes, "Before the new month, immediately after the end of the month of Kronos, we celebrate the most splendid public game in honor of Helios, the feast for Helios nicknamed Invincible." Even though this quotation is very short, it does demonstrate that Romans were still celebrating public games and feasting on a late December sun god festival, which tracks with the calendar of 354, though again this evidence is quite late. So let's review the evidence. Aurelian boosted the sun god's importance in 274 and is said to have introduced public games. The calendar of 354 mentions 30 chariot races held in honor of Sol on December 25th. Then in 362, Emperor Julian briefly mentions public games and a feast held in late December for Helios. So returning to our first two questions,
Ancient page number 2. Is that a rune battle axe? God dang, rune battle axe. I already had one of those. That's what I farmed a while ago. Another magic short bow, and then in the pile. Ancient page. I have ancient page 2 and 3. That's something.
when did Roman...
What if I did a few wilderness things? How wild would that be?
Pretty wild.
That'd be kind of nuts. Pretty nuts. Ugh.
Spoon dog.
This is probably close enough, I guess. There he is.
What if you were yanked, though?
I'd prefer if I wasn't.
Counterpoint, that food in your inventory looks really tasty.
That is a good point. Please don't kill me, bro.
What if he just gave you epilepsy instead?
No, that was another player. Oh, yeah, I mean, it was showing me where another player was. That's all.
Is that what the flashing was?
Yeah, I downloaded a plugin to cheat.
You cheater.
Like, it's an allowed cheat.
You double cheater.
Like, I just need to kill this guy once. Probably should have brought some prayer potions just in case. It doesn't look like I'm gonna need one for this kill, but still. Really prefer if you would get hit though. Okay, can you get hit, please? Okay, there we go. Good enough. Oh, I need to go south. That's a freaking awkward spot. That's much better.
Ivan, I need you to grab your most expensive equipment, don't equip it, and just walk out of town for me.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Why not?
Because I would like to be alive.
Who says you're going to die? Are you saying that I'm outside with my gang squad?
I'm implying it.
Why would I ever play RuneScape? Checkmate.
Good point. Good point. Why the frick is that guy there? Why are you here? Why are you here? Okay. Nice, I did it. Oh, I'm not walking back that way. Screw that. I don't have any knife to knife at that other thing, though. Where the frick? How am I... How are you gonna get out of this one, Ivan?
You're not.
No, I'm gonna go to the Wilderness Obelisk here.
It's time for a ganking.
Anyway, I need to kill that Chaos Fanatic or the Chaos Elemental. That's the last of us. If I can kill him, that's all the combat I need to do for the Wilderness Hard Diary. Which means I can set the destination for all these obelisks and just be good.
The heck? You can't do that. That's cheating.
Also, I completed a hard combat test with that, which is nice. Because if I get 51 more combat tests worth of points, it means I don't take prayer drain from barrows anymore.
What the heck? That's cheating.
It's called skill.
The skill itself is called cheating. It's the cheat skill.
That's my favorite skill, though.
Bruce.
Let's Google Iron Man Chaos Elemental.
Hello, I'm just making a short video on how to 4 items. So it teleports, you click. Here it actually teleports me, which sucks. But yeah, I can manage to go in this side. Now it's basically, and you need to run towards it as soon as you see it. If you just go in here and you're like, it will start wandering off. You need to be kind of close to it before you go on this step. Here I usually just look at my, I might as well just put up here. Yeah, get this going. I'm using piety. Laser flicking, well, might as well just take the whole kill. Vicky says you should have 80 attack and plus 80 strength before doing this. I kinda would agree. Look.
So today I thought I'd shed some light on a video that was published. I'd condense his longer version into a quicker video that's like thanking him for showing people this method. It's not weak to anything. It has the same defense bonus for all combat styles, and the defense bonus is really, really high. With that said, you should bring weapons with a really high attack bonus so they have a really good chance of hitting. God swords are a great option, but Verax are probably a little bit better since the full set has a 1 in 4 chance of hitting through its defense. In terms of your inventory, I'd recommend taking in 2 stamina potions. You need the stamina potions because there is a lot of running with this method. Once you get to the spawn area of the Chaos Elemental, if you run directly south to the wall and then keep on running west until you reach this exact tile on the wall, stand there for a bit and wait until the Chaos Elemental appears on your screen. Once he does, run directly north until this exact tile, and once again have your camera focused on where the Chaos Elemental will be coming from. Once he appears, run towards him to attack him and safe spot him from there. If the Chaos Elemental isn't directly south of you, you'll need to run a little bit further north in this line so he shifts.
Green, how fast Chaos Elemental as Iron Man. So here I have set up some of the tiles. The most important one is the gold one that you should set up first, and the second one here on this line, I guess it's, if you can see here on the grey rocks, it's kind of right here. These ones you don't need, but these 3 ones are usually the ones I walk to after setting it up, and I'm usually standing here in the middle one. My setup is actually just running straight up swordfish. I have some super strength and some prayer pot stamina, and potatoes every time. I've actually set it here to when I left click it just drops, and that's kind of how I do that. My rest of my setup is 4 items, and I will use protect item if I get PK'd, and the rest is just some strength and some prayer if I need that. Okay, I see it here. So usually I just run over here, get the aggro, strength. Protect item if my set it here to when I left click it just drops, and that's kind of how I do that. My rest of my setup is 4 items, and I will use protect item if I get PK'd, and the rest is just some strength and some prayer if I need that. Okay, I see it here. So usually I just run over here, get the aggro. There you are. Now here you see it can sometimes get stuck behind this rock, so you need to just run straight. Wait a second, and it's there. Okay, this is going good. Oh, and whenever it deal damage, I just fill it up like that. Pretty easy. Yeah. Here you just wait on this tile. Also, kind of forgot to tell about it. Same line. And you just wait. If it teleports you, you have to run towards it. Basically. I just keep eating here. And you just wait here, and you target this. As soon as it teleports, you click. Here it actually teleports me, which sucks, but yeah, I can manage to go on this side. Now it's basically, and you need to run towards it as soon as you see it. If you just go in here and you're like, it will start wandering off. You need to be kind of close to it before you go on this step. Here you should just look at my, I might as well just put up here. Yeah. is going. I'm using Piety. Because laser flicking, well, might as well just take the whole kill. Vicky says you should have 80 attack and plus 80 strength before doing this. I kinda would agree. Look how fast I'm killing it with this setup that maximizes my accuracy. I'm shit at flicking. Glad I'm killing it fast, so I don't have to. Rest of my setup is I walk to after setting it up, and I'm usually standing here.
One, two, three, four. Mark this one.
Here in the middle one. My setup is actually just running straight up swordfish. I have some super and strength and some prayer pot, stamina, and potatoes every time. I've actually set it here to when I left click it just drop, and I will use 4 items, and I will use protect item if I get PK'd, and the rest is just some strength and some prayer if I need that. Okay, I see it here. So usually I just run over here, get the aggro. There you are. Now here you see you sometimes get stuck behind this rock, so you need to just run straight. Wait a second, and it's there. Cool. Okay, this is going good. Oh, and whenever it deal damage, I just fill it up like that. Pretty easy. here you just wait on this tile. Can also, kind of forgot to tell about it, same line. And you just wait. If it teleports you, you have to run towards it, basically. I just keep eating here. Then you just wait here and you target this. As soon as it teleports, you click. Here it actually teleports me, which sucks, but yeah, I can manage to go in this side. Now it's basically, and you need to run towards it as soon as you see it. If you just go in here and you're like, it will start wandering off. You need to be kind of close to it before you go on this step. Here I usually just look at my, I might as well just put up here. Yeah, let's get this going. I'm using Piety because laser flicking, well, might as well just take the whole kill. Vicky says you should have 80 attack and plus 80 strength before doing this. I kind of would agree. Look how fast I'm killing it with this setup that maximizes my accuracy. And I'm shit at flicking. Glad I'm killing it fast, so I don't have to cut in this video. And this wolf sometimes like to walk up to you. It's fun. If it's on the other side, then it will attack you from this one, so you need to be in the middle. If you have the same setup as me. Just Vicky's got to tell about it, same line. Style. Yeah. Also kind of forgot to tell about it, same line. And you just wait. If it teleports you, you have to run towards it, basically. I just keep eating here. Then you just wait here and you target this. As soon as it teleports, you click. Here it actually teleports me, which sucks, but yeah, I can manage to go in this side. And now it's basically, and you need to run towards it as soon as you see it. If you just go in here and you're like, it will start wandering off. You need to be kind of close to it before you go on this step. Here I usually just look at my, I might as well just put up here. Yeah, let's get this going. I'm using Piety because laser flicking, well, might as well just take the whole kill.
Once you see it, click.
Vicky says you should have 80 attack and plus 80 strength before doing this. I kind of would agree. Look how fast I'm killing it with this setup that maximizes my accuracy. And I'm shit at flicking. Glad I'm killing it fast, so I don't have to cut in this video.
Well, this is gonna be slow sec, but it should work.
And this wolf sometimes like to walk up to you. It's fun. If it's on the other side, then it will attack you from this one, so you need to be in the middle. If you have the same setup as me, just might be different if you're ranging. Don't know about that.
Do not hide on one of those 5 tiles. I am your friend.
I
them
would
out.
actually say that try to go to skill totem level, like so you don't have a lot of bots or whatever running past here. It's super annoying. Yeah. Let's hope for a good kill here. You can also bring a spec weapon if you want. Okay, Runa Bar. Well, that's a first.
This is kind of scuffed because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be able to hit it constantly, but I'm doing it like a jank method of it, I guess. But whatever, it'll work eventually. And I don't really know how to unstick it. Can it hit me if I stand here? Yeah, I can.
The fuck? Right, surely it's bestseller.
What's a bestseller?
I assumed Baldur's Gate 3 would be. I wanted to check something. Instead, I have found things I would rather not see. Oh, there it is below them. It is trending lower than two things we shall not talk about.
Now you got my attention.
You can go look them yourself if you really want.
I will not be doing this.
Alright. It does have online. That's freaking weird. Why does it have online co-op?
Why wouldn't it?
How many of these games do you think have had co-op ever?
I don't know.
Wait, why does Boss Crab have it? That's surprising to me.
He has aspirations of once again playing a video game sometime in his life.
I am surprised he would pick that up at release. I mean, I guess it just released. Yeah.
Yep.
Pat, Old T, Cujo, all of that makes sense. NB,
Yeah,
sure.
that checks out. That is the most checked out thing to ever check. God, this is so jank! I can't believe I scuffed it. I'm not really sure how, either. Okay, at least that was a good hit.
Wasn't Beyond the Summit dead?
Yes.
Well, they're streaming in an hour.
I mean, it might have been dead for Dota. Maybe it's not dead for other things.
It's streaming Dota 2 in an hour. Let me be clear here. BTS Pro Series 2, Southeast Asia.
Maybe just the English division died then.
Maybe. I came here
Chaos
to say
Elemental.
one thing only.
I'm asking for you to die.
No. Denied.
Please, I need.
No.
Please, sir.
No.
My elemental, she's very sick.
He fucking would. Guess who? I need poker friends to talk to review hands with. Been really enjoying getting better, but I missed to be able to break down hands to what?
Pie?
It is pie. I was not expecting. What am I reading? Did I read this wrong? Enjoying getting better, but I miss be able to break down hands to learn. No, I read that correctly. Those are the words that he typed. It's pie secretly from another country.
Yes.
Did he come to America to make the American movies?
Mhm.
He's actually a space alien?
That is 100%.
It would make sense. But no, Pi would also play poker because that sounds like the same kind of thing that he would do with Mafia. What? Each day is an opportunity to learn from mistakes. Can't be results oriented. Getting better each day. What? I need to close this. He's not streaming Mafia, that's all I actually need to know.
Just die! Just take a hit! God dang!
No.
I'm so annoyed that I bricked it. I did it good, and then I swerved, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Alright, that was a decent hit. Oopsie. Okay, another good one. We're getting there. We can hit it. one or two more juicy hits. Preferably soon. You bastard.
Mountains are volatile. Say.
I killed it!
Unkill me right now.
Oh, alright. Well, now we know how to do it correctly next time. But the point is, we killed it. Combat achievement. Unlocked.
Unkill me right now.
No.
Do it. Fight that thing.
The demon? Killed a billion of this.
The heck? But he's big and scary.
Nah. He's not as scary. He's not as scary as Angry Cloud, Talon.
The heck is this game?
The cloud was Angie. Angie Cloud. Think about it. Think about how Angie Cloud is. Cloud Striff. Man, where the frick am I going? I thought I was somewhere else. Or no, I thought I had a ring, but I don't. I don't have my ring.
Do I need 83?
I'm still in Ancients too. This is cringe.
You.
And I've got those tiles marked for the next time I want to do it. Okay, so I've done this and this. What's my smithing level? 71. I do need a little more smithing level.
It's me, I'm here.
It's too late, I'm in town.
Get back out here.
No. I won't do that.
Do it now.
Not happening. Not this time. Put my potato sacks back. Those are helpful. Okay, let's see. Let's strip down, get nudie. What do we need to catch a small fish? You should just walk there. Feel like a pleb.
No. Where's my list of cog sniffers? I really have one of them.
Why won't any of these? Why won't the salamander get in my trap? Yes.
No.
You fell for my trap. Task complete. Ivan away!
Burn Federation. Burn Federation. Where are these? They're much closer. Interesting.
Somebody's gonna PK me and steal my bait.
Yep, it's me. Of course, I know him. He's me.
How dare you?
Let's go visit these people and install a comm sniffer in their place. Exactly. A new guy in there? You getting all these new items in his collection log?
It looks like it. That's definitely a clue scroll if I've ever seen one in my life.
Steel plate body sounds like it would be a pretty common item in general, so.
Well, it's a trimmed steel plate body, so it's like the cosmetic fancy one.
Armor trimming?
Yes. I mean that's the scam is you wear trimmed armor and you say I can trim it for you, but you can't because it only comes from clue scrolls.
But, you know, I could trim that armor for you, I'm just saying.
Oh, thank you. It's very generous. Very degenerate. I mean, generous.
Why can we not research abduction? We have researched abduction. Well, I need to go back into my database to research other stuff.
Am I an idiot?
Guess let's research artisanal farming. What if you were an artisanal farmer?
Oh, there's the fishing spot. It's back that way. Aren't I the fool? Oh, there it is. Booyah. Alright, we caught a fish. Nice raw lava eel. It's very raw. So now I need to take a thing. Where the frick am I? Oh.
Guarding your comm relay so closely, I'm not going to do anything to it.
That sounds like what somebody who would be doing something to it would say.
Like, I'm just gonna install a little thing that'll let me know when they post missions, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well let's, before I go and start doing smithing, it's time to kill a spiritual warrior. Okay. So let's see. So we got our Samarak item. Our Samarak item, our whatever item.
Yoink. Alright, mission complete.
Symbol, Serdoman protection. Okay, I can stand for this. Bring a few lobbies. I think this is pretty close, yeah. Oh, that's the Rev Cave. Ooh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I do not want to go to the Rev Cave. It's spooky. I want to go to the God Wars, baby. How do I leave? Oh, okay, I can't leave this way. I wonder if you can you leave the wilderness this way? You only go in. Only go in. Alright. Well, I'll be right back. I'm alive!
No.
Yes.
Consider now.
But have you considered the following? Yes.
I have considered new.
Okay, what if Zundu? Okay. Zundu? Blast furnace strategies. How much gold do I have? Goodly amount. What's the best way to get adamantite ore? Giants Foundry. Alright, I guess we go to the blast furnace.
Start marking December.
Gloves. Oh! What the heck? You get to keep
Yes.
your time. Okay, I assumed that that each blast furnace session was different, but no. Why don't I have my graceful on?
December 25th as a festival for Sol Invictus, and how important was that holiday? The answer to the first question is, we don't know, but based on this evidence, it may have been instituted under Emperor Aurelian in 274. By the 4th century, it apparently was celebrated with feasting and chariot races, and it was one of several holidays for the sun, specifically August 28th and the October Games. This is basically all we know, which means the answer to the second question, how important was this holiday, is difficult to answer. It probably was not as important as the other December holiday, Saturnalia. We have tons of evidence for this holiday, and maybe not even as popular as the other Sol Invictus festivals in August and October. The lack of evidence leads 3 leading scholars on this topic to seriously question whether the Natalis and Victi celebrations on December 25th were really so ancient, widespread, and momentous as to exert a strong influence on Christian communities in Rome and elsewhere. So let's turn to those Christian communities and their observance of December 25th. When did they settle on this date? And was Sol Invictus a factor in their decision-making? There are 2 competing theories: the history of religions theory and the calculation theory. The history of religions theory is the one that we've been addressing since the start of this video. This is the notion that Christians aimed to copy the festival or birthday of some other god, whether that be Sol Invictus, or as some fringe theorists have argued, Mithras or Horus. Neither of these latter examples are even worth addressing, as they are completely spurious. This sort of theorizing is rooted in an old way to conduct comparative religious studies called the history of religion school of thought, championed by German Protestant scholars starting in the
Oops.
the late 1800s. At its best, the history of religion school helped to launch the modern secular study of religion, a discipline rooted in the empirical methods of the humanities and social sciences, a discipline rooted in the critical inquiry of religion that's not beholden to religious tradition or religious authority. But at its worst, the history of religion school was the academic version of this meme, drawing wild parallels between religions, whether or not the evidence really supports their claims. And these German Protestant scholars particularly focused on trying to find parallels between Christianity and traditional Roman religion, sometimes grasping at straws. To be clear, Christianity arose out of a Greco-Roman context, and many aspects of Christianity reflect this influence. An example I've covered on this channel before is how early artistic representations of Jesus were influenced by Greco-Roman artistic trends. Sometimes he was depicted as the standard Greco-Roman philosopher, or sometimes in the standard Greco-Roman way to depict a major god like Zeus or Serapis, with a big beard sitting on a throne. It should not surprise us to discover that Christianity was embedded in its cultural context, as is every religion. So of course we will see philosophical, artistic, and ritual influence from its Greco-Roman world, in addition to influence from Second Temple Judaism. But in the case of the Sol Invictus question, the history of religion school went too far. One of these historians was Hermann Usner, who way back in 1889 popularized the theory that Christians chose December 25th to counter or usurp the popularity of Sol Invictus. Usner cited two main sources to support his argument. First, a passage by the Syriac Christian author Bar Salibi, and an anonymous ancient Christian homily that mentions Sol Invictus. We'll examine these in order. Living in the 1100s CE, the Syriac writer Bar Salibi explicitly says, "The Lord was born in the month of January, on the day on which we celebrate Epiphany. The reason why the Church Fathers changed the feasts of January 6th and moved it to December 25th was as follows. According to festive custom, the pagans were accustomed to celebrate the feast of the rising sun on December 25th. They also let the Christians participate in these festivities, and to this day, Christians have maintained this custom." But this is not good evidence. Bar Salibi is an extremely late source. He was writing during the medieval period in the 12th century. No historian should rely on a source from the 12th century to accurately describe the 3rd century, any more than we should rely on a text from today to accurately describe the life of Bar Salibi. Basically the same amount of time separating us from Bar Salibi separates him from Emperor Aurelian. And secondly, we should note that Bar Salibi is a hostile, biased source. Some Christians to this day celebrate Christmas on January 6th. These two competing Christmas days stretch back to antiquity. In this text, Bar Salibi, who celebrates Christmas in January, is trying to put down his fellow Christians who celebrate in December. So he has a religiously motivated interest in portraying their December 25th tradition as rooted in paganism. So in the end, Usner was simply being a bad historian by building his argument off of Bar Salibi's super late and super biased comment. The second source is more interesting. It's an ancient Christian homily that tries to calculate the important life moments of Jesus and John the Baptist. In reference to December 25th, the sermon says, "But the pagans also call this day the birthday of the Invincible One." But that's it. It does not mention anyone co-opting a holiday. It's simply evidence that Christians were aware of the day's connection with Sol Invictus, but awareness does not prove a conscious effort to copy or usurp a holiday. From my reading on the scholarship, it appears that scholars have rejected the history of religion's theory. The evidence definitely suggests that Christians were aware of December 25th as a Sol Invictus festival. Whoever wrote that homily that I just cited says that outright. But the evidence also suggests that this holiday was instituted late in Roman history, probably after Emperor Aurelian. There is no evidence that it was widespread or all that influential in Roman society, and there is no evidence that demonstrates that any Christian authority consciously attempted to co-opt the holiday. The first mention of this theory is a hostile source from the 1100s, over 800 years after Emperor Aurelian. Anyone who floats the history of religion's theory is making a speculative inference from silence rather than direct evidence. Now, I want to be clear, it's not necessarily a harebrained inference. Historians make inferences all the time. I'm inferring from the evidence that Aurelian instituted the holiday on December 25th, even though there's no direct evidence saying so. And there is evidence from throughout late antiquity that Christians co-opted pagan temples and pagan festivals. Pope Gregory the Great himself recommended this as a proselytizing strategy, writing in the early 600s. But in the case of the history of religion's theory, the theory is not as convincing than what I think is a much better supported theory. The calculation theory. This theory argues that December 25th eventually was institutionalized as the Christmas festival day because Christian chronographers engaged in complicated and even heavily contrived calculations of Jesus' life, eventually settling on December 25th. This process appears to have already been ongoing in the early 3rd century, decades before Emperor Aurelian, and rather than being influenced by pressures to counter a pagan festival, December 25th probably won out over alternate calculations because it was the traditional day of the Roman winter solstice. The winter solstice is probably why anyone celebrated anything on December 25th in the first place, pagan, Christian, or otherwise. Because the Earth is tilted on its axis by about 23.4 degrees, different parts of the planet receive different amounts of sunlight depending on the time of the year. In the northern hemisphere, the winter solstice is the shortest day of the year, when the Earth's axis is tilted furthest away from the sun, and it always occurs in December. As an aside, this means it's also the longest day of the year for those living in the southern hemisphere. But for the Roman Empire, located completely in the northern hemisphere, they marked the winter solstice in December, and traditionally, always on December 25th. We see this in several Roman sources, such as the writer Columella, as well as Pliny the Elder's Natural History. They also mark the spring equinox on March 25th, which will become important soon. What's interesting is that this was just a traditional date. Because the Julian calendar is poorly calibrated, the calendar drifts out of sync with the Earth's revolution around the sun. Even in the lifetime of Pliny and Columella, the actual solstice did not fall on December 25th. These writers were a few days off, scientifically speaking. But this was marked as the traditional symbolic day. Even hundreds of years later, the 4th century writer Servius mentions December 25th as the winter solstice, even though by then he was way off. This suggests that December 25th was deeply embedded in the Roman calendar as the winter solstice, traditionally, but not scientifically. So we can now see why the Romans might call it the birthday of the sun, because every day after that day, the days get longer and longer, more and more sunlight each day until the vernal equinox, traditionally marked on March 25th. So with these two dates in mind, let's turn now to the Christian sources. Christians became increasingly obsessed with calculating the major milestones of Jesus' story. When was Jesus conceived? When was he born? When did he die? When did he resurrect? The reason why Christians needed to engage in complex speculation is because no one knew these dates. The gospel writers did not know, or at least didn't care enough to record a birth date, but the gospels included just enough details for later Christians to attempt complicated calculations to find these dates. The Gospel of Luke, for example, mentions that Jesus was conceived during the reign of Herod the Great, born at the time Quirinius was governor of Syria, and was baptized in the 15th year of the Emperor Tiberius. Mark 15:33 mentions that darkness came over the whole land at the time of Jesus' death. So chronographers attempted to link his death to solar eclipses. And critically, the New Testament says that Jesus was crucified the day before Passover, or the 14th of Nisan on the Jewish calendar. With a firm date to work with, it's no surprise that our earliest Christian sources demonstrate that Christians attempted to calculate Jesus' death first, and only later calculated his birth following from these crucifixion day calculations. But there's a catch. The Jewish calendar is a lunar solar calendar. This means it shifts around year to year on the Julian calendar. This is why holidays like Yom Kippur or Hanukkah always seem to fall on a different day year to year. So Christians needed to engage in complex calculations to try to match the 14th of Nisan to their own Julian calendar. One of the most interesting and earliest examples of such calculations were inscribed on a statue base of the Christian priest Hippolytus. Dating somewhere between 222 and 235 CE, scholars think that this records one of his earlier works. It's kind of confusing to figure out what's happening in these photographs, but it helps to think of it like an ancient Excel spreadsheet. A spreadsheet showing the Julian calendar dates that correspond to the 14th of Nisan year after year. The spreadsheet claims that in the implied year of Jesus' crucifixion, the 14th of Nisan fell on March 25th. Other Christians floated March 25th as well for Jesus' crucifixion date. Around the same time as Hippolytus in the early 200s, Tertullian also says that Jesus was crucified on March 25th. Here's where it gets interesting. because, as we've already discussed, March 25th is the vernal equinox in the northern hemisphere. Rather than a coincidence, this is probably the result of Christian chronographers going out of their way to try to match their calculations with the vernal equinox for its cosmic significance. This leads the scholar Dr. Peter Gainsford, who blogs over at the amazing Kiwi Hellenist blog, to say maybe we shouldn't call this the calculation theory, but the concocting theory. Christians really wanted the crucifixion to align with the vernal equinox. But all of this talk is about calculating Jesus' death date. So what about his birth date? How do we get from Easter to Christmas? Well, notice that December 25th is 9 months after March 25th. This is also probably not a coincidence. According to Jewish and later Christian tradition, prophets and saints lived perfect lives in that they were born and died on the same day. For example, the Talmud teaches that Moses was born and died on the same day. Christians apparently shifted this theory to argue that Jesus was conceived and died on the same day, March 25th, which implicated December 25th as his birthday if we calculate forward a conveniently perfect 9-month gestation period. We see this explicitly in one of St. Augustine's writings. He says, "For Jesus is believed to have been conceived on the 25th of March, upon which day also he suffered. But he was born, according to tradition, upon December the 25th. Now, admittedly, Augustine is a fairly late source for what we've been talking about thus far. We've been hanging out mostly in the 3rd century, but Augustine was writing in the late 4th and early 5th centuries. But it's likely that Hippolytus was doing a similar calculation because he landed on this pairing of March 25th and December 25th early in the 3rd century. We already know this from his spreadsheet, that he thought Jesus was crucified on March 25th. But in a commentary on the book of Daniel, Hippolytus also argues for December 25th as the birthday. Scholars for a long time thought that this was a medieval interpolation, that someone later meddled with Hippolytus's original work, but I see no good evidence to agree with this assessment. If this quotation is indeed authentic, this is our earliest evidence of a Christian marking December 25th as Jesus' birthday, a text that Hippolytus would have composed decades before Emperor Aurelian would have inaugurated a Sol Invictus festival on December 25th. But even if this quotation is a later forgery, December 25th is already heavily implied by the authentic Hippolytan table. So ironically enough, our earliest evidence that Christians landed on December 25th for Christmas predates our earliest evidence of a Sol Invictus festival. Does this flip the history of religion's theory around, that Christianity influenced the cult of Sol Invictus? Well, no. In my opinion, asking who is influencing who is a simplistic way to understand cultural phenomena like the origins of a holiday. The winter solstice and spring equinox do not belong to any particular religious tradition. They're not pagan, they're not Christian, they are natural, observable realities that were marked on the Roman calendar. Since we lack any direct evidence to conclude Christians were influenced by a sun god festival, it's more logical to assume that both pagans and Christians were motivated to associate their respective gods to a cosmologically significant day, and associate their respective gods to a cosmologically significant astral body up there in the sky. And in fact, we do have contemporary Christian documents equating Jesus to the sun. One text argues that Jesus was born on March 28th, the same supposed day that the sun was created in the book of Genesis, and links Jesus to the Son of Righteousness mentioned in the book of Malachi. The 4th century theologian Ephraim the Syrian equates Jesus to the sun as well. In the winter, it descends to a low level. In summer, like you, it ascends to the height and rules over all. As Stephen Hymanns writes, the sun's cosmic nature and reality were undeniable, and whose potential for cosmic symbolism was inspiring. Thus, Christians readily could describe Jesus with solar imagery without necessarily dealing with the pagan sun god's soul. We already saw this earlier in the video with 2 Jewish synagogues with Helios and the zodiac on their floors. Again, this is not evidence that these synagogue goers were influenced by the cultic practice of Sol Invictus, but it's definitely evidence that Jews were interested in situating their religious practice in the ebb and flow of the cosmos. We see that also with the image of Sol in that Christian tomb. So the takeaway I want to emphasize in this video is ancient history and archaeology are empirical disciplines based on empirical evidence. Of course, history is way more subjective and interpretive than the experimental sciences. In the sciences, you can conduct double-blind, repeatable experiments to prove your point. You can't really do this with history, but I often feel that this subjectivity of history gives license to people to say whatever they want without evidence. When it comes to Mithras or Horus having a birthday on December 25th, there is absolutely no evidence to work with, and you can dismiss such claims out of hand. But the topic is definitely more complicated when it comes to Sol Invictus, because you do have a few sources to work with. You have the calendar of 354, you have the quotation from Julian the Apostate, who states public games were celebrated for Helios in late December. You also have an anonymous, probably 4th century Christian homily on the solstices and equinoxes that mentions December 25th as Sol Invictus' birthday. This evidence demonstrates that at least in the 4th century, and possibly starting in the late 3rd century under Emperor Aurelian, some Romans recognized December 25th as the birthday of the sun god, and that it was marked with some sort of festival. It's also evidence that Christians were aware of this day's association with the sun god. But is that enough evidence to support the history of religion's theory, that Christians consciously and intentionally aimed to substitute the sun god day for Jesus? I don't think this theory is supported. We don't have any Christian authority saying that they chose December 25th as Jesus' birthday to compete with Sol Invictus. Thus, it's an argument from silence. This idea does not pop up until the 1100s from a hostile Christian source named Barsalibi, who was trying to prove his January 6th Christmas as superior to the December 25th Christmas. Instead, what we do have is a wealth of documents attesting to the fact that Christians cared a lot about cosmic symbolism and calculated the major milestones of Jesus' life in such a way that places these life moments in a cosmic system, between the bookends of the spring equinox and the winter solstice. I won't say that the history of religion's theory and the calculation theory are mutually exclusive, though. I think it's possible to hypothesize some sort of hybrid theory. The Roman Empire was a huge place with millions of people, and it's very plausible that some Christian authority somewhere was very concerned about someone in his parish attending one of those chariot races in honor of Sol Invictus at the Circus Maximus. I'll admit that this is very plausible. But my point is, this scenario is hypothetical. We have no evidence that Sol Invictus was exerting all that much influence on Christian communities. From the evidence we do have, Christians cared much more about the spring equinox than they did Sol Invictus, and the Christmas date derived from this date. Much of the reason why I think Sol Invictus was not a factor in their decision-making was precisely because March 25th had nothing to do with Sol Invictus. His holidays fell on other days, and only later December 25th. The focus on the equinox and solstice, of course, illustrates that Christians were embedded in their Greco-Roman culture, but not in the sense of stealing or copying a pagan festival. The equinox and solstice were already self-evidently special on the Roman calendar, which justified attempts to tie the life of Jesus to these dates. Hey everyone, welcome to what is officially the longest Religion for Breakfast video ever made. Congratulations if you've made it this far. This video is basically my best attempt at summarizing when did the world begin? Bishop James Ussher is famous for pinpointing the first day of creation according to Genesis to exactly October 23rd, 4004 BC. The ancient Maya, however, believed it was a little bit younger. They pinpointed the dawn of the human era to exactly August 14th, 3114 BC. Didn't they also say something about the world ending in 2012? Well, not exactly. In this video, we'll examine classic Maya religion, what the Maya believed about gods, ancestors, and their extremely complicated calendar. But first, who were the classic Maya? The word Maya actually refers to a diverse collection of ethnic groups from areas around Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. The word Maya itself was created after the arrival of the Spanish, based on the Yucatec city of Mayapan, but scholars collectively refer to these ethnic groups as Maya because they speak similar languages and share certain cultural and artistic traditions. The first Maya people probably came from the Cuchumatan Mountains in southwestern Guatemala, and spread from there starting around 2000 BC. Today, Maya people living in this area often use more specific names for their own local languages and ethnic groups. That's right, the Maya never disappeared. Today, there are millions of Maya people that live across the Maya region, as well as in the United States. Therefore, when we speak about the Maya religion, we need to be more specific about which Maya religion, which specific Maya group, and at what specific time. Many viewers might be familiar with Mel Gibson's movie Apocalypto, but it compresses features from several different time periods together, even though it's set at the time of Spanish contact in the 1500s. We're focusing on the Classic period, which lasted from around 250 to 900 CE, and we'll concentrate on the central region, called the Southern Lowlands, which at this time was dominated by speakers of the Mayan language we call Classic Ch'olti'an. We'll focus on this region because it was the most heavily populated during the Classic period, and therefore has the greatest amount of information about its society and culture. One final note before we continue. The word Maya is used both as a singular and plural noun to refer to the ethnic group, as in the phrase, the classic Maya, as well as an adjective to refer to things related to the Maya, such as Maya religion. Scholars use the term Mayan, with an N, only as a noun or adjective to relate to the language, as in the Mayan language. So with all that terminology out of the way, let's get into it. The Classic period took place before any contact with Europeans, but the Classic Maya did not live in a vacuum. In fact, they interacted extensively with other Native American peoples. The cultural region that stretches from northern Mexico to Costa Rica is often referred to as Mesoamerica. As one of many Mesoamerican groups, the Maya shared religion and culture with others in this region, and were integrated into a wider political and economic sphere. Careful viewers of this channel will notice lots of similarities between classic Maya religion and that of the Aztecs, another famous Mesoamerican group that we covered in a previous video. The Aztec Empire rose and fell centuries after the Classic period that we're examining today. It was also located in central Mexico, to the northwest of the Maya region. During the Classic period, central Mexico was home to another powerful empire based at the great city of Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan had an enormous influence on the Classic Maya, and in fact, one important Maya god originated from there, the war serpent Huaxaclahun Ubacan. But today we'll focus on the Maya themselves. Unlike the Aztec or the people of Teotihuacan, the Maya of the Classic period did not belong to a single empire. Instead, they were divided into many small independent kingdoms, each with its own ruling dynasty and local traditions, including each with their own religious customs. Some of these kingdoms eventually became powerful enough to dominate others through strategic wars, alliances, marriages, and economic exchange. But even the most successful Maya kingdoms did not become an empire. In other words, they did not incorporate their subordinates into larger territorial units. Instead, the political Maya landscape remained fragmented. Another important feature of the Classic period was the blossoming of Maya hieroglyphic writing, which had first developed in the later part of the previous period, creatively named the Pre-Classic period. The boom of legible texts during the Classic period gives us a window into Maya religious beliefs that remain invisible for earlier periods, simply due to the lack of evidence. In addition to these carved monuments, we can learn about classic Maya religion through archaeological excavations and through artwork depicting Maya religious rituals. Moreover, we can gain some insights by examining Maya religious practices in later periods, such as after Spanish contact. Yet we need to be careful when we use these sources because Maya religion, like any religion, changed over time. Using these sources of evidence, today we're going to focus on three important aspects of classic Maya religion: gods, ancestors, and the calendar. The classic Maya word for god was k'u. The classic Maya worshipped lots of gods, each of which could take on different local traits in different kingdoms. Today we know the names of many Maya gods, but even just 40 years ago they were much more of a mystery. This ambiguity led the scholar Paul Schellhas to create an index of Maya gods in 1910, labeling each god or goddess with a letter of the alphabet in his work, Representation of Deities of the Maya Manuscripts. These labels are still used for some of the lesser understood gods, but in most cases, once we know the proper name of the god, we use that name instead of the Schellhas label. In many cases, Maya gods were identified with natural phenomena. For example, some of the most prominent gods of the classic Maya pantheon include the sun god, K'inich Ahau, the rain god, Chak, the god of lightning, Ka'awil, and the maize god, Ishin. The classic Maya venerated goddesses as well, especially the goddess of the moon, but goddesses were depicted and mentioned far less often than male gods. The Maya wove mythic narratives about these gods, which are depicted on painted pots, carved in stone, and described in hieroglyphic texts. Some of these narratives we can reconstruct, others are fragmented or unknown. One myth, for example, includes the death and raising of the maize god. As we can reconstruct it, the maize god died and was buried. His soul journeyed to a watery underworld in a canoe, which was ruled by the god we simply label God El. Next, the maize god's twin sons journeyed to the underworld to find their father, where they resurrected him as a maize plant. Together, Maize God and his twin sons then publicly humiliated God El by kicking him and stripping him of his clothes. All told, this mythic cycle appears to be an allegory for the life cycle of the maize plant. Its kernels are planted in the ground, and then it's carefully tended and raises as a new maize plant. As in all Mesoamerican cultures, the Maya relied heavily on corn, squash, and beans for subsistence, and the presence of the maize god in their mythology shows just how important corn was for the Maya. During the Classic period, Maya rulers compared themselves to characters in these myths by undergoing god impersonation ceremonies. These ceremonies involved wearing the mask and regalia of the god, and involved ritual dancing. Entire mythical scenes could be reenacted using different courtiers to play the relevant roles. For example, in this scene from Palenque, the ruler wears the guise of the god that scholars simply designate G1, while his courtier impersonates a god that we call the principal bird deity. Together, they act out a scene in which G1 is crowned as lord of his kingdom, and in so doing, simultaneously crowns the living king. Imagine the political and social significance of your ruler literally impersonating one of your gods. The identities of classic Maya gods were fluid. Sometimes they were depicted with more animal-like features, sometimes with more human-like features. Some scholars have proposed that, like the Aztec concept of Teot, the Maya word for god actually doesn't mean god in the traditional sense, but instead refers to a kind of impersonal natural energy of which different Maya gods were merely manifestations. Other scholars have noted, however, that classic Maya hieroglyphic inscriptions treat this word as a noun that refers to specific beings rather than a more abstract divine principle. So the debate is ongoing. In many cases, these individual gods were supernatural patrons to certain communities, not unlike the patron gods of the ancient Mediterranean world, Athena for the city of Athens, for example. And while different kingdoms often recognize similar or identical patron gods, each had its own unique combination. Effigies of these local patrons were housed in temples, fed on incense, food, and drink, and ritually bathed and dressed by rulers and priests. This temple at Palenque, for example, today known as the Temple of the Cross, was in fact a temple to the Palenque patron god G1. The pyramid-shaped platform represents a mountain, while the structure here on top contains a small inner shrine called a pibna, or underground house. Here, G1 was believed to sleep between ritual occasions. Other Palenque inscriptions describe how G1 and his fellow patron gods received periodic gifts of clothing and adornments. Patron gods at Palenque and other sites were brought out for important occasions, such as political events and calendar rituals, and they were carried into war to divinely protect the army. Sometimes these patron effigies were even captured by the enemy armies and brought back to be adopted by the victors. Patron deities could be adopted in other ways as well. They didn't need to be captured in war. It seems that sometimes Maya rulers simply introduced new gods, often in times of political change or strife. This practice meant that over the course of the Classic period, Maya kingdoms gradually collected patron gods in larger and larger local pantheons. The best example of this can be seen at Copan, a kingdom that gradually accumulated dozens of gods stretching from the 5th century to the end of the 8th century, a real god-collecting kingdom. In addition to gods, the classic Maya also venerated their ancestors. Dead relatives were often buried within the household rather than in separate graveyards. The dwellings of most ordinary Maya consisted of several platforms and houses arranged around a central courtyard. When an important individual died, a grave would be dug into one of the household's platforms. The platform itself would then be enlarged and a new wooden structure built on top. Over time, each household would accumulate several graves of its most important ancestors. Just imagine that, literally living on top of generations of your ancestors. This would intimately tie your living family to that household location. And on a societal scale, it served as a reminder to the entire community about your household's ancestral rights to that land and its resources. Maya rulers followed a similar practice, but on a much grander scale. Dead rulers were also buried under stone platforms, but these platforms were often stepped pyramids. Some of these funerary pyramids contained the graves of several rulers that accumulated over time, while in other cases, newly deceased rulers were given new pyramids nearby. Large cities therefore developed huge multi-pyramid necropolises where their ruling lineage was buried. A great example of this is the Tikal North Acropolis, a large terrace that was the site of royal burials for hundreds of years. It was home to dozens of pyramid temples dating back to the earliest days of the Tikal dynasty. In addition to building tombs for their deceased ancestors, the classic Maya also gave them offerings. This stela from Piedras Negras shows the living ruler offering incense to his deceased mother in the tomb below. We also know that Maya rulers would sometimes open tombs and conduct rituals with the bones, although we don't exactly know what these practices involved. On this altar from Tikal,
Making
we
some
can see
swords.
the king and another nobleman conducting a ritual with the skull and bones of a deceased female ancestor, probably after moving her tomb
What?
for political
At least
reasons.
I'm not trading
We
AI
know very
cores.
little about
Those are
classic Maya
dangerous.
commoners' belief of the afterlife. As you can see from
No, they're
all of
my
this
friends.
monumental architecture, most of the material that's accessible to us today
Also, you don't
comes
trade
from the
the
religion
AI
of the
cores.
elite. So we might be looking at a somewhat skewed view for the religious reality of the
Why
classic
not?
Maya. But we do know
You
that
could,
Maya
but they're too
rulers
valuable for
believed
that.
that their
Keep them.
deceased ancestors gazed down on them from above. Sometimes multiple ancestors were fused together as a single supernatural entity looking on from the sky. In other cases, royal ancestors were depicted in the guise of the maize god, sun god, and moon goddess. This sculpture from Holmul in Guatemala shows the deceased ruler probably in the guise of the sun god. He's accompanied by two star deities who offer him tamales. Glyphs inform us that the star god on the left represents the common people, while the figure on the right represents the nobility. In other words, the entire body politic has been reborn in the heavens. And now let's talk about that calendar. One of the most important features of classic Maya religious ritual was observing special rites to mark the passage of time. And we don't have the time in this video for a complete description of the very complex Maya calendar, but there are some important aspects that we should highlight. First, the Maya, like all Mesoamerican groups, recognized a ritual cycle of 260 days. This cycle was defined by the permutations of 20 repeating day names and 13 repeating numbers. Each day number combination was believed to have a special significance that affected the fortunes of that day. In addition to this 260-day ritual cycle, Mesoamerican groups, including the Maya, marked the passage of a 365-day solar cycle, divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 additional days that were often considered unlucky days. The underlying rhythm of each of these cycles is a 20-day period that the classic Maya called a winal or winik, which means 20, but it also means person. As you might have guessed by now, the number 20 forms the basis of all Maya mathematics and numerology, including the calendar innovation that we know as the long count. Though the long count first appears in pre-classic texts that are likely not even Mayan in the first place, it was the classic Maya more than any other Mesoamerican group who used this system to mark the passage of time. For reasons that remain unknown, the Maya believed that on August 14th, 3114 BC, the gods created the earth as we know it today. Now, the Maya believed that the gods also did plenty of other things before this date, so this was not the beginning of time itself, merely the beginning of the human era. In fact, there's still some debate about the exact day in August, not because the Maya themselves were unclear about it, but because scholars are still debating exactly how the Maya calendar lines up with our own calendar. And for the scholars and superfans in the audience, here we're using the 584286 correlation, or the GMT+1, advocated by the scholars Simon Martin and Joel Skidmore. Source here on screen. Now you know. Time was divided into units of different sizes. The smallest unit was the day, 20 days made a month or a winik, 18 months made a year or a hab, 20 years made a winikab, also known to scholars today by its post-classic name, the Ka'atun, and 20 winikabs made a baktun, a period of 400 years. The Maya used the long count to measure time since date 0. So by counting backwards in time using the Maya long count, we arrive at the date of creation, 3114 BC. It was on this date that the Maya believed that the Earth emerged from a dark body of water, sometimes called a primordial sea. A decade ago, there was a lot of talk about the meaning of the year 2012 in the Maya long count calendar. Some speculated that the Maya believed 2012 to be some sort of doomsday, as in the disaster movie 2012. Others thought that the classic Maya predicted the dawning of a new era of some sort. The reason that this date is special is that December 24, 2012 represented the end of the 13th Baktun since the creation date in 3114 BC, and when the Maya wrote about that ancient creation date, they referred to it as the completion of a previous cycle of 13 Baktuns. In other words, the long count is simply a very long cycle measuring 13 Baktuns long, which, theoretically, repeats. If the classic Maya believed that the world as we know it was created at the beginning of the last long count cycle, some have wondered, did they believe something important would happen at the end of this long count cycle? In fact, there are only 2 Maya inscriptions that mention the 2012 date, and both of them are rather vague, so we don't really know what the classic Maya thought might happen. There is no evidence that they thought the world would end, nor any of the other popular theories that were circulated back in 2012. There's no doubt, though, that if classic Maya society had persisted unchanged into the 21st century, they definitely would have marked the end of the 13th Baktun as an extremely important ritual occasion. No doubt about it. And in fact, many modern Maya people did ritually celebrate it at several ancient Maya sites. We know the classic Maya would have done the same because they frequently celebrated important dates in the long count calendar. They were especially interested in the completion of cycles every 20 years. On these dates, which we call period endings, Maya rulers dedicated stone monuments in the presence of patron gods, ancestors, and human subordinates. These monuments usually consisted of a standing stone paired with a round stone altar. Rituals associated with these period endings included wrapping stone pillars in cloth and the burning of offerings of incense upon the stone altars. The Maya recognized many other calendar cycles in addition to these. For example, they routinely recorded a 9-day cycle and a lunar cycle. We also know that in the post-classic period, they kept almanacs of planetary cycles, and were even able to predict when eclipses might occur. While no classic period books of this nature have survived, it's very likely that Maya priests had similar practices in that period as well. So, why were the classic Maya so focused on these cycles and calendars? Well, the Maya believed that each station of each cycle governed what might happen on that day, including things like the weather, political events, and how well your crops would grow, or other kinds of fortunes or misfortunes. When they recorded historical events, Maya scribes were careful to contextualize them within these cycles, looking for parallels with past and future events. This is how the Maya made sense of the seemingly random and unpredictable nature of daily life and human history, by ordering it within multiple and overlapping cycles of time. So far, we've talked about 3 kinds of Maya religious practice: the veneration of gods, the veneration of ancestors, and the marking of cycles of time. But many of you have probably also heard about their practice of human sacrifice. Where does this come in? The movie Apocalypto makes it seem as though the Maya sacrificed people on a massive scale, terrorizing the countryside for the sole purpose of feeding their gods. This is an exaggerated and sensationalized depiction. However, the classic Maya did practice ritualized violence and killing. The most common kind of classic Maya blood sacrifice is called auto-sacrifice, or bloodletting. In this ritual, a practitioner used some sort of blade to pierce their own body, collect the blood, and burn it as an offering before gods and ancestors, as depicted on this lintel from Yaxchilan. While the Maya did not frequently depict the actual act of bloodletting, we know from archaeological evidence that rulers used obsidian blades and stingray spines, and that they bloodlet from the genitals. Depictions of female bloodletting are even more rare, like this scene from Yaxchilan, which shows a queen passing a thorn-studded string through her tongue. The Maya referred to this act as cha'ab, meaning penance, and was an important part of a ruler's ritual duties. Conceptually, cha'ab was linked to the ruler's power as the caretaker of gods and begetter of children. Rulers defeated in battle were described as being without penance, a shameful state of ritual impotence. There's also evidence that the classic Maya killed people as part of religious rituals. Evidence for this practice includes human remains found in ritual deposits, and rarer depictions and descriptions of sacrificial acts. This image is probably the most explicit in its depiction of ritualized killing. It shows a human sacrificed on top of an altar and a decorated stone stela behind him. This event likely would have taken place as part of a period-ending ritual. There is no evidence that human sacrifice on the scale depicted in Apocalypto took place among the Maya of any period. No mass graves have ever been found, nor descriptions or depictions of large-scale sacrificial rites. So who were the unfortunate victims who were sacrificed among the classic Maya? As in other Mesoamerican societies, enemies captured in war are the most likely candidates. Because of their fragmented political system, classic Maya warfare was common and would have been a danger frequently faced by the common people. We have evidence that sometimes entire communities were destroyed in military campaigns, and Maya kingdoms took steps to fortify themselves against attack. Descriptions of Maya warfare universally include the taking of captives, and the more important captives, such as kings and nobles, were subjected to public display and humiliation by the victors. However, unlike the narrative presented in Apocalypto, the purpose of these wars was primarily political and economic. Classic Maya warfare was not conducted for the sole purpose of acquiring sacrificial victims. In fact, we know that some captives were ransomed and allowed to return home. Others were likely enslaved. Still others died in more ritualized ways. For example, the ruler Washaklahun Ubaka-Awil, the king of Copan, was famously captured and then beheaded by his vassal, the ruler of Quirigua. In this light, we should probably view most examples of classic Maya human sacrifice as a ritualized form of political conflict. To summarize then, in this video we've highlighted the important aspects of classic Maya religion, including gods, ancestors, and calendar rites. We've also tried to dispel some common misconceptions. The Maya did not disappear, they're still around today, they did not belong to an empire, they did not predict the end of the world in 2012, and their ritual violence was not massive in scale. All of these aspects of Maya religion can be understood as embedded within the social and cultural forces that shaped their dynamic society during the classic period. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. So this video
In 1939, Matthew Sterling had just arrived in Veracruz, Mexico for a new season of excavations at the site of Tres Zapotes. Sterling was searching for answers about a relatively recently
The search term Aztec religion will reveal dozens of bloody pictures. Dismembered
You're a
bodies,
different channel.
hearts carved out of the chests of human sacrificial victims, their blood spilling down pyramids like a waterfall. For many modern readers, human sacrifice is the defining feature of Aztec religion, and the Aztecs did practice human sacrifice, a lot of it, as did other ancient Mesoamerican cultures. But no religion can be understood through one ritual. So, what do we know about Aztec religion, and why did they practice human sacrifice? When modern scholars say Aztec Empire, they're usually referring to a political entity living in the central Mexican highlands from around 1300 to the 1500s. Aztec is actually a name introduced by modern historians in about the 1800s, basing the name off their semi-mythical homeland, Aztlan. These people did not call themselves Aztecs. The Aztecs were an alliance of three indigenous people groups, the Acolhua, the Tepanec, and the Mexica. And when we talk about Aztecs, we're generally referring to that last group, the Mexica, because they were the dominant group living in the capital city, Tenochtitlan, a huge city on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, which over the centuries dried up and is now occupied by Mexico City. These indigenous ethnic groups making up the Aztec Empire spoke the Nahuatl language, which is why many scholars today prefer to use the term Nahuas to describe all of these Nahuatl-speaking ethnic groups. And to be clear, Nahuas still exist today. Contemporary Nahuatl religion is heavily influenced by Catholicism, but they still practice indigenous religious expressions that deserve their own video. But in this video, I'll be focusing primarily on the Mexica, when they ruled the Valley of Mexico roughly between 1300 to 1521, when it fell to Spanish invaders. Much of what we know about Aztec religion comes from 16th century Spanish sources, like those composed by Bernardino de Sahagún, a Franciscan friar and missionary who wrote huge studies on Aztec culture while living in Mexico. His work, the Florentine Codex, is an important ethnographic study based on reports from native informants, and it includes a bunch of illustrations made by indigenous artists. If you've done even a brief study into the Aztecs, you've almost certainly seen some of the images from the Florentine Codex. But as important as these studies are, we need to realize that all of the information is being filtered through a European and Christian lens. Another caveat, much of what we know about Aztec religion could technically be called Aztec state religion, the religious expressions mandated and upheld by the ruling elite of Tenochtitlan. We know very little about Aztec domestic religion or folk religion, the type of religion I typically research. So, to be accurate, most of this video focuses on large-scale state religion of the Mexica, or what the scholar of Mesoamerican religion, David Carrasco, calls the mystical military religion of the Aztec warrior class. This includes the sacrifices conducted by elite priests at their temples and the mythology recorded by their educated nobility. So, keep in mind while watching this video that we are examining a relatively narrow slice of time, a relatively narrow slice of Aztec society, filtered through the lens of Catholic writers like Bernardino de Sahagún. And with all of those caveats, let's get into it. Aztec religion was polytheistic. There are way too many gods in the Aztec pantheon to cover thoroughly in this video, as many as 200 according to some sources, but we'll focus on a few major ones. The scholar H.B. Nicholson argues that the Aztec gods can be categorized into three loose clusters. First, what he calls celestial creativity / divine paternalism gods. This would include the divine couple that created the universe, sometimes conceptualized as a dual supreme god called Ometeotl. The second category of gods is rain and agricultural fertility, which includes most importantly the rain god Tlaloc. The third is war sacrifice, nourishment of the sun and the earth gods, which includes the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, underworld gods like Mictlantecutli, and Huitzilopochtli, who was basically the Aztec patron god. Aztec lore remembers him as the one to lead the Aztecs from their homeland to Tenochtitlan, while Quetzalcoatl is known from other Mesoamerican religions, including Mayan and Toltec. So what do I mean by war sacrifice, nourishment of the sun, and the earth gods? The Aztecs believed that the universe throughout cosmic history had passed through 4 ages, each time ending in the collapse and recreation of the cosmos. An amazing archaeological discovery, a massive Aztec sunstone, depicts these 4 ages. It dates to the early 1500s, right before the Spanish arrival, and had been buried in Tenochtitlan after the city fell before being discovered a few hundred years later in 1790. In the center is the sun god Tonatiuh, who presides over the 5th age, and around him are 4 boxes depicting the 4 previous ages. We now live in the 5th age, which needs to be maintained and stabilized by nourishing the sun, earth, and rain via rituals such as processions, fasting, purification, dressing in costume as the gods, and famously practicing blood sacrifices, which we'll return to later. The Aztecs also followed a 365 solar cycle and a 260-day ritual cycle. These 2 calendars aligned every 52 years, which at that time they celebrated the new fire ceremony to renew the cosmos, which involved destroying their household goods and extinguishing all fires before lighting a new fire on a sacrificed victim. So this category of war sacrifice and nourishment gods reflects this Aztec vision of the cosmos and the associated rituals performed to maintain the cosmos during the 5th age. Okay, so those are the 3 main categories in the Aztec pantheon, but even these categories are too simplistic. Some scholars might even say misleading. See, we're very accustomed to talking about gods as specific persons with discrete powers, domains, or attributes, partially because Western pop culture feeds us a lot of stereotypes about the Norse and Greek gods. Everyone knows Thor, he's the god of thunder. Ares, he's the god of war. Specific human-like beings with specific domains, thunder and war. But this is not necessarily the most accurate way to talk about Aztec gods.
The identities of Aztec gods, their functions, and their attributes were fluid. We see this in the Nahua word teot, which is translated as God. We have already seen this word in the names of certain Aztec gods, like Omet Teot, the dual creator god, but teot can also be translated as sacred power. Because of this, some scholars of Aztec religion argue that we shouldn't even categorize these gods as personalities, but more in a pantheistic sense. Gods are forces and powers moving through the cosmos, rather than discrete personalities. So let's take Tlaloc as an example. Sure, he is associated with rain and storms, but it would be way too simplistic to call him the god of rain. We could also say he is the force or power manifested in things associated with rain, like moisture, fertility, or the destruction caused by storms. Related to this, yes, we could say that Quetzalcoatl appears as a feathered serpent, but his identity sometimes blends in with Omet Teot as a creator god. Quetzalcoatl also appears in the persona of the wind god, whose persona also blends in with Tlaloc. Quetzalcoatl also appears as human wisdom and skill, and in the night sky as the planet Venus. So we can see that Aztec gods had multiple aspects. Aspects that, according to the scholar Isabel Locke, blend into each other and defy any clear identification. Gods could also take the form of humans in the ritual of deity impersonation. Some Aztec rituals involved humans impersonating a god by dressing in costume. But as David Carrasco argues, deity impersonation was not like pretending to be a god in a Shakespearean play. The Aztecs believed that the person actually became the god. The Aztec pantheon was also very adaptive. When they would conquer a village, they would take the statue of the village god and store it in one of their temples, which scholars interpret as the Mexica constantly adding new gods to their pantheon. After the Spaniards conquered the region and started forcibly converting the indigenous people to Catholicism, many Nahua people adapted the new religion to their cultural frame of reference, referring to Saint Mary and Saint Anne by indigenous mother goddess names. It seems that gods gained or lost popularity over the centuries too, probably tied to the ebb and flow of political change. So, for example, right before the Spanish invasion, Aztec state-sponsored rituals revolved around Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. These two gods were enshrined in temples on top of a huge 90-foot-tall pyramid-shaped building in the center of Tenochtitlan, now called the Great Aztec Temple, or the Templo Mayor. Here's an artist's representation of the Templo Mayor based on historical descriptions, and although it was destroyed following the Spanish conquest, you can still see the foundations preserved. Archaeologists have discovered similar dual staircase temples in other major Aztec cities. The Templo Mayor symbolizes one of the greatest myths associated with Huitzilopochtli. According to Aztec mythology, when he was still in his mother's womb, his sister, Coyolxauhqui, tried to attack his mom in league with her 400 brothers. But as soon as Coyolxauhqui attacked, Huitzilopochtli emerged from the womb armed for battle to defend his mother. According to the myth, he killed Coyolxauhqui, decapitated her, and then threw her down Mount Coatepec, Serpent Mountain, her body breaking apart at the bottom. In 1978, while digging at the foot of the staircase leading up to Huitzilopochtli's shrine, electrical workers discovered a huge monolithic stone depicting Coyolxauhqui, decapitated and dismembered. Chemical analysis has revealed it was painted something like this, with Coyolxauhqui in a pool of blood. This huge monolith of the dismembered Coyolxauhqui, situated at the base of the stairs leading to Huitzilopochtli's temple, seems to reflect this myth, symbolically transforming the staircase below his shrine into the slopes of Serpent Mountain itself. And sure enough, the Aztecs called this temple Coatepec, and to this day we can see stone serpents built into the stairway's base. Thus, the Templo Mayor was an axis mundi, the center of the Aztecs' world and mythology. So now that we've talked about the gods, or divine forces in the Aztec pantheon, what about humans? According to David Carrasco, one of the most pervasive notions in Aztec religion is the sacrality of the human body and its potential to return its energy to the cosmos. What does he mean by the energy of the human body? Well, the Aztecs believed that the human body was a sacred reservoir of divine forces called tonali and teolia. Tonali was an energy or gaseous substance that the Aztecs thought resided in the head and hair. They believed the creation god, Teot, sends it into the head of a fetus while in utero. Tonali derives from the verb to make warm with the sun, or to irradiate, and the Aztecs associated it with warmth as well as solar heat. Tonali was also responsible for your body's strength and health, which is why Aztec warriors are portrayed grasping prisoners of war by their hair, literally holding the person's reservoir of vigor and strength. Teolia, on the other hand, was thought to reside in the human heart and is tied to human reasoning, perception, and understanding. Scholars describe this like a divine fire, a divine spark, or light matter, a force that was particularly strong in priests and people close to the gods. When a person dies, their Teolia leaves the body, and when a warrior dies, their Teolia rises to the sun. Both of these powers were thought to permeate and saturate reality. They were not just housed in the human body, but resided in nature, like mountains and lakes, as well as temples, animals, plants, and objects. So, to summarize, the Aztecs viewed the human body as a composite of forces, or energies, literally residing in the body. We've also learned about Aztec cosmology. The universe is cyclical, going through phases of cataclysm and renewal. So now that we know about these two concepts, let's turn to the infamous ritual of human sacrifice, which Isabel Locke calls a form of energy recycling, a way to nourish the gods with energy that the human body provided. Human sacrifice was widely practiced in Mesoamerica, but seems to have increased in popularity between the 12th and 16th centuries among the Aztecs. As David Carrasco says, human sacrifice was not a random or occasional ritual. It was practiced every single month. Scholars estimate that around 20,000 people were sacrificed per year. But these rituals were not all the same. There were upwards to 18 different ceremonies that involved human sacrifice, sometimes involving elite nobles eating the flesh of the sacrifice victims. According to the Spanish soldier Bernal Diaz, who was part of Hernando Cortez's army, some sacrifices mimicked the dismemberment of Coyolxauhqui, with the victim having their arms and thighs cut off. But the most famous sacrifice was practiced during the yearly festival of Toshkat, which celebrated one of the creator gods, Lord of the Smoking Mirror. This was a god-impersonating festival. The priests chose a young, captured warrior who needed to be in perfect physical condition. They dressed him as an impersonator of the god and made him live among the people for a year. Then, after 1 year, the god impersonator was sacrificed at the Templo Mayor. The priest would cut out his heart and display his skull on a rack, which not only is depicted in a 16th century codex, but has also been discovered in recent years by archaeologists. While excavating at the Templo Mayor in Mexico City, archaeologists found hundreds of skulls perforated on the sides, direct evidence of the skull rack. 75% of the skulls were from men between the ages 20 and 35, but 20% were also from women too. Remember the importance of the head and the heart. The head functioned as the reservoir of the divine force Tonali, while the heart was the reservoir of Teolia, which they believed to rise up and replenish the sun after a warrior dies. Also keep in mind that the Aztecs believed that humans impersonating a god literally became the god. So during that year, the god Tezcatlipoca was thought to literally live among the people and was literally sacrificed as a god. Scholars have offered many different interpretations of Aztec human sacrifice over the past few years, often viewing it through a political lens as an institution that the elites of the empire upheld to exert power. So, because the Aztecs frequently sacrificed prisoners of war, some scholars tie the practice to expansionist imperial ideology, a warning to conquered neighbors or to intimidate rivals. Sahagun reports that rulers and nobles from neighboring cities were summoned to witness the rituals. So we can imagine the political ramifications of witnessing these rites. Others, like the archaeologist Michael Smith, suggest that human sacrifice was a form of propaganda by terror. Public spectacles that intended to terrify the people and warn them against any sort of social unrest against the ruling elite. Still, others view it as a form of civic religion, a form of social cohesion in urban centers, as the common folk frequently participate in the ritual itself by preparing the victims for sacrifice. How then shall we begin to think about Aztec human sacrifice as students of religion? 40 years ago, the scholar of religion Dr. Jonathan Z. Smith asked the exact same question, but for another ugly chapter in the history of religions, the Jonestown Massacre. On November 18, 1978, Jim Jones, the leader of the religious movement, the People's Temple, coerced over 900 members at gunpoint to drink a fruit drink laced with cyanide. Today, this massacre is the inspiration behind the famous phrase, drinking the Kool-Aid. When Smith wrote his article in 1982, only 4 years after the event, he noticed that no scholar of religion was trying to make sense of it. They were ignoring it. But Smith thought that this was abdicating the responsibility of religious studies academics. Even though this event was so heinous, so vile, he asked, how then shall we begin to think about Jonestown as students of religion? He argued that we need to banish the idea that Jonestown is too exotic for us to understand. Banish the idea that it's too exotic that we must simply condemn it without trying to understand it. We must be able to declare that Jonestown on November 18, 1978 was an instance of something known, or something we have seen before. In other words, quoting the Roman playwright Terence, I am human, and I think nothing human is alien to me. So in an effort to make sense of the Jonestown Massacre, Jonathan Z. Smith spends the rest of the article analyzing the movement's leader, Jim Jones, putting him in the context of charismatic and manipulative leaders of the past who had utopian visions of the future. I was trying to channel my inner J.Z. Smith in this video, by starting with Aztec cosmology, then moving to Aztec mystical human anatomy, before finally moving to human sacrifice. I was trying to make the unfamiliar familiar, placing the ritual in the context of world renewal ceremonies as well as in the context of political and military control. But let's turn to David Carrasco's perspective. As a Mexican-American scholar of Mesoamerican history, David Carrasco has been very open about what he calls Aztec moments. Moments when he remembered his native roots, that the indigenous people of Mexico, including the Aztecs, are part of his cultural history. In his book, Mesoamerican Religions, Carrasco writes that his first Aztec moment came when he was 13 years old, living in Mexico City. He visited the Museum of Anthropology and was mesmerized by looking at Mayan jade, dumbfounded by the huge Aztec calendar stone. He writes, my feelings continued to grow. I became aware of a sharp inner conflict. I was feeling both a cutting shame and intense pride in my Mexican ancestry. Having spent time in the United States before moving to Mexico, he was very accustomed to how American schools praise and romanticize the Greeks and the Romans. Our buildings look like Greek temples. Latin is inscribed on their walls. The ancient Greeks are praised as the founders of democracy and directly linked to American democracy. Mexico, on the other hand, in his words, was a country valued mainly for its defeats, jokes, folklore, and tasty food, but not for its civilization. But in the midst of these Aztec moments, Carrasco also recognized the importance of studying the Aztecs. Just like the Egyptians and the Romans, the Aztecs had artists, philosophers, kings, and architects who produced complex calendars, monumental architecture, artwork, and literature that Carrasco argues deserves to be counted among the great literature of the world. At the end of his introduction to the Aztecs, Carrasco strikes a positive tone. Despite the Aztec history of conquest and sacrifice, Carrasco sees that people today are reinterpreting pre-Columbian indigenous culture in the 21st century, especially in festivals like Dia de los Muertos in Mexico. If you'd like to learn more, I'm including a bibliography in the description below, and if you are a current Religion for Breakfast patron on Patreon, I'm launching a poll to vote on a future episode.
Welcome to Religion for Breakfast, a channel dedicated to the academic study of religion. Now, I know what you're thinking. Religion can be very controversial, and you might be thinking that I'm trying to convert. I am a magnet for miracles. Money flows to me. I am meant to have lifelong love. Now, it might sound like I'm bragging here, but those statements are actually 3 out of 100 affirmations for achieving your goals found on a lifestyle blog. They're meant to be predictions that you tell about yourself. It's believed that by thinking about them, saying them aloud, or writing them down, these statements will become true. This is manifesting.
Boy, has the interest in manifesting just skyrocketed.
I am a powerful manifester.
That is a sure sign that your manifestation is indeed on the way.
Manifesting is a practice, often understood as a spiritual practice, that has grown in popularity in the early 2020s, especially on social media. It's based on the belief that people can create the lives they desire by aligning their own brain power, focused energies, and the universe's cooperation. We can will our wants into existence by imagining them as already on their way to us. Also known as the law of attraction, the logic behind manifesting rests on a metaphysical understanding in which people are composites of universal energy. Our thoughts and intentions are energetic, and when we think those thoughts, they're sent out into the world to attract similar energies back to us. For manifestors, it's believed that we attract what we create. If we want to be rich, then we have to think about attracting money and being grateful for being rich, even if we're not. Money and love are the most common goals for manifesting, but physical health and mental happiness are also very popular. And while this practice doesn't inherently seem to be religious, the majority of manifestors appeal to a higher power as implicitly aiding their manifestations. And in fact, religious studies scholars have started studying this practice in recent years, including Dr. Kira Kiefer, a friend and colleague who you'll hear from throughout this video.
Say you want to get a promotion at your job. You could potentially manifest by saying every day, I'm so glad that I got this promotion. I'm so happy that I have the extra cash flow now. And if you do those things over and over, the idea is that the universe or a higher power or God is going to kind of boomerang them back to you. So it's a way of kind of pre-enacting what the practitioner wants.
For some manifestors, this higher power is God, but others appeal to a more generalized understanding of the universe as having both knowledge and sway over the events in our lives.
I get to be grateful for my current reality, for everything that I've manifested, everything that I've co-created with God.
Manifesting had been extremely popular in the early 2000s, but according to Google Trends, it hit peak popularity in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, which makes some sense. Manifesting is a highly individualized spiritual practice that doesn't require gathering with others or being in a sacred space. And during a particularly bleak time, adopting a manifesting mindset to envision a better future may have sounded like a good idea to many people. Since then, manifesting was mainstream once again, this time becoming popular among Gen Z women as well as millennials. Manifesting also rode a social media wave, as manifesting influencers and affirmation statements became popular on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. So where did this practice come from? Given the fact that so many of these manifestors are young and many of them are content creators or follow content creators, it might seem that manifesting is a relatively new practice. And yeah, that's partially true, but even something as seemingly simple as positive thinking has religious and historical roots. In fact, we can trace manifesting through 3 distinct movements in American religious history. First, a new religious movement called the New Thought movement, which dates back to the early 19th century, another dynamic era of religious entrepreneurship in the United States. New Thought was more of a diverse collection of practitioners whose work focused on the concept that each individual contained the divine spirit. This spirit was universal and made of the same stuff as God or a universal power. And by stuff, I do mean stuff. Some branches of New Thought focused on spiritual matter that was physically inside of a person, which could be manipulated by using the powers of the mind to heal illnesses or energetic imbalances that led to disease. New Thought leaders drew from diverse ancient philosophies and traditions, notably Hindu wisdom traditions. They were also influenced by Unitarian Christianity and the latest science of the mind known as phrenology. What was new about New Thought was that it pushed back against the popular thinking of the time, the Enlightenment understanding that mind and body were entirely separate. But New Thought thinkers believed that in each person there was a metaphysical linking of the individual's inner mind with a
The heck with that?
Shut up, Talon.
No one asked you.
Hello, drunk
I
Pat.
asked me.
Pat,
Guess who?
Drunk Pat.
Yes.
How was your Vegas trip?
I lost $4.
$4? Wow.
No, four.
Four?
You lost 4 hookers.
$4.5.
$4.5.
Multiplied by 1,000.
That's a lot of money.
Crazy how that works.
It is crazy how that works.
But I had fun. Did you have fun? I had fun.
Yeah, when we met at Vegas, it was great.
Oh yeah. You weren't there.
Huh? You didn't see me?
No. You're too short.
Yeah. That can happen. That can happen. Are you gonna watch the Mardio movie with us tomorrow?
I'm sorry.
You're a horrible person.
I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry.
You should.
I'm sorry that
apologize to Talon.
I'm sorry that I saw it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting it to be great. I'm expecting it to be fun to watch with other people.
I saw it with other people.
Pat, your imaginary friends don't count. Pat,
are you calling Abe imaginary?
Yes, I haven't heard from Abe in eons.
Well, he has a girlfriend. Do you? Damn.
I don't care if your imaginary friend has a girlfriend. That doesn't make. Why would I care? Do you have a girlfriend, Pat?
No. Actually, my girlfriend is called Lady Luck.
I think she's abandoned you, given what you just told us about Vegas.
She's having a rough time. Okay.
Yeah, you're currently separated. Maybe
we'll get back together sometime.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
worry.
that's good.
Copium.
Are you playing Big Fat Bald and Older Skate 3?
No, I'm still trying to play Remnant.
Is that actually good? I was just reading about it the other day.
Very good.
I mean, it's just like a Souls game, right? Like in terms of, I heard and with a grain of salt or whatever, is that it's basically a Souls game in terms of execution.
In terms of mechanics, it's a Souls game, but in terms of it's like gameplay, it's more like it's hard to describe. It's like
what's like the structure like? I guess
it's weird because there's not a lot of games that do replayability like it does. So it does a lot of like, so you have like the main campaign, right? Where you go through and you do the main objectives. There's a lot of side dungeons and there's a lot of like unlockables and stuff like that.
Is it like stage based though? Like discrete levels, or is it one big world with stuff in it? You know what I'm asking? Like in terms of structure, right? If you think of Dark Souls, where it's all just one world that you wander around, it might have areas, but it's all one world. Or is it like Demon Souls, if you played that, where you just have like discrete levels?
It's definitely it's kind of a mix actually, because it's so there's a lot of procedural, like every world is procedure generated, right?
Oh, okay.
And it's all like so there's like different let's say there's like 4 different like biomes, we'll call it biomes, right?
Okay, sure.
And each biome has a certain like different zones that they can generate, and based off of those zones, the zones that they can generate determines like what events that can happen, right? And so, like, to do everything possible in one biome, you probably need to replay it like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, so it's not like... Yeah, I understand why.
So, like,
it's
one
kinda hard to describe.
playthrough, one playthrough, you're not going to be able to do it.
It's almost like a semi-roguelike, but not to that extent. But, like, in terms of the events or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
you might
But,
only see certain rooms and...
Yeah. You're not expected to play and do everything in one playthrough.
Yeah, or maybe it's like Terraria maps, right? Like, maybe that's another way to think of it. It's like not every Terraria map has everything in it, but you're also not expected to...
Your expectation is to, like, carry your character through and
Yeah.
do the whole world, re-roll it again, and do it again.
Yeah.
So it is fun. There's a lot of I was actually impressed with like the details of like all the encounters, all the boss fights. I still I've played like 60 hours and I still haven't encountered everything yet.
Nice. And I heard it has co-op play.
Yes, it is very fun to co-op. One of the very few games that actually do co-op very well.
Yeah. Might be fun to play co-op sometimes.
Talon?
Interesting.
Talon?
Yes? Yes, Pat.
Where is he going with this?
Play.
Play?
Play!
Play Guga!
Play!
He's playing a game right now.
I'm the Maven. Play!
I'm sorry,
see?
Pat. It's only Po2 now. You can't play.
Sorry.
You have to go to the well. Did you see the Po2 stuff? Did you read about it?
No, I didn't.
It looks really...
You fortunate person.
Yeah, it looks really bad to me.
Well, that's
like
weird,
worse than I would have thought.
I mean, it would be fine if it was a single-player game.
Yeah,
like, and you're expected to play through like once.
Actually, yeah. What I said isn't quite fair. It looks
what
like...
are they expecting then?
The bosses, everything, like every zone and every whatever has a boss now, but like, you know how they've always treated their game like Dark Souls, but it doesn't play like Dark Souls. They're just like, yeah, but what if the bosses took 8 minutes to beat? All of them, every one of them.
My God.
Yeah, there's like no damage. The bosses are really long. If you die, it completely resets the boss.
Yeah. Your flash
the bosses
charges
seem like they're expected to be like a Souls-like thing. Your flasks do not recharge off of like normal enemies.
Yeah.
If you die, you have to click a well to recharge your flasks.
Yeah.
They have oh my God.
They do not refill on death anymore.
They have identity crisis. They're fucking
they
stupid.
really do.
Yeah. It looks
my
really bad.
Are they playing Dark Souls? Are they playing Poe? Are they playing oh my
They're
God.
trying to Dark Souls.
So
Poe is
stupid.
basically what it seems.
It looks like what I said about it being objectively bad is like probably not true because the first time
bad.
First time you play it, it's probably gonna be like a lot of fun once.
I'm upset.
Yeah.
You've upset me.
Well,
and now I'm leaving.
I don't like you.
Good night, Pat.
I need to play Gunfire with Abe. So.
All right, have fun.
Yeah.
But I'm mad.
I don't want you to.
The information.
Yeah, I don't want you to be ignorant.
Thank you.
You would have been happier in ignorance.
Nah, not until it came out. Man, it's gonna be fun. I mean, I'm definitely going to play it once, and probably never again. Cause like, why not play it once? I like a Souls game once. I don't play them 17 times.
It's always like my biggest complaint is that it is in fact always online here. So it's like, do I really want to put myself through playing Souls but with freaking server lag potentially? I don't know.
You don't like
That's
server
my
lag, bro?
only
Don't
rub.
don't you like
You know,
not having...
I haven't really been enjoying 14 with the lag I've been getting lately. It kind of sucks.
Why have you been getting lag?
For the past few weeks, I just keep getting like a little bit of lag occasionally.
Tell me.
Everything will occasionally stop and then start back up, and then it'll be fine for a little bit.
God, smithing's so easy! I love Giant's freaking foundry! I love making these swords, it's so much fun! That sounds like I mean it sarcastically. I actually don't. I love this stupid minigame, it's great. It's like a real-time 14 craft baby mode, but you know what? You know what? That's all I need in my life.
Higher cosmic source of spiritual power. This power was clearly mental, but it was also linked to the body. So the idea of a unified or holistic understanding of the mind and body working together was new and exciting in a world dominated by Enlightenment thinking that
Also,
separated the mind and
importantly,
body.
it's
In the
freaking
19th century, we also saw the rise of what some historians call a medical marketplace of alternative medical practices. Entrepreneurs who believed that their minds were integral to the healing process adapted ideas from the New Thought movement for this medical marketplace. For example, a man named Phineas Quimby wondered if physical illnesses were actually manifestations of our thoughts. He suggested that if we thought the right things, or brought our thoughts into alignment with universal forces, then our bodies would comply and be healthy. He wrote, "Disease is the effect of a wrong..."
You know what? I need to check the weather, because I just remembered I need to touch grass sometime. Tornado leaves major damage in MO town. Hopefully it's not your town. Are you Misery?
I am.
No, I mean, did tornado kill you?
Oh, tornado didn't get me now.
No, I mean, but like
I
near
think they were
you.
further south.
Yeah, it's apparently it wrecked a town. That's what the Weather Channel just told me on its homepage. Okay, I'm not mowing the lawn tomorrow. I might mow the lawn on Monday. I should be able to mow the lawn on Tuesday, because it's going to be actually nice. So maybe I'll just wait until Tuesday.
Wrong direction of the mind. As you can imagine, New Thought became a significant foundation for what we now call holistic medicine or mind-body medicine, which at the time was called Mind Cure. The Church of Christ Scientist, better known as the Christian Science Church, is probably the best known religious movement that derived from New Thought, although New Thought actually is the basis for many strands of self-help and classical psychology as well. The second tradition in the history of manifesting is best illustrated by the book The Power of Positive Thinking, published in 1952 by Norman Vincent Peale. Peale was a mainline Protestant who served as the pastor of Marble Collegiate Church in New York City from 1932 until 1984. Peale was fascinated with psychiatry, and he saw Christian faith as being closely linked to good mental health. Peale preached that by combining faith in God with thinking positive thoughts, people could overcome obstacles and achieve success in all areas of their lives, from health to wealth.
Positive thinking works wonders.
In fact, the former President Donald Trump attended Peale's church as a kid and was strongly influenced by Peale's ideas.
You know, the greatest speaker I think I've ever witnessed was Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, and he would speak the power of positive thinking.
Another influential leader in the space was Louise Hay, a popular self-help writer who popularized some of the core tenets of manifesting through her books, affirmations, and public speaking.
If you do a good general positive statement for yourself, the universe will figure out how to manifest that, how to bring that about in your life.
Hay was a strong believer in the power of the mind to overcome illness and trauma. She thought healing was the process of bringing one's spirit into alignment with the universe by loving yourself and abandoning negative thoughts.
And when we have problems with the arms, it usually means that there's some experience that we're going through that is difficult to embrace, or perhaps it's too much.
In her 1984 bestseller, You Can Heal Your Life, Hay listed out the points of her philosophy. At the top of the list, we are 100% responsible for all of our experiences. Together, these two paved the way for the self-help book genre, and all the consumer goods that go along with it. This brings us to the core text for manifesting, The Secret, which was released in 2006 as a documentary film and a book. The Secret was a pop culture phenomenon. It sold over 30 million copies and has been translated into over 50 languages. Oprah Winfrey, who was already strongly promoting spirituality in her talk show, embraced the book and its main idea, that the universe runs according to the law of attraction.
Basically, the message of The Secret is the message that I've been trying to share with the world on my show for the past 21 years. The message is that you're really responsible for your life. The law of attraction is one law. There are many laws working in the world, but it is very true that the way you think creates reality for yourself.
So we can see that manifesting as a tool or ideology for self-help dates back to its New Thought roots. But we should also consider the third historical movement that inspired manifesting, New Age spirituality. During the 60s and 70s countercultural revolution, many young people who fought for progressive causes also rejected their parents' religious traditions and looked for alternative religious practices. They especially drew inspiration from Asian religious traditions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. They embraced the idea of oneness, that there's one spiritual or universal energy shared among all living beings, which was an idea also found in the New Thought movement a century before. They also adopted practices like postural yoga, meditation, chanting mantras, and visualization meditation, adapting these as individualized practices that you can do alone, without a broader religious community or tradition. Manifesting fit right into this repertoire of rituals as an individualized practice of self-improvement. So how do people go about practicing manifesting? We've talked a little bit about this, but some of the most common ways to practice are similar to those New Age practices related to centering the mind or meditating. Manifestors are instructed that meditating about gratitude is the key to success. As the author of The Secret explains, there are just two words standing between you and the life of your dreams. Thank you. In other words, being thankful for what you desire, for something you don't yet have, puts the energy into the universe that's required to attract the desired outcome back to you, whether that's health, wealth, or love. Manifesting influencers recommend all sorts of methods for doing this, including visualization and vision boarding, basically creating a visual representation of your goals. Both of these use imagery to help express desires, whether it be imagining money hitting your bank account or your new business at the top of Google search results. To help achieve their goals, manifestors also use the repetition of affirmations, or positive statements. Some instructors recommend writing an affirmation down repeatedly every day or writing a letter to the universe. Others recommend speaking affirmations aloud throughout the day in regular intervals. Manifesting's focus on positive thinking also dovetails with pop psychology and therapy trends, especially cognitive behavioral therapy, a psychological treatment method for anxiety and depression. One therapeutic strategy is to emphasize positive self-talk and minimize negative self-talk. This is done in order to remove obstacles in your life that cause unnecessary anxiety. In many ways, this is manifesting at work, but because manifesting has ventured into the world of pop psychology and therapy, some critics have voiced concern about its potential to do more harm than good. One of the key critiques is aimed at its emphasis on individual agency. Manifesting places so much agency on the individual that some argue that it denies or overlooks inequalities built into society. The manifesting mindset does not really align with the fact that the zip code where we're born is a strong predictor for our economic and health outcomes. Moreover, there are other things that are out of our control, for example, a genetic predisposition for certain diseases. Some argue that this clashes with ideas like Hay's philosophy, that we are 100% responsible for everything in our life. Critics of manifesting argue that this emphasis on individual agency and success could create a cycle of victim blaming that might negatively affect someone's mental health. So we've traced the history of manifesting from the New Thought movement all the way through the publication of The Secret. But what accounts for its current trendiness as a social media phenomenon? In some ways, we have to consider the phrase, "the medium is the message." Coined by the media theorist Marshall McLuhan, the phrase means that the medium used to communicate a message, whether that's a newspaper article, a YouTube video, a clay tablet, or semaphore signals, inherently influences how the message is perceived and understood. In other words, the characteristics of the medium itself shape the nature of the message and the way it's interpreted. Manifesting is making a resurgence in part because of today's communication medium of choice, social media. Manifesting is perfectly adapted to how information is shared on social media. Now, manifesting itself may require a lot of focus and commitment, but the core principles of manifesting are relatively simple and can be translated into short-form content. Take affirmations, for example. Short, impactful content perfectly suited for TikTok or Instagram.
I am an amazing person.
Content about manifesting also appeals to a broad audience. It's generally apolitical and doesn't feel religious in any obvious or traditional way, so it's not particularly controversial nor aimed at a particular religious community. Manifesting has also benefited from influencer culture, where people position themselves as spiritual guides, sharing their success stories that they attribute to manifesting. Manifesting influencers also teach techniques to their followers to learn and use for themselves to achieve their own goals.
Use this one affirmation to manifest money within 24 hours. I want you to comment down below if you manifest any sort of money within 24 hours. I'm assured to you that it will work.
As scholars of religion started studying this practice, some noticed that manifesting guides and content about manifesting are branded with a noticeably feminine vibe and marketed to women, and that most manifesting influencers are also women. In fact, the majority of self-identified manifestors are women as well. As religious studies scholar Kira Kiefer has argued, manifesting is a spiritual practice that some contemporary American women have used to spiritualize making money.
Manifesting is extremely popular among women, and I have written about the concept of what I call women's spiritual entrepreneurship, which is women entrepreneurs who kind of justify or validate their desire to make money by making it a service, a spiritual service for their customers. And manifesting fits right into that because it's like something that you do for yourself, but also for others.
Dr. Kiefer argues that women's spiritual entrepreneurship often takes the form of three types of businesses: multi-level marketing companies known as MLMs, self-help products, and women's business coaching, which often use manifesting as a strategy, including selling manifesting guides and classes. But why do these entrepreneurs spiritualize their businesses? How does spirituality fit in?
So the reason this is spiritualized, or reason why it can be spiritualized, is because the woman entrepreneur who is making her living or trying to make her living by selling through an MLM wants to show her customers that what she's selling is beneficial to them on a bigger scale. And so women who participate in them validate what they do by emphasizing how spiritually fulfilling it is to both make money and help others.
In other words, Dr. Kiefer argues that women spiritual entrepreneurs focus on spiritual fulfillment and use the language of helping others as a way to justify and validate their money-making endeavors. It's a spiritual practice, but also a sales tactic, carving out a space in online entrepreneurship, which has been traditionally assumed to be a masculine endeavor and historically dominated by male influencers, especially in the whole financial freedom and wealth-building corner of the internet.
Women do oftentimes feel the need to justify or validate why they need to be successful or why they can be successful. And the ways they do that is by applying a type of spirituality to what they are doing. It's spiritualizing their work. I argue that the spiritual entrepreneurship angle often includes manifesting, and that, again, manifesting is brought in as this way of helping the average person set goals and try and realize them through their own positive thinking.
But it's this very individualism that makes manifesting an important topic for scholars of religion to pay attention to. More and more Americans have disaffiliated from traditional religious institutions, but that doesn't mean that they're less religious. We just have to look at religion differently, not only as a group-based activity. Manifesting is built on the belief in a higher power. It's a spiritual practice that uses a metaphysical and philosophical understanding of how the universe operates and humanity's role in it. But it's a spiritual practice that's not tied to any particular religion. Sociologists of religion have been studying more individualized forms of religiosity for years, often calling it spirituality and often studying it under the subfield of lived religion. Lived religion is all about what people actually do, not assuming that religion is all about the ideals or dogmas that may be stated by a particular authority or text. Manifesting falls under this umbrella because it's individualistic, creative, adaptive, and subverts traditional forms of power. For example, manifesting has grown in popularity among American Christians. This is lived religion. It's not mentioned in Christian scripture or encouraged by Christian authorities. In fact, some Christian influencers have condemned it, arguing that it denies the sovereignty of God.
This concept of manifesting is not biblical, and you should stop using this word.
This is what makes manifesting such a great example of lived religion. It's an example of how religion is practiced and experienced by ordinary people, rather than an official spokesperson or an official sacred text. In the words of the sociologist of religion, Meredith McGuire, what might we discover if instead of looking at affiliation or organizational participation, we focused first on individuals, the experiences they consider most important, and the concrete practices that make up their personal religious experience and expression? We can learn a lot about what people value and how these values are shaped by our culture when we investigate practices such as manifesting. Practices that might fall under the radar with a traditional understanding of what counts as religion and with a traditional understanding of who counts as a spiritual authority. If you want to learn more about manifesting, the creator Joe Scott, known for his YouTube channel Answers with Joe, has a video on the neuroscience behind manifesting. Now, whether or not manifesting actually works is a question for theologians to debate, but scientists and religious studies scholars would say that manifesting works insofar as rituals like visualization and chanting mantras do affect how you think and act. Joe Scott explains how practices like this can literally strengthen pathways in your brain. It's a great video and you can watch it exclusively on Nebula. Nebula is a streaming platform where you can
Submitting 74.
Congratulations.
I can buy the double ammo mold. Sure, I think that's good. Oh wow. I'm still on Ancients. Silly. Ever since I killed that goddamn spider, I've been on Ancients this whole time.
Is that good or bad or neutral?
Neutral. Ancients is the spellbook with the strong, freezy, and bloody spells. I switched to kill that spider because the strategy is to... Or no, it was a scorpion, but the strategy is to freeze it. So I went to Ancient Spellbook and never went back. And just noticed when I went to like teleport that I could not. God, you get paid so much for Giant's Foundry too. You get to make XP and money. Should be illegal. Back on the normal book. Beer mixer. Alright. Now I need to look up my smithing boost. Dwarven stout. Where can I buy some dwarven stout? Oi, in the rising sun in Falador, we'll buy some beer. Rock and stone and stuff. Dwarfs, yes. What ales are you serving? Can I have a dwarven stout? What ales are you serving? Can I have a dwarven stout? Okay, hard diary. Ah, yes, that is the other thing I have to do. Oh, I gotta go edge fill anyway. Alright, I need a metal hammer. need 5 adamant bars. I need 2 adamant bars. I need a metal helmet. I need worms and plastic minnow at the Florida Everglades. I just realized I forgot something. I forgot my money. 6,000 coins, please. Where is... oh, there it is. Oh, right, I gotta eat my dwarven stout. Adamant scimitar. Alright, now I'm safe. Oh, I had a mature dwarven stout in here already. Well, it's fine. I'm not owned. Don't write in the newspaper that I'm owned, because I'm not. Alright, I need to go to... oh, we'll go here. Julia Yua has completed the Hard Wilderness Diary.
Congratulations.
Wait. Magic the Gathering just announced 19 new sets. This is true.
The fuck?
This is true. Hold on. Please hold. Looking into this. New set Bloomborough. New set Murders of Karlov Manor set in Ravnica. Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Oh, it's like a Wild West set. Duskmorn.
Is that
Modern Horizons 3. These are all new set names.
Duskmorn
Fallout! Final Fantasy!
Oh god. Can't wait to play Y'shtola.
Jurassic World! Ravnica Clue Edition. Not a reskin of Clue. A new way to play Magic. Ravnica Remastered. Innistrad Remastered.
Oh baby, you didn't tell me about Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed, I hadn't gotten to it yet. Boosters
Well,
Beyond.
some of the other things you read was on this, so.
Well, because the Magic Reddit is just a trash fire, it's not even like listing everything correctly. So. Actually have to talk to the guy. Lesser Fanatic, give me my Hard Wilderness Diary rewards. You can now teleport me to the Fountain of Rune once per day. You can now own 5 ecumenical keys, access shortcuts to Lava Dragon Isle and across the lava maze, and then it'll give you 30 free runes each day. Wow! Noted! Noted! Wines of Zamorak. And I can control what obelisk I get teleported to. Noted. Lines. Noted weenies. That's what I want in my life. Noted weens. What if you had weens and you noted them?
That's strange.
Alright, I think it's time to test out these weenies. I mean, these, Oh, set destination. Here we go.
That's what she said, by the way.
Ah, frick, I don't know which destination this. What level wilderness is this? Level 44. The Ferox Enclave is level 13. My god, this is gonna make running bones just too easy. In fact, let's go run a set of bones right now. I want to test it. Take me onto the high-risk world. Know what they say, no risk, no dick.
Nani?
What? That's what they say. They also say my time here is Jogerbone.
That one I kind of believe, actually.
That's the one that does it for you?
Does it what?
Makes you believe? Makes you a believer? I see, it's a bit more awkward in practice. Is that guy just burying his bones? Because we'll bury bones together, friend.
No, he's here farming bones from people. And then he's burying them. Who let all these people here? Me.
Imagine having to die to the wines of Zamorak when you could be a turbo Chad like me and set the obelisk to just where you want to go. Mando's chess piece. Nice.
Christianity wasn't the only up-and-coming...
Sponsored by NordVPN. On the west bank of the Nile in southern Egypt, the enormous stone ruins of Edfu Temple stand in the desert. On the sand, 2 larger-than-life stone falcons guard the entrance. As you pass between them and venture into the shade of ancient stone halls, gigantic falcon-headed figures peer down on you from high above. These figures all represent Horus, one of the main gods of the ancient Egyptian.
Should I try the gauntlet? What do you think?
Maybe? What's the gauntlet?
It's the roguelike mode I unlocked. There's no consequences to my actions. Okay, that's not entirely true. But I don't get any penalties from dying. Hey, where's the lady who can... Lady, where's my teleport? Teleport crystal. Where's lady? Where is she? Where are you? Where are you? She's over there. Okay. Sing to my crystal woman. My crystal woman. There she is. Yes, please. Oh, I don't have my money with me. Hang on, lady. I gotta go get my money. Prof. Dennis's music is so mystically spooky. Freaking elves. I saved your city. Why are you spooking me?
It's just what elves do.
Quit being so freaking spoopy. What the frick?
pantheon. But who is Horus? What role did he play in ancient Egyptian mythology and religious practice? And why were falcons so important to the ancient Egyptians in the first place? There were many falcon gods in ancient Egypt, all of them connected in some way or another, but by far the most important was the god Horus. Horus is one of the oldest gods known from ancient Egyptian mythology. He was the 10th member of the Ennead, or the group of 9. In Egyptology, the Ennead refers to the original 9 gods and goddesses who were born at the creation of the world. As the 10th member of a supposed group of 9, Horus stands out a bit because he doesn't seem to belong. But as the son of Isis and Osiris, 2 prominent members in the group, he was an honored firstborn among the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon. In this video, we'll consider the various identities and myths associated with Horus.
Oh, it's over there. I guess I should go to a Lord Ping server. The British living on the Brits.
This guy's gonna go bully British people.
Just kind of winging it. I haven't read anything yet. Okay, we got a weapon frame and some crystal shards. That's good. Let's make a bow or something. Wait, how do I? Oh, sing, crystal sing. Okay. Let's make a bow. Beep, 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 beep. Huh? There's nothing over there. Oh, there is something over there. Okay. Mine crystal deposit. That's probably important. Oh, light node. Here we go.
Right back. Oh! Did not mean to do that.
10 frames. How do I upgrade my gear? I see, I don't have the materials, that's why. Is it ranged? What do I need? I need the mining things. I need to find some freaking mining nodes. Where's the mining nodes? Here they are. I'm running out of freaking time. These are not mining nodes. These are the other thing. Frick.
I have already mined your nodes.
Probably. That's a bear.
Bear.
Am I blind?
Our lives.
I must be blind, because, like, I feel like I didn't see any mining nodes. But I also didn't explore very good. Oh, there's one. Well, it's a little late now. I didn't have any armor. Turns out this was a problem. Why did I get a reward? Don't give me a reward.
You will receive a reward.
Inanimate
It is a very rare item, but not the one you want.
No, I mean I didn't even kill a boss. It shouldn't have been anything.
I am looking for the hostilities tab. That's what I want. No. Oh, it's major. It's under major activity. Okay.
Oops. Pink. Okay, that's a burr. I'm gonna grab those crystal shards. Okay. Oops, I gotta sing. One more root, I think. One more ligma. to go back to where this all began. Perfect. Where do I get a vial? Well, guess I'll never find out. Okay. Alright. How do I get a vial in this stupid place? Where do I get a vial? Singing, you have to use a singing bowl to craft a vial. 84 cod. Why is it giving me these things? I'm not beating it. I'm losing. I'm a loser. Where's the bowl? There it is. Give me a bow. Vial. Give me a crystal staff. Okay. Let's freaking roll. Ligma. I wanted that leaf. Phil Bile. Oh, I need to sing some armor. Boop, boop, boop. That's a bear. Where's my teleport crystal? There it is. Okay, sing, 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 sing. Yeah, see, I'm on the outside. Where's the enemies? Are they only in the middle? Oh, I'm close. I already got a crystalline dark beast, god dang it. I need to pick these things. Okay. Oh god. It's ranged. Magic. Ranged. Magic. Break. Oh no! I stood under him. I might need to use my keyboard and mouse for that.
Owned.
Whoops. Those are... Oh, whatever. Do I not see any nodes, really? Okay, I'm all good for those. Pick up the crystal thingies, thank you. Where the frick am I? Okay. Come on, the range. Dude, I'm so bad at fighting this guy. those. Oh, you need to hold on to the crystal scepter. That's dumb. I need wood. Where's wood? There's wood. Unicorn, get out of my freaking face. Chant files. Fill me some goddamn water, please. The dragon. fish. Need to find a few more paddlefish if I can. There we go. Herm. Herm. The magic attack will occasionally disable all prayers. That's what I was seeing. Yeah. Okay. I think I saw there was a plugin that helps the gauntlet too. The gauntlet. All-in-one plugin for the gauntlet. I'll try it one more time without it. Where'd all the enemies go? There they are. Here's my weapon frame. Okay, so we got all that. We need the lignum.
Or like the ligma.
That was kind of the joke I was implying.
That's good.
think that's as good as I'm getting, probably. Oh. Yeah, this guy's gonna take a lot of getting used to. He needs me to do advanced mechanics. But I think that's it for tonight. 2 stream.
These are advanced mechanics.